Why you come and
Oh my God, now. Catch it, man. Oh,
Yeah, Louis, one more this way. Louis. Look at this drop. They're not the same, right? The last one. It's the last one. It's like really close.
Kia ora, welcome into the University of Otago Oval in Dunedin. It is Ford Trophy Finals Day, and it's Canterbury taking on Auckland, one of the great rivalries in New Zealand domestic cricket. Hard to argue, two of the best sides here today. As you can see, the sun is out. A little bit of a ground delay earlier on. That's happened a couple of days in a row here in Dunedin, but the good news is they've had a toss and it's going to be on time for an 11 a.m. start. So let's go down and find out what happened at the coin flip.
Did you have a look at that game yesterday when the women were here and take any tips out of that? Or?
Yeah, we came down for the back end, had a bit of media and got to have a look at the wicket after the game, and I think it's just a little bit drier than probably Friday. Naturally 2 games on it, so yeah, we've gone with the 2-spin attack and hopefully we can do the job. Yeah,
do you come in with a bit of a tail up, a bit of momentum after Friday's result?
Yeah, definitely. I think the boys, it was a pretty solid performance from us on Friday, almost a pretty perfect, complete one. So yeah, I think we've got momentum. The boys are pretty fizzed up for today.
Awesome, mate. Go well.
Cheers, thanks.
Goal, I guess you don't want to talk about wins and losses already, but you lost the first battle. They've won the toss and chosen what they want to do. Would you have had a bat first?
Yeah, honestly, we're a bit undecided. I think we were going to bat, but it's obviously a nice chasing ground here, as the Spark showed yesterday. So not unhappy with that, but looks a great wicket, and it's probably not going to change too much over the 100 overs.
Henry Nichols comes back into your side today. That's a big boost with someone with so much experience.
100%. He's a big match player, brings back that experience, and he's been hitting the ball really nicely in the nets, and he's been chomping at the bit to get back. Just that calf playing up a little bit, so he's excited. He's fully fit, ready to go, and yeah, excited to have him back in the team.
What did you make of their performance on Friday?
Yeah, obviously impressive. They're an impressive side. Lot of good players in their team, and obviously on the back of Nish, big first innings total. He played a big part, but they're a good batting lineup. A strong team. So yeah, should be a cracker of a game, and hopefully we go about having a good first half and chasing down the Savo.
Brilliant. Defending champs, go well.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Thanks, Gold.
So that's the news from the middle. The Auckland Aces, they've won the toss and they are going to have a bat against Canterbury. It's a replay of last year's final. The Auckland Aces winning the Eliminator on Friday against the Stags to qualify. And from Auckland Ace is with me in studio, Ben Horn. Good morning, Ben, or Hornet as you like to be known. Exciting times.
Fantastic, great to be here, great to be heard, and fantastic to see some sun down in Dunedin. And no surprises from Finn Allen winning the toss, electing to bat first and wanting to put a big total on the board. 327 was the total they scored on Friday against the Stags, and that proved to be far too many for them. And runs on the board in the final, Willie.
Absolutely, and just looking at this wicket, it's going to be the 3rd game on it in 3 days. Of course, the Halliburton-Johnson Shield match here yesterday. What sort of effect do you think that may have?
Well, you'd like to think they'll probably start to spin a little bit more, but we heard at the toss from Captain Cole McConkey of Canterbury that he doesn't think the pitch is going to change too much throughout the day. He said he was reasonably undecided in what he was going to do. Tough to know if he was a bat first or a bowl first today, so good toss to lose from his perspective, and they'll be looking to exert some pressure on Auckland early and then chase down this afternoon.
Well, Auckland versus Canterbury, it's one of the great rivalries, the old foes. You've played in plenty of these matches. No love lost, I imagine.
Absolutely. It's a repeat of last year, actually, both the Super Smash and the Ford Trophy, and then we get a couple of shots there. Supporters on both sides of the fence, plenty of sunblock getting applied. That's always a good sign where they're playing part, and it looks like it's building nicely on the bank.
Yeah, absolutely. Where would you rather be on Ford Trophy final day? Well, the captains and the players were warming up yesterday. A little bit of a lighter training for the Aces, one would expect. Let's hear from the teams on the eve of the big game.
Yeah, certainly very excited. It's always a great battle, Auckland-Canterbury, and one that I'm sure that they'll be really up for, coming off a great win yesterday. So it should be a good game of cricket, and yeah, really looking forward to it. We're fortunate enough to have, plenty of quality bowling options, and the brilliant thing about the bowling unit is, there's no real egos. Some days someone might have a great day, others another person, but the beauty of it is, ability to share ideas, share thoughts and go about it as a real unit, so that's a real positive of the group. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure watching Boyle go about his work. I think, the last couple of years, everyone in the squad, has seen his talent and see what he can do. But for him to put it out there on the big stage, in the T20s to start with, and now in the one-day competition is really special. So hopefully, another big one tomorrow. But if not, he's going to have a really big career ahead of him.
Yeah, yesterday's game obviously a bit of a cracker with the Sags. Naturally, boys pretty happy with the result. Probably our closest perfect game this season. So nice to do that in a crucial game, and boys are pretty fizzed up for tomorrow. Yeah, Neesh yesterday was pretty spectacular. Almost looked like he was batting in a bit of a video game yesterday. So nice for him, and then with the ball as well, stepped up. So yeah, it was good to see. Yeah, it's always good playing against them. I think we always have a pretty good matchup and a good fixture, so hopefully it should be a cracker tomorrow. Henry Nicholls coming back in the squad, bolsters their batting line up a bit. He's obviously got a world of experience, and they've got a seriously good squad, and I think we do too, so yeah, it'll be a good one.
Yes, great to hear there from the captains, Finn Allen and Cole McConkey, on the eve of what is a big game. Two teams that have been going hammer and tong against each other in the white ball formats over the last couple of years, and some silverware on the line today. And Ben Horn, you heard from Finn Allen there. The momentum that they can take from winning that eliminator, how much do you think that plays a part today in this final?
Well, I think it's big. He's called it a near-perfect performance 2 days ago. Canterbury, bear in mind, haven't played for a week, so they've been putting the boots up, getting a bit of training, getting the mentality set for this final today. And as we take a look at the team there, the big news, Henry Nicholls back in. He's replacing Janet at the top of the order, and he'll be alongside Reece Mariu, who's been in good touch. And then the rest of the team, Willie, really settled. Matt Boyle, Mitch Hay, McConkey, the engine room there for the Canterbury side. McConkey in particular has been an exceptional performer this summer for the Ford Trophy campaign for Canterbury. And then now we get into the all-rounders, Rippon Folkes and Sodhi. Couple of wrist spinners in there. Like to see two wrist spinners in the same team, and then the big nasty fasties to finish off, Mackenzie, Sheet and Ray. And they'll have their work cut out for them today on a tough wicket, probably. Third game on it, as we mentioned.
Yeah, strong, well-balanced side, and we look at the Aces as well. Sean Sullier up top with Finn Allen, the captain. We know what he can do up top, explosive batter. And as you move into the middle order, well, the power only gets bigger, Hornet.
Yeah, Mackenzie, all-rounder, been promoted up the order to bat 3. Like to see that. Cam Fletcher's been in great touch all summer, and then we know what Bevan Jacobs can do with his power. Neesham coming off 128 in the last game, and then Keane and Lockie Stackpole to add a lot more power in at 7 and 8 as well. Eddie Ashok and Louis Delport will be twirling a few for the Auckland side. And then we're into Dunru Ferns, who has been an exceptional performer this summer with ball in hand. So it's an exciting day ahead of us, Willie. Absolutely, and Louis Delport there, obviously that is a potentially injury-induced change. Ben Lister, we understand, might have a bit of a hamstring injury. How could that affect the lineup here? A spinner coming in for the left-arm swing seamer. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, ideally you'd like to have Ben Lister in your side if he's fit, ready and available, but with a used wicket, having that extra spin option could be handy to have on board as well. It's really tough because you never know what these wickets are going to do until the ball bounces on it, and to have a couple more options up your sleeves really handy. We've seen with Auckland, they've got Mackenzie, Neesham, Keane, Ferns, and Solier if he needs to bowl some seamers, and then Delport, Ashok, and Stackpole to bowl spin. So there's a lot of options there. Absolutely, and we just saw a shot there of Zach Folkes on the screen before that Canterbury bowling lineup. The Aces were obviously reduced to 50 for 4 in that eliminator before Neesham arguably got them out of jail. Do you think Canterbury will be looking to attack them up top and see if they can get some of those powerful middle order players in early against that new ball? Yeah, absolutely. I think, with Ish Sodhi coming in the middle, he wants to be bowling to this middle order early. He wants to be able to uncover their defences before they've got their eye in, and they'll be looking to take early wickets up top. 3 in the top 10 is the magic number. 3 wickets in the power play is what they always talk about. So they'll be coming hard with the ball, and then Finn Allen's going to be coming hard with the bat. Absolutely. Well, there is plenty of stars on display today, but let's have a look at a couple of the players to watch.
Yeah, so Matt Boyle is a cricketer, oozes with talent, and such a great stroke maker, and he's got all the shots around the ground, and brilliant to see him get the rewards this year, and also bring his personality onto the field. He's a bit of a loose cannon, and always brings plenty of laughs to the group, and he's just a great team member to have in the changing room, and never a dull moment with Boyle around.
Solly, yeah. He brings that calming influence similar to Fletch, sort of camp dad a lot of the time. Bats again, bowls, good fielder. You know, he adds a lot of value to the squad on the field, off the field. As I said, he's that fatherly influence.
He's a bit of a character, Gussie. He always talks about, you know, it's like rugby days back in the day and saying that he was a better player than Jock. When we warm up for touch each day, he thinks he's bloody Richie Mwonga running around there, but he's probably a little bit of an unsung hero for us. I think, you know, what he does on the park, you know, hugely valuable. He plays a tough role, you know, finisher with the bat, bowls hard overs. He always does it, chest out, puts in a great stint for the boys, but also he's just one of the great team men. You know, he'll do anything for anyone in the team. He's one of those guys that when he's in your team, you just, you know, love playing with. He's, you know, the heartbeat of this team off the park, big social leader and invaluable member of our team.
Yeah, Jock, he's a ripper. Yeah, he loves the beach. He's a bit of a surfer. Tries to act like he's pretty cool. He's extremely talented. You know, bats, bowls, fields. I guess coming from rugby and then straight back into cricket, he's shown that he's always got that natural talent there. You know, it's been exciting to see him sort of come to fruition this season.
Yeah, folksy, you know, he's just quality on and off the field, you know, with the bowling, you know, new ball and at the death and showing what he can do with the bat this season. And obviously he's got that great header here that he takes great pride in, so boys are always into him about that. But yeah, he's a class act, yeah, a great member of the team.
Yes, plenty of stars on display, both established and emerging, and that is one of the great things about the Ford Trophy. We do see players making their name, and a man who's been making his name arguably across the formats this season, Matt Boyle, Ben Horn. 287 runs at 35 this comp, but it's been what he's been able to produce in terms of strike rates and taking down bowlers that has certainly caught the eye, along in the Dream 11 Super Smash.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a coming-of-age season for Matt Boyle. We just heard from McConchy there that he always knew he had it in him. He always knew he had the talent, the shots, and the ability to build big scores, but we've seen it for the first time really consistently this year. Super Smash was a bit of a breakthrough campaign for him, and it looks like he's just really continued it into the longer format of the white ball stuff. And of course, Jimmy Neesham, let's not sleep on him. Absolute belter of a game in the last fixture versus the Stags. 128 off 82, coming in at 50 for 4 in trouble, and then 3 for 53 with ball in hand. And he's going to be dangerous today too.
Yeah, absolutely brutal, some of the stroke play in that knock. I think 8 sixes that he launched to really get them out of trouble as well. And I guess that's one of the more pleasing things from a Aces point of view that for Nish, that he was able to come in. He rebuilt, well, he didn't really rebuild, he just went from the go, but he showed that all-round game that is so crucial in the middle order.
Yeah, and I think in those situations you need to play your natural game and back your ability, and I don't think Nish is short of confidence in that regard, and he went out and he backed himself and he played really, really nicely. 12 fours and 8 sixes, as you mentioned, in that knock, and he really just arrested momentum away from the Stags there, leading to that score of 327. And from 50 for 4, you don't see that very often, so for him to take the ball by the horns like that is really, really pleasing to see.
Well, the Aces openers, Finn Allen and Sean Sollier, on their way out to about to go over the rope, and the sun is shining, as you can see. How will these look to bat together, Hornet? Obviously, we know what to expect from Finn Allen.
Yeah, these guys played a lot of cricket together through the years. You know, they really enjoy batting together. Good communication between the two of them. Nice, relaxed vibe. Sollier always brings a calming presence, and he'll just go about his natural game, building an innings as you would quite traditionally probably in the 50 over format, and then complemented obviously with Finn Allen, who's going to be pretty much going from ball one, I'd imagine. He has no shortage of desire to play big strokes early on, first over, second over, it doesn't matter. And so that complements each other quite nicely, because it allows Sollier just to have a little bit more time to get his eye in and get things underway.
Well, the players are on their way. You can hear a bit of polite applause down there in Dunedin. The Canterbury team would like to expect that they might have a little bit more support with the Aucklanders in town. Cole McConkey mentioned earlier from Ben Horn what a season he's had with the bat as well. We know he'll bowl his spin and look to work his bowlers around. Zach Folkes was mentioned in the build-up there, and obviously, you guys made his debut for the Black Caps in the last 12 months. He's got all the tricks up his sleeve, hasn't he? But early doors, he'll be looking to swing it around.
Yeah, he's almost sneaky quick, you know. He gets slept on a little bit because we've been talking about all the big nasty fasties that Canterbury have had throughout the summer. Not today. They've had the likes of, you know, Shipley, Jameson, O'Rourke, big Michael Ray in there as well. But Zach Folkes, very skilled bowler, swings the ball into the right-hander, and then has quite quite a quick bouncer, which has got the better of quite a few batters over this summer. But we heard from Cole McConkey in that build-up. It's a no-ego bowling lineup. We'll share the wickets round. Everyone knows what job that they have to perform, and it's all about bowling in partnerships and bowling as a unit. It's good to hear.
Yeah, well, Fraser Sheet as well. Man, we've seen a lot of success in the Plunket Shield in seasons gone by. The ability to nibble the ball around. He's going to take the first over. Bowler with pretty good accuracy, as we see Finn Allen's stats there so far this season. Obviously, captained the side the start, had a little bit of an intermission across to the Big Bash, but it's that strike rate which always seems to stick out.
Yeah, that's the thing you look at straight away. That's what averts your attention. 135.48 opening the batting in 50-over cricket. It's going to be exciting, and we are moments away.
Oh, Width, and he's cut that up. Oh, Ish Sodhi. Potentially a chance. That was almost a wicket first ball, Hornet.
Excitement early. A little bit of width there, and Solia climbs into it. Just goes to show that there is maybe a little bit of pace in this wicket yet. Just on the one bounce to Sodhi down there. It's one of those awful balls where you kind of don't know whether to run in and put your teeth on the line or just hold back and be at risk of getting a bit of a spray from your teammates about not going for the catch. But eventful start nonetheless.
Oh, potentially a little bit of a loosener from Sheet. Solia went hard at it. Just not quite carrying through. Now Finn Allen will take strike. Couple of slips in there. Deep square and a third. Looking to take that outside edge, Hornet.
Wow, yeah, it's aggressive. I don't mind it. We'll see quite quickly if these slips stay in play. Because you think about the wicket having had 3 games on it, how conducive is that to producing outside edges and flying to second slip at pace? What you might see is a short cover come into play, or a little bit more protection in that ring, either on the off or on side, depending on how straight they want to bowl. I think it's nice to have those 2 slips in early, just to show some aggression, send out a message that you're coming after the batter's edge. But we'll see pretty quickly, I think, that move into the ring.
Well, we know Allen, if he's going to go, he goes hard. Sheet just sitting on that back of a length to Allen, potentially not wanting to give him too much early up in his half.
No, I think it's an intimidating thing, right? Because when you're bowling to Finn Allen, you don't want to pitch it up there and allow him to swing through the ball. Then again, if you're not pitching it up, you're taking a couple of modes of dismissal out of play. So it's almost that kind of fear of getting hit, and should I, shouldn't I pitch it up, or should I just hold and kind of let him make a mistake and that kind of thing. So I think we'll see Sheet stop on that back of a length for the day.
And he's right on the money early here, Fraser Sheet. And when you're watching Finn Allen at the top, it is do not look away from your screen, really, isn't it? We're so used to the pyrotechnics, but it is a one-day match. He has got 50 overs, all 300 balls.
He's also got the captain's armband as well, element of responsibility to add to his plate. This is probably the most sedate start I've ever seen from the man.
What sort of captain do you imagine Finn Allen to be? You obviously played a lot of cricket with him.
Quite a relaxed character, I think. Backs his players to do the jobs that they were picked to do.
Got him! Top of off. Allen looks down at the wicket, but that was an absolute seed from Sheet.
Wowee, that's a cracker from Fraser Sheet, and it's fair to say he's been right on the money to Finn Allen from ball 1, sitting away back of a length, creeping fuller again, and then challenging the outside half. That is a beauty. Look at that angle in and just jag away at the last moment to beat the defences. That is a cracker from Fraser Sheet, and Canterbury first blood.
Wow, a great piece of bowling, as Ben Hornet mentioned. He worked away on the back of the length. He pushed him back, and he pushed it full. And a little bit of nip. It's hit the top of the stumps. And the danger man, Finn Allen, Auckland Aces captain, is gone for a duck. Auckland are 1 for none. And you can see Canterbury absolutely delighted with that, Hornet. You get rid of the opposition captain and a man as explosive as Finn Allen early in the final.
Yeah, it's a big blow. It's always a big blow getting a wicket early on in a final, and particularly of that man, Finn Allen, because he can get away from you and he can get away from you quickly. So Jock McKenzie in at 3. I quite like this, really. It's not a position that he's that familiar with. He's had his first crack up the order this year. Let's see there, 30, striking at the best part of 80. But this will be good for Canterbury to get him exposed to the new ball and in the first over. And we heard from Finn Allen, the captain, before the game. Relaxed character, bit of a cruiser, likes getting down to the beach, doesn't take things too seriously, which is a nice mindset to have. Of course, he's takes it seriously in the fact that he's a professional, but, you know, he's just, make sure he just takes one ball at a time and takes everything as it comes. And having a relaxed demeanour like that out in the middle in a final can be handy.
Well, Canterbury, they are going on the attack here. 3 slips and a wide gully. They want to get stuck into the Aces early. Oh, he is right on the money here. A little bit of shape away. That'll bring the end to a quality first over from Fraser Sheet. Score 1 for 1.
Great consistency all over from Fraser Sheet. There was the one little loosener to Solia first ball, and then after that he was dialed in. What I like to see there, Willie, is, you know, we hear about these phrases, hitting the bat hard and bowling along the wicket versus into the wicket and that kind of thing. And if you go too full too early, sometimes you can bowl it quite floaty and offer up those genuine half volleys. Whereas if you see what Fraser Sheet's done that over, he's kind of started back of a length, heavy, hard, hit the stickers, and then he's just crept. He's just crept forward. He hasn't tried to bowl a full one. He's just crept that length forward, and he's still hitting the wicket hard and hitting the top of the stumps, as we saw with Finn Allen's dismissal.
And consequently, yeah, you can catch the batter a little more on the crease if he's kept being pushed back. And it's going to be Zach Folks from the other end. So Canterbury, they're going to try and apply the blowtorch early here from both ends with the new ball.
Zach Folks, big fan of bowling to the left-handers with that awkward kind of right arm outswing to the lefties from around the wicket. It's a sort of angle in, swing away, bring the outside edge into play situation. And we see Canterbury again, 3 in the cordon, 2 in a gully. And Solia does like to play square of the wicket on the offside, so they are hunting that outside edge early.
We saw yesterday as well, with a little bit of dew in the morning down there in Dunedin. It's just a little bit for the new ball. Oh, and that's that outswing to the left-hander that Ben Horn talked about. Yeah, looks sneaky, quick, you describe Zach Folks as, and just sort of looks to hurry batsmen, and has obviously got a great skill set, which has seen him elevated to the Black Caps in recent times.
Yeah, great slower balls, a variety of slower balls as well, and a really quite a quick bouncer. And I think he just keeps that up his sleeve pace-wise until he needs it. We've seen it hurry a lot of guys up this summer.
Oh, Solia takes a big swing at that. It'll come off the inside edge. He's going to pick up a couple.
That ball in itself is a bit of a nuance around Zach Folks' skill set. Slightly wider of the crease, extra angle, and then that takes out a little bit of the swing and then hits the inside half of Solia's bat. So very crafty around his use of the crease, his use of angles, and his use of amount of swing. And that skill set in itself is, you know, why he's been elevated into the Black Caps and what they see in him going forward as a bowler. Not a genuine quick, but great skill set.
Struck hard and struck true. That is going to be the first boundary of the morning. Solia's away, 4 runs right off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, this one's better from Sean Solia. Much more solid base, stayed nice and still and held the pose through the shot there. You see not a lot of movement of that solid base, and we know that you can't power hit from a poor base. So Solia seeing the ball better now, getting into better positions. Nice shot down the ground for the first boundary. Widely
regarded as one of the toughest shots in the game, the on drive. Played it with aplomb. Oh, and a great comeback from Folks.
Certainly not a genuine half volley as well, that boundary from Solia. Hit it on the up. And that is a beauty. That is the length that we talk about. Hard, heavy, catching people on the crease. Do you come forward? Do you go back? And that's really where you want to be, bringing those bails into play. Tidy start here from Canterbury. They look on it today.
Just a little tempter outside the off stump. Yeah, credit to the ground staff as that brings an end to the second over. Auckland is 7 for 1. Credit to the ground staff, 3 games in 3 days on the same wicket. We saw it yesterday, 291, played 292, all 600 balls in that Halliburton-Johnson Shield final. So it's had plenty of use. It looks all ready to have decent pace and just a good cricket wicket.
Yeah, it looks great with the new ball. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when a little bit of shine comes off the ball, particularly when, you know, the seamers start bowling their cutters, the spinners come into play. Will it grip? Will it spin? Will it hold in the wicket? All things to consider. And then, you know, as a spinner, that's where you have to start thinking around the pace that you want to bowl at. If it is offering a little bit and holding a little bit, maybe that slightly quicker pace so you can get it to really spit a little bit more. But that's for later on in the day.
This is going to be a good test for Mackenzie, isn't it? We mentioned his elevation up in the order. And when you're batting in the top 3 in one-day international cricket, these are the kind of conditions you've got to get used to coming in early with the ball swinging around a full cordon.
Yeah, it's nice to see. And I think the Ford Trophy historically and traditionally has given opportunities to for guys to bat up the order or in different positions than they might have batted previously. So, you know, Jock Mackenzie's obviously been identified as talent. He's obviously got a good enough technique to be able to deal with the new and swinging ball. So looking forward to watching him bat today.
He's watchful early. Obviously much made of his ability on the rugby field as well, and I think everyone in cricket raps that he's got the bat and ball in his hand. Mentioned the surfer background, but he's obviously a talented athlete and a skillful player across all disciplines.
Well, he won the 1500 this week as well for the Aces, their final test of the season. Ran a 427 from memory, which is absolutely lightning quick. So really strong athlete across the board, really good fielder, good pair of hands, good arm, bowls and bats well as well.
That one's over pitched, but it takes the outside edge. You can see the second slip throwing his head back. Not in danger. And that'll be Mackenzie off the mark. Always a good feeling, a little wry smile.
First little semblance of length here from Fraser Sheep. It's given him a little bit to work with, and Jock Mackenzie's climbed into it straight away, bringing that outside half into play. So it does seem that, you know, those cordon could be a little bit more impactful than I initially thought here. But Fraser Sheep's been right on the button, straight from ball 1.
Yeah, Sheet's been really impressive, hasn't he? And that length, impeccable, asking questions, and that is why they have the slip cordon in early. Mentioned the Auckland Aces, they were reduced to 50 for 4 in that eliminator final. So Canterbury will be well aware of that. They've had some ding-dong battles, these two. Went down to the last ball. Canterbury winning by a run in the final round of the Ford Trophy for Canterbury to take that top spot. The Aces won't forget that too easily. There's been some great games between these two teams.
Yeah, the old rivalry. Absolute belters over the years. And I dare say some good niggle in the field as well. Could be a bit of chirp floating around today.
Yeah, it is probably one of the rivalries in domestic cricket, isn't it? We mentioned it in the build-up. Historically strong sides with proud history. Both produced a lot of black caps, and you know, there's a lot on the line today as it is, let alone a good historic old foes going at it.
Well, Canterbury are trying to go back-to-back, aren't they? Nothing tougher than winning a championship except for defending it.
He's beaten him on the outside edge. Real quality stuff here from Fraser Sheet. That's the end of his second over. He is 1 for 2 in the Aces. They're 8 for 1 after 3.
Well, we touched on the fact that Canterbury won the last round robin game to go straight through to the final and inadvertently give themselves a week off, whether they would have liked that or not. The Aces obviously playing 2 days ago. But gee, it seems like the Canterbury team have used that time off nicely because they are dialed and ready to go today. It's easy, I suppose, if you don't play cricket for a week or so to lose that match intensity. You know, you can train the house down or try and simulate match conditions as much as you want, but it's nothing like being in the heat of the battle. And these guys have just been on it from ball 1.
Yeah, so often you hear the debate, don't you? The freshness of a break or the momentum of playing. Causation or correlation, we'll know the answer by the end of this one.
Oh, just a tempter. Just a full tempter up there. See if the ball's going to swing a lot.
He's going to look to threaten that off stump coming over the wicket. That late swing back from Zach Folkes. Cole McConkey mentioned in the build-up his hair. That is a great set of locks, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good lid. Quite jealous looking at that myself.
This one just potentially holds its line a little bit more out there. A great test for Mackenzie here. His judgment is going to just have to be so right against Folkes here.
Yeah, it looks like he's batting on mid and leg, sort of middle as well. I think the danger if you come across to off stump to an in-swing bowler coming over the wicket is that you bring LBW into play, playing across your front pad and playing a bit square. So, absolutely, it's really important for him to know where his off stump is.
Traditional field, 2 slips, deep fine leg and a third.
Geez, that's come back sharply, hasn't it? A good leave in the end by Mackenzie. There's only 2 types, a good one and a bad one. But this variable swing is going to be quite difficult for these Auckland batters to face. We've seen a couple come in, a couple hold their line, and, you know, whether it's natural variation or whether it's the skill of the bowler himself, it's going to be a handful.
Yeah, it's a good contest, this one, as the sun bakes down in Dunedin. That one is pitched up, just drives it to Mackenzie there at cover. The brothers Mackenzie's, a great little rivalries in there, probably having a wee chat with his brother. How do they get on?
I think it's quite a casual social relationship. We've already seen a few smiles already from Jock Mackenzie. Angus Mackenzie, you rarely see him without a smile, to be fair. A couple of great guys, good to see them on the park together, and they'll be fighting hard against each other.
And that one is the one that arguably just holds down the line, folks, rather than the big hooper. You mentioned that Ben Horn, whether that's natural variation or potentially just playing around with the seam to get it to hold and take that outside edge, but it did die through to the keeper as well.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we've seen a little bit of the age of the wicket there. 600 nuts on it already before today. Credit to the ground staff, as you said, they've done a great job to keep it in play.
Got him! Poles everywhere! That's the one we talked about. Mackenzie has to go.
Goodness me, that is a cracker. 2 crackers to get the first 2 wickets for the Canterbury team, this time from Zach Folkes, and that has come in sharply and left 2 stumps on the floor. Jock Mackenzie has to walk back and tried to drive that through mid-off by the looks of it, but that has just come in steeply from outside off stump to knock him over. Let's have a look at this. Oh, yeah, that's come in sharply, and not a lot you can do about a great delivery like that. And that is why we see Zach Folkes playing Black Caps cricket, and that's why they see so much in him. Crucial second breakthrough in the first 5 overs for Canterbury. Jock Mackenzie has to go for 1 off 10, and the Aces now 8 for 2.
Yeah, a serious piece of bowling that from Zach Folkes. Talked about getting the ball to hold on the line, and then that just ripped back through, straight through the gate. And when you see the poles flying everywhere, it's quite a sight.
That actually looked a bit quicker to me as well. I think it looked like it snuck up on him a little bit there. Mackenzie just seemed to be a touch late on that shot. I mean, it's a cracking ball regardless of pace, but wow, sharp movement. Aces in trouble early. And it brings Cam Fletcher to the wicket, batting for 4 today. He's been the form player for the Aces this summer. The most consistent batter over the course of the campaign. And the leading run scorer at 399 runs from his season so far, an average of 57. So he has been the mainstay for this Auckland Aces batting lineup.
Sheet's just going to keep plugging away there. Yeah, Cam Fletcher batting up 4 higher than we're used to seeing him. Obviously plays that finisher role in the T20s, but he really has repaid them, as you mentioned, with those runs this season. Quality player. He's been in and around. Call up to the Black Caps. Another opportunity here today.
Yeah, I think, you know, he gets pegged as a finisher because that's the role he's had to play over the years, but a genuine batter, genuine stroke maker, and first-class hundreds will support that. And if you look at the rest of the Aces lineup, you can see why he's batting for.
This is really demanding stuff here from Canterbury. Aces, though, won the toss and elected to have a bat, and right now they are getting tested by some high-class seam and swing bowling, and there's enough in this wicket early on to keep them interested, isn't there, Ben Horn?
Yeah, there certainly is. I do think it's the standard of the bowling, though, that's exposed them a little bit, and they have been, you know, knocked over by a couple of cracking nuts. I think, you know, if you're hitting the top of the stumps, you're putting the ball in the right areas, and it hasn't necessarily been too much in the wicket that's led to those.
That's on the legs, whipped away by Solia. It's his second boundary, a shot of authority.
Wow, nice piece of timing again from Sean Solia, and that stillness at the crease. Look at that base, hardly moves at all when he's hitting that shot. And that's probably a little bit of the difference that we've seen between him and the other two batters who have been knocked over. On the move a little bit, caught on the crease, uncertain. Solia into the ball there, nice and still, nice and measured, watching the ball onto the blade. So I think that's going to be important today, getting into good position, staying nice and still, and watching that kind of last couple of metres off the wicket.
Yeah, particularly early on against this new ball. Just too much movement there for Sheet, who takes a tumble, putting everything into it. Yeah, he's got a lot of experience, doesn't he, Solia, the captain in the Super Smash. Not the captain in this format, potentially just trying to manage his workloads there.
Yeah, so he took over when Finn Allen went on a sabbatical over to the Big Bash, but Solia captains the Super Smash and the Plunkett Shield team, the 4-day team, so captaining all three formats. It's a tricky task. You know, there are a few around who do it, and there are split captaincies as well, which I don't mind, but you know, it just allows him to kind of focus on his batting and his bowling and maybe free up a bit of mental space as well. Very experienced, though, as you mentioned.
It's on the legs again. It's tucked fine as far as Folks. Just getting a little bit straight there, Sheet. That'll bring Cam Fletcher onto the strike for his first delivery. Interesting to see how many Canterbury keep in the cordon here for the right-hander with that away swing.
Yeah, I think they're going to go hard at Fletcher's outside edge early. I think, you know, for Cam Fletcher, those positions become even more important early on in his innings. You know, if there was ever a time where he probably is under the pump a little bit, it's in those first few balls, getting the feet moving and trying to get into the ball here. So he needs to make good, solid movements, watch the ball hard, and then he'll become very, very dangerous once he gets in.
And of course, former Canterbury player for many years there before moving back to his original home of Auckland.
Oh, I'd love to see that. Couple of steps down the wicket. Really like the proactivity there from Fletcher. That's really nice to see. Upsetting the length of the Canterbury bowlers, taking LB and bowled out of play a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a great battle, this. You saw that swing as well from Sheet.
Yeah, he's been impressive, Sheet. They both have. They've started beautifully. Just a little shimmy. He's been known to do this throughout his career. Not consistently necessarily. Horses for courses, but I think today's one of those days.
Gully comes into place. That's exactly why the little carrot, it was up there, it swung, and it beat the outside edge.
Yeah, that's swinging quite markedly. Absolutely. Carrot's a great word for it. It's wide, it's full. Probably didn't need to be played at. A bit of a nothing prod at it. But unscathed. And the end of the fifth over, 14 for 2.
Yeah, that's exactly the start Canterbury wanted. The Aces, they did win the toss and chose to have the first bat on it. But they will know it is a matter of getting through these early times. We did mention, found themselves in a little bit of bother on Friday, found their way out of it thanks majority to Jimmy Neesham, 128 off 82. Can't always count on that. So these two will know they've got a job to do.
I think the landscape of one-day cricket's changed a little bit as well as 2020 continues to grow, the shorter format. There's games within the 50 overs and one-days. And, you know, you look at the last game, case in point, 50 for 4. That's an innings almost by itself. And then Neesham 128 off 82. There's another one. So just because you have a good start or a poor start doesn't mean you can't change it around. There's a lot of time in these games. And often, you know, these days with players playing a lot of 2020, it's hard to remember that. And it's hard to understand how to deal with it.
I think it's a great call, and I think it is one of the great things about one-day cricket, isn't it? We talked yesterday in that women's game about the pendulum swinging in a one-day match, and it certainly swung 3 or 4 times there, and that's exactly what Ben Horn's talking about. There's enough time to get yourself out of holes and also get yourself back into holes. So
yeah, it's a bit of the romanticism of cricket, you know. The game within the game within the game. Right now the game is with ball in hand and folks.
That one's full hit back, threw a hand out. Just came off the toe of the bat. Was that a chance, albeit a really tough one?
Yeah, was there a fingertip on that? Solia got absolutely none of it. Folks went full for the first time in a while. Oh, little fingertip. Not really going to call that a chance. I don't think he's going to get that. But seems to be just a little holdy as well. So maybe a touch too pace this wicket. We've seen some balls carry through to Mitch Hay. Decent waist height. Couple die.
That one's back of a length. Well, yeah, I mean, almost 200 overs on it already in the last couple of days. All to be factored in. But yeah, one-day cricket. You mentioned the romance. Almost like a test match up top at times. And then you go into the whackety-do down the order with wickets in hand. It's got a bit of something for everyone.
I think particularly on wickets like this as well that aren't just yet classic absolute belters.
Struck with authority, throws a hand down. There's almost a mix-up. Danger averted. I thought for a moment there they might end up at both ends. Let's have a look on the replay.
Yes, from Solia's blade, and Fletcher didn't want a bar of it. He was getting back to make sure he didn't get run out at his own end.
I think at certain stages there, they both had their back to each other somehow.
Yeah, just going back to the 50 overs and breaking it down further and tying it in with a wicket that isn't just a flat-out highway, right? It just brings in a little bit more of the craft, the mentality, the intelligence, the strategy of building an innings, knowing when to put the foot down, knowing when to pull back, knowing how to accumulate through the middle, knowing how to find gaps, hit twos.
Not quite ready. Yeah, craft. I like that word, and something you do see over the longer form of the white ball game. They'll also know here at Dunedin, you can score quickly at the back end if you do want to. If you can. If you've got wickets in hand, it's a small ground. The ball can fly around.
I think on days like these, it's really important to assess early conditions and what a good score might look like.
It's full, and he's chopped it off the inside edge. He did not need a chop on there. Solia will survive, and he'll get to the other end. It's another good over from Canterbury, folks. He's got 1 for 7 off his 3, and the Aces are 15 for 2 after the first 6.
So Solia and Fletcher have a job here to obviously get through this opening salvo and start assessing what they think a good target could be, because to me it doesn't look like a traditional 300 wicket. You know, is 240 a good score? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see in the next few overs probably what that looks like, but they need to start getting comms back to the dressing room and then thinking around, okay, if we're looking at a 240 or a 250, how do we structure that? How many can we get in the back end? Therefore, how many do we need to get through the middle? Therefore, what does this next 10 look like? Right now, it's all about keeping wickets in hand and building, but you've got to keep the score ticking over at the same time.
Yeah, and you mentioned that power in the middle order, and they'll ideally want to see those players coming in, the likes of Bevan, John Jacobs, Jimmy Neesham, Simon Keane, Lockie Stackpole. These are proper hitters of the cricket ball, but ideally they can have them with a bit of a platform to launch from.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we see Fletcher doing at that number 4 position. You just look in the last game, Jacobs 51, Neesham 128, Stackpole 50 off 36. So they've got lots of batting and lots of talent down that order. It's just, as you say, allowing them to come in and express themselves.
They'll try and sneak one. That's good running. And that's what they'll need to do early on here. when runs are a little bit tough to come by. Good running between the wickets, rotate the strike, left hand, right hand.
Yeah, they've just got to try and find a way. And, you know, we've seen early from Fletcher that little shimmy down the wicket, trying to put them off line and length. Just have a plan in mind around where are my scoring zones, what are my options if I am under the pump and I need to get a single. Can I get across and drop one into the leg side? Can I get down the wicket? Do I give myself a bit of room? You know, just those kind of conversations you're having internally. And it doesn't have to be big shots necessarily, just to get off strike.
Well, and that's the one that comes back into the right-hander from Sheep. We saw him take it away from Fletcher in that last over. That's good bowling. Cam Fletcher was up to it. That was coming, honing in at the front pad.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with this discipline from the Canterbury lineup up top. You know, they have got tools at their disposal, particularly through folks of big swing and awkward swing and probably untraditional swing as well. You know, not the classic right arm over swinging away. He's coming sort of awkwardly wide of the crease and swinging it in. And then Sheets just not missed.
Oh, and you look at that go once it went past the batter. Poor old Mitch Hay there. He had to move to his left. That swung prodigiously once it went past, which shows there's plenty in the atmosphere.
Well, I'll give you the hot tip. As a batter, this is not what you want to see. He's been taking it away all day, and then the last two have come back in, and then you've got Beaton on the outside edge, and the keeper's diving down leg to stop it.
It's just that time. You just sort of glance back to the captain in the dressing room, and you had a bat. It's good bowling, though, as you mentioned. Really demanding stuff here at the start of the Ford Trophy. That one's going to be too wide. Umpire Chris Brown out in the middle there.
Oh.
It swung away and then gone back off the seam. Well,
that's tough to play.
It's tough to even keep to as a former keeper.
Yeah, that would have been 4 byes for me, mate. Don't you worry about that. But we're talking about this prodigious swing movement, and probably one of the best exponents in domestic cricket, Ben Lister, on the sidelines today, hammy injury, so not in the playing 11. Opted for the extra spinner. She thinks fair on a used wicket.
Fletcher takes a couple of steps down, potentially to try and negate that swing. Really is a nagging length, is how I'd describe it, from Fraser Sheet here, to go with the swing both ways and a little bit of nip. Exactly what you want from your new ball bowler.
Yeah, it's almost like you can hang it out a little bit wider, bowl it heavy, and then just allow the pitch to do a little bit of the work for you, or the atmosphere to do a bit of the work for you. You see here, he's just probing around fifth stump to Fletcher, who's going across and forward, and just trying to get him to hang the bat outside off there.
Oh, and he does wide that. He's obviously seeing Fletcher take those couple of steps, and he's pushing it a little bit wider.
Yeah, here it is, the Fletcher creep. It's interesting because at this stage, you know, from Fletcher's perspective, maybe he doesn't mind leaving a few outside off. And that kind of plays into his hands as well. Yes, he might not be scoring, but at least he's seeing a bit more ball come through, get used to the pace, the conditions of the wicket, that kind of thing.
And then he gets the full one, and he drops the bat on it nicely, but it won't beat McConkey at mid-off. It's a nice shot. Fletcher's underway. That brings an end to the 7th over. The Auckland Aces, 19 for 2. And Tom Bartlett is going to come in and join Ben Horn here after the opening salvo with the new ball from the Canterbury.
Good start by Canterbury, no doubt. A couple of early wickets, exactly what the doctor ordered when you lose the toss and get told you're in the field. Ben, no doubt Canterbury will be feeling probably a little more upbeat than the Auckland dressing room at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. They've been disciplined, they've been on the money, they've looked up for it. Keep referring that week off they've had. They look sharp and they look intense.
2 slips in for Folkes, and it's Fletcher on the front foot defending to cover. And no score. Yeah, folks, that nagging length and that ability to take it away, particularly the left-hander, seems to sort of just has been a skill. I suppose that's why he's been elevated to the national team.
Well, it's that extra angle as well, straight around the wicket to the left hand and not bothering by having a few over the wicket just to see what it's doing. Straight around, angle in, swinging away, sometimes wide of the crease, sometimes the little wobbly seam. Very good skill set.
And again, this one's a bit shorter, and you can see Fletcher almost got inside it and had a bit of a go. Now he's having a look back down the pitches, Cam Fletcher. I think he thought maybe that was a little wide or a little high. We'll have a look at it on the replay. It's a good delivery. Well, I think that's okay, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah, first real short one we've seen today, and we've made mention of Zach Folkes' bumper being nice and quick and hurrying guys up a little bit. Quite tricky to pull when he gets it up to that kind of neck, shoulder, head height. I think it's important to throw the odd bouncer in there as well, just to keep batters guessing and not allow them to just camp on that front foot.
There's that variation, the ability to dig it in short, and the next time just pitch one up and almost give him a, not a half volley, but Fletcher was definitely interested in it and made no contact through to Hay. Score remains 19 for 2.
Yeah, looks like a tough driving wicket today. We've seen a few balls missed, beating the outside edge, and we've seen a few balls kind of tinned through the ring, if you will, skewing off inside and outside half. So, going to be an accumulating day today, I think, Tom.
Folkes in again, third and finer back, and Fletcher's forward, trying to beat the extra cover fielder who dives and then parries it to McConkey at mid-off, and they get through for 1. Fletcher is 2. Solia is 14, 20 for 2 midway through the 8th over. Folkes with a wicket and 8 runs from 3.4. It has been a tricky start for Auckland. Finn Allen, if you're just joining us, won the toss, decided to bat. Well, in fact, he had no hesitation in deciding to bat, much like Auckland yesterday in the women's final. Deciding to bat first again, the men following that, but Canterbury have come to play. Folkes round the wicket to the left-handed Solia, plays this one up to mid-on, won't score, 20 for 2.
Well, there's a lot of merit in winning the toss and batting first in the final. You know, it's particularly on a wicket like this, which could be seen to be deteriorating. You know, the best conditions to bat theoretically in the first innings. Spin comes into play in the afternoon. The thinking's all there. It just seems like this wicket's just had a little bit more in it than we might have thought. And there's also the element of, if you win the toss and bowl first in a final, it's almost seen as a negative in a defensive mood.
Folkes round the wicket to the left-hander, edged and taken. Second slip. Folkes, he threw one out there and Solia just couldn't help himself. Threw the hands at it and it flew to second slip, who gladly accepts the catch, and Auckland lose their third, 20 for 3.
Wow, that's exactly it. He just couldn't help himself. He got an absolute semblance of width there, just a little bit from Zach Folkes, who's been very tight in and around that off stump and back of a length. He's just fired it a little bit fuller and a little bit wider and sucked Solia into the drive. And that's that outswing that we were mentioning, into the angle of the left-hander and then swinging away and catching the outside edge. And a smart take at second slip. So we talk about 3 in the power play being the magic number. They've got 3 now. Solia has to go for 14 off 24, and the Aces 20 for 3 in the 8th.
Well, yeah, if Canterbury thought they were on top before, they definitely are now. Cole McConkey, no hesitation with the run rate to keep those slips in. Temptation, of course, to bring them out, but he's kept them in, the 2 slips and the gully. And good hands. They have been on the money, have Canterbury, with ball and in the field. And now Auckland with a rebuilding job to do, 20 for 3. They had to do, of course, a rebuilding job on Friday when they slumped, was it 50 for 4?
50
against
for 4,
Central Districts, and ended up with 300 plus. So they've been there, done that, got the T-shirt, but this is another challenge for them to have to deal with here. 20 for 3, and the new man, I'm guessing, is going to be Bevan John Jacobs.
That's right. He's joining Cam Fletcher out in the middle, and Canterbury have been relentless. I think I said in the first over, I'm not sure how long those slips will last, and I'll turn around on that very quickly because they've been valuable. They've been putting pressure on the Aces, and now that second slip has come into play. Bevan Jacobs, he's going to have his work cut out for him. He'll be in the first 10 overs, which is not what he would have wanted leading into this game, but a future start, already been merited with Black Cap's squad selection, albeit hasn't played. There's his numbers for this year, touching on 40 average and striking it over 100. Very useful stats from Bevan Jacobs, and he'll have some work to do today with Cam Fletcher. Probably the last of the... No, not the last of the recognised batters. That's the complete lie, because Neesham got 100. But
So Sheets starting a new over, the 9th. First ball is full of length outside the off stump, and Fletcher offers no shot. 24-3.
Here's a replay of the wicket of Solia, last ball of the Folks over. Just a touch fuller, and then, as you said, just couldn't help himself. Smart catch there by Reece Mario at second slip. But yeah, certainly not the last of the recognised batters in at the middle now, but the last of the top order probably. Canterbury will think that they have a real sniff. They can set up their spinners with a good base here.
2 slips and the gully still in place. This one slightly squares up Fletcher and plays it to that gully. Won't score, remains 2, 24-3. I suppose you'd expect Sheet and Folks to have bowled 4 or 5 overs at the top here, but Cole McConkey, Ben, would have been, well, he will be delighted with the way they've gone to concede 12 runs and 8 runs between them. It's not only are they taking wickets, they're just not giving anything. There's no free balls being dished up here at all for Auckland to try and build any momentum in their innings.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long these bowlers go for.
Sheet in again, and he's playing and missing this time, Fletcher. He's looking to come forward, but Sheet's on that nagging length. It's a great line. And Fletcher looks back down the pitch. There's a little look. Little smile at Sheet. Goes back to his top of his mark. This is an examination for the Auckland top order here. Fletcher 2 from 13. Just joining us, wondering what happened at the toss. Finn Allen, he won it and decided to bat first. At the moment, it's all Canterbury. 3 wickets inside the power play. Sheet in again to the right hand of this one. Skins almost squared up was Fletcher. Just changed his line a little bit there. Sheet, but again, not able to score Fletcher.
What this allows Cole McConkey as skipper to do is be a bit more flexible with how he uses his bowlers. Just looking through the sheet now, he's got Ray, McKenzie, Sheet and Folks as the key seamers, and then himself, Sodhi and Rippon if need be as the spinners. Angus McKenzie, pretty well recognised death bowler. Zach Folks also very good at the death. So what he could do really here is extend Fraser Sheet out through these opening overs.
Sheet in again, it's full, and this is a good looking shot this time. There'll be runs for Cam Fletcher. It's heading out to the point boundary. Good bit of fielding. Oh, I was going to say good bit of fielding by Folks in his support act. But the running between the wickets is good, and a little pressure release there for Cam Fletcher. He takes 3 and takes Auckland to 23-3.
First piece of real semblance of timing from Cam Fletcher so far. And I think he's had a bit of an examination early, both edges, from Fraser Sheet in particular. Good to see him just not trying to overhit there, easing into it, getting his weight through the ball. 2s and 3s are going to be valuable today. I don't think it's a 260, 280 wicket. I think, you know, 240, somewhere around there is going to be competitive. And as Willie Nichols said earlier, you can score heavily at the back end of the innings at the University of Otago Oval.
Another slip's gone in for Bevan Jacobs. First delivery is full, drives it up to mid-off, won't score. 23-3. Yeah, picking up on your point about scoring at the back end of the innings, 23-3 after 9 overs. Saw that yesterday in the women's final. It was a slow burn for much of the Auckland innings, and only at the end, when Maddie Green was absolutely set, could you see the ball really coming onto the bat. Don't get me wrong, it was a terrific knock from Green, but they really did have to dig in. And at one point, we talked about a score of 230, 240, but it was just the power at the back end of the innings that allowed Auckland to get to that 290. And I get the feeling it could be a similar situation here. Runs at the top, through the middle could be challenging. Once you're in, and if you can stick around long enough, then there could be a dividend at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, well, wickets in hand is going to be key here, and just understanding what that role looks like through the middle. You know, what kind of accumulation do we need from cutters and spinners bowling quite challenging areas.
Folks starting a new over. That one was shorter and wider, and Fletcher tried to force it through the offside. Made no contact through to Hay. 23-3 at the start of the 10th over. Folks into his 5th, 2 for 8.
Just got to come up with a strategy here, and it looks like these guys have a plan. We saw the last ball of the last over, Bevan Jacobs getting across, outside off and down the wicket. We've seen Cam Fletcher getting across, outside off and down the wicket as well. And I think, you know, it's bringing
Folks, and again, this time Fletcher happy to leave.
It's bringing out the bold and LB from the dismissal repertoire. And you don't want to bring in an outside edge and bowled an LB, you kind of want to pick one or the other, if that makes sense. So you might say, hey, I'm going to bat outside off here. I'm going to take out bowled and LB out of the equation, and if I nick off, I nick off. Or you want to go the other way and say, I'm going to bring bowled and LB into the equation, but I don't want to have the outside edge of my bat come into play.
Pokes in again. This time Fletcher's playing it on the onside. Won't beat the speedy Rippon coming in from short mid-wicket. 23 for 3.
But a good head to have at the wicket through this kind of testing sort of area. We've seen Fletcher have a really good campaign so far. He's a very experienced player. He's been playing for the best part of 10 years in the domestic scene, so he knows what he's doing. He's seen all sorts of situations, and he's a good man for a crisis because he can navigate through it and guts it out.
Still the 2 slips in place as this is full, and it's a lovely on drive by Cam Fletcher. That will pick up 4. It was much fuller from folks, but Fletcher was quickly into position and didn't try and overhit it, just pushed it down the ground and picks up his first boundary. He's 9 in Auckland, 27 for 3.
Wow, this is a lovely piece of timing. Just a push from Cam Fletcher. We know he's got power. We know he can hit the ball hard, and he doesn't need to overhit it when he gets into positions like that. I've said it before and I'll say it again. That's good, solid, still base, and just allowing your weight to transfer through the ball, watching it onto the blade, races away.
Pokes in again. This one a little bit shorter, so an angle down the leg side on the hip, so Fletcher's just able to guide it round the corner to find leg. Sheet does the fielding, takes 1. He's 10, 28 for 3 Auckland.
Interested to watch how Jacobs goes about his innings here. We know he's a powerhouse. We've seen through Super Smash cricket that he can strike from ball 1 and strike very well. Probably over the last season, he's brought an element of maturity into his game, building innings, knowing when to up the tempo, knowing when to hold for a little bit. So the communication with him and Fletcher in the middle is going to be crucial.
Final ball, or second delivery to Jacobs, and he leaves as it goes through to Hay. End of the over. The first power play completed at the University Oval in Dunedin. As we look on the replay of the on drive from Cam Fletcher. Lovely shot, probably shot of the morning from Auckland's perspective. They are 28 for 3 after 10 overs. Fletcher 10, Jacobs yet to score. It has been a dominant start from Canterbury. Sheets bowled 5 overs, 1 for 15, and Folks has bowled 5 overs, 2 for 13. Ben Horn has stepped away. Rob O'Donnell has stepped in. Rob, if you're a Canterbury fan, you're smirking through the first power play, surely.
Yeah, cheers, Tom. Nice to be here. A phenomenal start by Canterbury here. The magic 3 wickets has been taken. Top 10 overs for them so far.
Sheets continuing his 6th over. First ball to Fletcher, played back down the pitch. Yeah, Sheet and Folks, when you know, captain comes back from the toss and says, look, we're in the field. We may have talked about batting. Those guys got to switch on. I mean, Cole McConkey must be just loving the fact that 2 guys, he's left them unchanged up for now, hasn't had to do anything. Sheet's done a good job, Folks has done a good job. It's exactly what you want as a skip.
Certainly is. Yeah, look, Cole spoke about it in that pre-show routine there. He's got bowlers that can do the job, and these guys have done that exactly.
Sheet in again to right-hander Fletcher. Plays just forward a point, cut off by Folks. No score, 28 for 3.
And just so often you come up against a Canterbury lineup where it doesn't matter who you throw the ball to, but from ball 1 they're on. They're exploiting the conditions well today. There's a bit of swing, there's a little bit of nibble, but the most important thing is they're not giving freebies. You know, you're not coming out to the crease and getting 3 or 4 balls where you can hit to the boundary, feel confident and comfortable at the crease. You're actually getting out there and you know, you're under heavy threat here.
Sheet and again to the right hand of Fletcher, a little wider this time, so he's not forced to play a shot. 28 for 3, Fletcher 10, Jacobs yet to score. Flip side, Rob, obviously Auckland losing their 3 key players at the top, Solia and Allen in particular. Mackenzie obviously a quality player too. Fletcher though, we talked with Ben Horn before about man for a crisis. You've played a bit with Cam over the years. No doubt he's up for the fight here.
He certainly is. He's a man who will be relishing this opportunity. Loves getting stuck in, digging deep.
Sheet into him again. And he's playing with the full face of the bat to mid-on, where Michael Ray does the field.
Yeah, and Fletch, look, he's very similar in the way that Sean Salih will go about his business. He happy to absorb a bit of pressure. As we can see, he's obviously trying to approach it like, you know, he's given himself the best chance, looking straight down the ground, full face of the bat, trying to limit some different wicket-taking opportunities. But at the same time, if he can get himself underway, he'll be looking to capitalise and score. At the moment, I think he's looking for width or anything over pitched.
Still the 2 slips and a gully in place for Sheet. On the back of a length delivery this time. Fletcher's calling Jacobs through as he plays it to short mid-wicket. Has to move to his right, can't prevent the single. Fletcher goes to 11, 29 for 3. Fletcher, obviously, we kind of know his package. We know how he'll build an innings. Jacobs, on the other hand, likes to play shots. This is a situation that might require him to tailor some of that a little bit. What is that conversation that we can see there? What are they talking about?
I think a lot of this here will be, okay, what do we feel like he's doing? What the most threatening things that he can bowl to us right now are? But then for BJ, it's about tapping his bat here, being crystal clear, and I think if the ball's in his area, he's going to take it on.
Jacobs waits for Sheet. This is down the leg side, and he throws the hands at it. It'll bounce, and in fact, it'll beat fine. It was hit a lot squarer than we gave it credit for. So there is one of those deliveries. It wasn't directed as Sheet intended on the pads of Jacobs, and he's just able to clip it behind square on that onside and down to the deep square boundary for 4 runs. No chance for fine leg. Good shot from Jacobs to get off the mark. 33 for 3 after 11, and that is exactly your point.
It is, yeah. Look, you look at the situation, 33 for 3. Hornet mentioned it earlier. You know, you want 3 wickets, early wickets. That's the most important thing from a Canterbury perspective. And this man coming on here is going to be looking to do the exact same thing. He's going to look to be aggressive, get something out the surface. But from an Auckland point of view, you look through the lineup, and it was highlighted earlier too. They've got batting. You know, these guys bat all the way down to 9, 10 with firepower throughout. So it's just going to be one of those scenarios where you want to take the game on. You know, you want to hit the ball out of a bit of shape. You want to take guys on and play the way you want to play. But it's then how can you apply that pressure and do it as well as you can.
So here's Michael Ray bowling from the southern end of the University Oval. And it's a punching shot from Fletcher, walking towards that delivery and driving it up to mid-off, won't score. 33 for 3. What's the challenges with Michael Ray?
Well, first of all, there's a viewing challenge. As you see him running in here with a big sweatband on and a bit of glare coming off that head of his. But Razor, he gets a lot out of a surface. He's going to be an into-the-wicket bowler, predominantly that back of a length, and try and let the ball sort of nip off the deck.
He's got 2 slips in place for Fletcher. Turns this one behind square, runs the first one hard, and they will comfortably get back for 2. Timing from Fletcher, just waited and rolled the wrists on it. 35 for 3. I get the feeling with Ray, obviously the height that he's got is an advantage, but it does appear to have few good varieties. Throws a few challenges to the batters, regardless of situation. Quality bowler. Fletcher defends this time, just forward a point, won't score.
This will be where he's going to try and operate. He's probably going to be one of those bowlers who will get a fraction more bounce than the 2 we've seen in Sheet and Fulks. But that line there is going to be where he's going to try and create some problems. Slight bit of angle in or a slight bit of nip away and hold in the surface. But he's going to try and limit width, not necessarily bring the stumps in as much as the other 2, but he's going to try and be onto guys with using bounces as well. I'd imagine he'd be using his quotas.
He's in again here to Fletcher, and Fletcher is beaten. All ends up. Ray's hands in the air. He knows that that is the area that could provide some real challenges to all the Auckland batters. And that's exactly what happened there to Cam Fletcher. Lucky to not get a feather on it at 35 for 3.
Enjoy the viewing here because Michael Ray, character in his own right, very good bowler, but off the field and on the field, some seriously good moments within a cricket match.
And again to Fletcher, is looking to score down the ground, won't though, as McConkey's up from mid-off to cut it off. 35 for 3, 1 ball left in the 12th over. If you're just joining us, Auckland, Finn Allen, the captain, won the toss. Elected to bat first. And Canterbury, 3 wickets inside the first 10 overs. Right on top of this Ford Trophy final. Rebuilding job to do for Auckland. Being led at the moment by Cam Fletcher, who's on strike to Ray. Plays this one down the offside, fielding done by the bowler. And that ends a good start from Michael Ray. First over cost him just 2 runs after 12, 35 for 3. He looks like a bit of a character, doesn't he, Michael Ray? You can kind of just tell, not knowing him at all. Sort of spring in his step. He's got the headband on, smiling his way through the over. Looks like he enjoys his cricket too, Rob.
He does, yep. 3 sweatbands for Razor, 1 on each wrist and the forehead. So no issues of sweat in the eyes, but look, just one of those competitors who you can throw the ball to at any stage, and he wants the ball in his hand. And I guess that's the thing with a bowling lineup, as we're about to see another bowling change here. Anyone that you throw the ball to within this Canterbury team, they know what they're trying to do. You know, they're identifying that what their skills are, as well as what the captain needs from them in any scenario.
So Gus McKenzie is going to come into the attack from the northern end of the ground. 9 matches, 8 wickets at tick under 24, or 25 rather. Just the 1 slip for McKenzie. He's bowling to the right-handed Jacobs. Jacobs defends. Won't score, 35 for 3. What kind of challenge does McKenzie pose? It's a different style, I suppose. What do Auckland need to combat here?
That's similar in the sense that he might not try and shape the ball as much, but he's going to try and be extremely accurate, stump to stump by the look of this field.
Here he is again. It's Fuller, and Jacobs has tried to force it on the offside, and he's got an inside edge onto his pad, and then the ball's spilt just to the right of the off stump. Very lucky that he didn't chop the ball onto his stumps here, Bevan Jacobs. That has gone very close to that off stump.
May have potentially just rolled his fingers over that as well. We haven't seen too many change-ups as the ball has been swinging and nipping about a little bit this morning. So this could be interesting to see later into the innings. Auckland will be watching closely.
McKenzie in again to the right-handed Jacobs. Plays to short mid-wicket. And quickly, though, to do the fielding was Mariu. Again, though, after we saw the 5-over spell from the openers, folks, and 6 overs from Michael Sheet, the 2 changes have brought a similar theme. There's not a lot of free balls. It's pretty tight. Jacobs again forced to defend, settled into a length, and we heard Cole McConkey, Robbie, talk about the unit, the bowling unit that Canterbury have got, and the fact that there's no egos in it. I mean, already 4 bowlers used, and we haven't seen really a loosener from anyone. They do operate as a unit.
They do, and pressure. That's pressure. It's a big game. It's a one-off final. Obviously, a rematch of last year where both teams want to end up on the right side of the ledger, but this is pressure.
35 for 3. McKenzie continuing. Jacobs again is forced to defend. With a good length, good line from Gus McKenzie. 5 dot balls to start.
Gus McKenzie, also a proud Auckland boy who's moved down to Otago initially and then got an opportunity with Canterbury where he's done a really good job. You know, definitely an all-rounder, but doing a great job with the ball. Try and make it tough and build pressure, so you have to try and take risks at the other end or against him.
McKenzie into Jacobs, this time looking to force down the ground, but Cole McConkey is onto it at mid-off. Won't score. Maiden over to start for Gus McKenzie. Good start from him. 13 overs bowled here in Dunedin. 35 for 3, Auckland. Fletcher 13, and Jacobs is on 4. That run rate, well, it's hovering around 3. But at the moment, no panic stations for Auckland. Canterbury just looking to get that squeeze on.
Yep, run rate for now. This is not going to be an issue. I think you look what's currently at the crease with Fletcher and Jacobs, and then have a look who's to come there. Neesham, Keane, Stackpole, Ashok, Dale, Port Ferns. Everyone can certainly hold a bat within the rest of that lineup. For Auckland now, it's just going to be how can they absorb a bit of pressure, form a bit of a partnership. And that's the biggest thing for the next sort of 10, 15, 20 overs is trying to create, you know, a lack of new guys coming to the crease and trying to start. We've found, obviously, so far it looks like it's been a challenging wicket to come in and start on. So guys who are out there, stay out there. That'll be the sign.
Michael Ray continuing from the southern end. He lures Fletcher forward to a wideish delivery. And it flies past the outside edge and into the gloves of Hay. Still looks like there's a certain degree of, I don't want to use the word uncertainty, Robbie, but there's a bit of hesitation. I suppose it's hesitation in the situation, hesitation in the conditions possibly, as Fletcher waits again for Ray. This one's down the leg side. That'll be wide. 36 for 3.
Yeah, it's definitely just, it's that phase of a game where it's a bit of a catch-22, right? As a batter, you know, Fletcher's faced 32 balls here. He's understanding that he's doing, well, he is doing a great job for Auckland, but from a mindset point of view, you do also want to be able to capitalise on balls that are in your area, not just trying to, you know, negate wicket-taking balls. So you do want to try and be as calm, fresh and light on your feet as possible to take those opportunities when they come by.
Ray in. This time Fletcher's late on it. And he's caught the inside edge and it's flown down to fine leg. Again, those stumps were under threat. Close to chopping on. He's taken a single, so he'll be happy with it. But definitely a win there for Michael Ray at 37 for 3.
Yep, Ray just hammering that length, back of a length in the corridor of uncertainty there as well. But the flip side to that is, you know, you do want to grab a final, you know, by the horns and try and win it for your team. So Jacobs, Neesham, Keane, I'm sure they'll be trying to keep it nice and simple and apply pressure back onto Canterbury.
Here's another delivery that's caught the inside edge of Jacobs' bat this time, and that's flowing down to a very fine leg for 4. Fortune favours Jacobs on that occasion. That's the second time he's caught the inside edge, and it's come close to his off stump. This time, Michael Ray, all he can do is smile because that flew down to the boundary for 4. So Jacobs goes to 8. It's 41 for 3. Not much luck for Michael Ray in this over, Robbie O'Donnell.
No, another great delivery. Asking the same questions, but geez, how good are the Kookaburra bats at the moment? And you just have to say it. That has flown to the boundary.
Yeah, that was going at some velocity. Here's a shot from Jacobs. A lovely shot through extra cover. He's walked towards it. It was just a little bit fuller from Ray, and Jacobs was onto it, hitting on the up through the covers and out to the boundary for 4. He is 12 from 11, and Auckland all of a sudden back-to-back boundaries, and they're 45 for 3. That'll hurt Ray.
Yep, beautiful, beautiful cricketing shot there. Standing tall, Jacobs, who is a very tall and big boy in his own right. So classical cover drive, but bang bang, one through a bit of luck, next one through a very good cricketing shot. Let's see what Ray has to say in return to that.
McConkey's kept the field the same, and this time he's chopped on. No luck 3 times for Jacobs. Feet were slightly planted, and this time Michael Ray gets his man. Jacobs plays on, and that's a big wicket for Canterbury. Ray's first. Auckland slumped to 45 for 4.
Oh, great return. Counter punch from Michael Ray. As you heard there, good celebrations from Canterbury. They understand the meaning of that wicket there. BJ Jacobs did get a bit of width. I would look at that and almost think, I should have done a fraction better there trying to hit that through the offside. It's definitely not an error in shot choice, potentially just a bit of execution there. But Michael Ray, new bowler, gone to the boundary for a couple times in the over, but bounces back with a crucial wicket in BJ Jacobs.
Just when Jacobs was starting to get a little bit comfortable, we're just seeing that classic cover drive. And he thought, I'll have a bit more of that. And Michael Ray put it in the spot, and Jacobs played on. And this time, Michael Ray's smiling, having watched one fly down off the inside edge for 4 down to fine leg. And then the classic shot through the covers. Jacobs goes 45 for 4, and Jimmy Neesham, the hero of the Eliminator on Friday, and he scored that big 100. 128 against Central Districts to get Auckland to 327, which was way too many for the Stags that day. He is now going to have to come good again. He walks into a very similar situation that he walked into on Friday. Robbie, I think they were 50 for 4. This time they're 45 for 4. What has Jimmy got in the bag today?
Yep, this is what the people are, excited to see. We've got a world-class player here in Jimmy Neesham who's, played around the world, batted in different positions throughout the batting order, but we know what he possesses. He's a big, burly left-hander, hits the ball extremely hard, but like we said, he's coming in here with the back, up against the wall of fraction here. Auckland, they're going to need something close to what he produced on Friday, and I'd imagine he's going to try and tackle it the same way, which is the ball's in this area, it's going there. It's in this area, it's going there. But Michael Ray and Canterbury, they're on a bit of a heater.
45 for 4. Neesham's on strike. 2 slips in place. And Ray angles across the left-hander, and Jimmy Neesham isn't tempted by that delivery. End of the over, the 14th of the innings. Auckland, who won the toss and elected to bat, are 45 for 4. Cam Fletcher's on 14. He's been joined at the wicket by Jimmy Neesham, who's yet to score. And Michael Ray, 2 overs, 1 for 12. Just picking up from where the opening bowlers, Sheet and Folks, left off. You can see the highlights here of that previous over, Rob, that Jacobs got lucky with 1 and then just started to feel I could field some bat on ball. Got a little bit of width, just couldn't help himself. And I think you're right. I think the shot was on. It's just that he didn't get the execution right, and he ended up chopping it onto his stumps.
Unfortunate, and it means that Canterbury just keep this momentum rolling.
Gus McKenzie starting a new over. Fletcher is tapping this one to short point. Won't get a single though, as Folks is in pretty quickly to cut it off. 45 for 4. And Auckland, well, if they're going to post a competitive score, one of Fletcher or Neesham is going to have to score big. I think that's now not in question. Going to need one of their senior players to stand up in this final to get them to that score that they can defend. Fletcher waits again for McKenzie, defending up to mid-off, won't score. 45 for 4.
Certainly think that there would have been some comms throughout the batting lineup, and I think Horner did mention it earlier. It might not actually be a 300 plus score that you need. One, it's finals footy, and there is a little bit of extra and added pressure to the game in itself, but the surface itself looks like there's just a little bit in it, especially with that newer ball. So it'll be interesting to see how these next 10 to 15 overs can play out.
Kenzie into the right-handed Fletcher, defends to point again, won't score. What's that like, Rob? Take us inside to the mind when you, in the case of Jimmy Neesham, you've just come off a Friday afternoon on the same deck where you've bludgeoned 128, got your team to a really competitive score, easily defended it. Now you come to the final and you go out to bat, similar situation. Do you just bin all thoughts of what's happened previously? Do you try and look to use that momentum? Here's McKenzie defending his Fletcher. What's that like after scoring a big score to have to come in and know you effectively got to do it again?
Well, I think it does give you a bit of confidence knowing that, one, you've just done it. Neesham would have carried that in regardless of the elimination final. He's done it in scenarios and different conditions around the world for different comps, different teams and different formats. So he'll be looking to tackle it in the best way he knows how to go about it, which will be still look to have that intent. Try and hit the ball if it's in my area.
McKenzie bowls. Fletcher gets a full delivery, driving. Good bit of fielding in the covers, though. Michael Rippon diving to his left, cuts it off.
And a lot of that then, bounces back in roundabouts where you might get lucky in a couple of deliveries early on and get your innings underway. But if you have that intent coming at a bowler, it certainly does, from a bowling perspective, just make you take a little bit more of a step back and understand, I've got to get this right here.
Just the one slip now for McKenzie. Bowls to Fletcher, defends. And that ends the 15th over. Another maiden. McKenzie's bowled 2 maidens to start. 45 for 4. Auckland, 15 overs bowled here in Dunedin. Fletcher 14, Neesham's yet to score. And as we look at a Manhattan graphic, it's a pretty, well, it's more small city than Manhattan.
Connect the dots. But even just, you know, behind our graphic here, that's back-to-back maidens there, and we've had 3 or 4 players run up and make sure that Gus McKenzie knows he's doing a great job for the team. You know, and that is bowling in partnerships. He's creating pressure through building dots, and then other guys are going to come in and try and do the same thing. And on some days you'll take wickets and you'll take a bag full of wickets and you enjoy those days, but on other days someone else will. So you've got to get behind the boys.
Ray continuing, starting a new over, bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Neesham, angling across Neesham, and he offers no shot. Ball flies through to Mitch Hay. 45 for 4. 2 slips in place. Henry Nicholls is at first slip. Was Nicholls back in the Canterbury team today? Great to see Henry Nicholls, what a player to be able to bring back into their 11 for this final. Second slip, there's a point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg. And third and fine as Ray goes into Neesham, this time playing this one late. Playing it well to the gully and won't score. 45 for 4.
Up and about. You can hear it, can't you? That's just the nature of the game, you know. There's dot balls being bowled. We've got new batters sort of making their way to the crease every second, third, fourth over. As a fielding and bowling unit, this is exactly what you want to do, and you want to try and keep this up for as long as possible.
Ray, and again to Neesham. Yorker length, squeezes it square. Good shot from Neesham. It was full. Little over pitch from Michael Ray, and Jimmy Neesham clamped down on it, but guided it forward of point and out to the boundary for 4. Neesham up and running with a boundary, and Auckland to 49 for 4.
Good shot by Jimmy Neesham. That's one of the first misses we've seen today by the Canterbury attack. Michael Ray just over pitching. It's a full toss outside off stump. And a player of Jimmy's ability is not going to miss out on that. And he'll be trying to capitalise on that momentum. See what the follow-up is here.
Ray into Neesham. This one, it is back of a length, and Neesham is back defending on his toes down the wicket. No run scored. 49 for 4. Good comeback from Ray.
Sometimes you can actually just potentially create that opportunity by having that presence of being Jimmy Neesham. You know, we're sitting here and we understand the way he's played throughout his career, and people understand that he will hit the ball hard if it's in the right area. And just having that in the back of your mind might potentially put you off a little bit of rhythm and create a ball to score off there.
Ray into Neesham. It's short, and he's pulling hard through mid-wicket. There is no one out there. It was just a little short from Ray, and Neesham was onto it in a flash. 2 boundaries in the over. He's up to 8. And Auckland past 50. They are 53 for 4.
He's picked that length up very quickly, isn't Jimmy Neesham? He's spent a bit of time at the crease. Scored 2 boundaries square of the wicket here. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see a bouncer to close out this set, or something heavy into off stump.
Ray, and again to Neesham. It's full, and Neesham's driving. But McConkey cuts it off at mid-off, and there is no run. 53 for 4 Auckland after 16 overs. Good over that one for the Aces. 8 off Ray's third. He's taken 1 for 20 from his 3. Fletcher 14 and Neesham's on 8. As we look on the replay of the previous over, Bevan Jacobs, where he got an inside edge. You can see here just a little short. The length though, Neesham was in position so fast, Rob, so fast, and just shows the quality of the man.
Yeah, he's in a good position, but I think the crucial thing there from a batting standpoint is he is looking to score. He's looking to score. He misses, I'm hitting it exactly where I'm trying to hit it, and that's what he'll keep bringing to this innings, and they're going to need him to bring Auckland. They've got their backs against the wall a little bit here. Canterbury certainly on top. The first spell of play is certainly seeing the ball swing and nip a little bit, and Canterbury have put the ball in the right areas. Salia 14 off 24. Finn Allen didn't get going, unfortunately. Wickets have continued to fall. All bowlers there. Firstly, Sheet and Fulks up top. A couple of wickets for Fulks and 1 for Sheet, and then Michael Ray. Been a fraction expensive in his first 3 overs, but also picked up that crucial wicket of BJ Jacobs. So Gus McKenzie come on. He's building that pressure nicely, you know, started 2 overs, 2 maidens. So we look through a couple of these absolute seeds to start the innings off. Fraser Sheet on the money, no shots fired by Finn Allen. That's got to be the ball of the day so far. Zach Folkes, just the one stump left from the ground, but considerable late swing back into the right-hander. And unfortunately for Jock McKenzie, a few different camera angles to show stumps going out the ground. And then Fulks de Solia, he does love bowling to left-handers. He's just put the ball in the right area for long enough and brought the slips into play. But crucial standpoint here, and something they would have spoken about on a used surface from a Canterbury perspective, bring the stumps into play. And they have. They have certainly brought the stumps and the slip cordon into play. So top start from Canterbury as the boys get a bit of liquid on board on a Dunners stunner.
Yeah, drinks here in the Ford Trophy final. Just recapping what's happened so far. Finn Allen, the Auckland captain, won the toss, selected to bat first. And at the moment, the decision has backfired slightly. 53 for 4 after 16 overs. Canterbury's bowlers right on the money from the word go. Sheet, in particular, with that terrific delivery to dismiss Finn Allen, who never got off the mark. He also created pressure with his line and length, and folks at the other end, at the southern end of the ground, took 2. Michael Ray, we just saw, took the wicket of Bevan Jacobs. Canterbury win that first passage of play, if you like, 53 for 4. Fletcher, though, is on 14. Vastly experienced campaigner, Cam Fletcher. And Jimmy Neesham, who just 2 days ago scored a century on the same ground, on the same pitch. He has come out with the same intent. He is 8 from 7. So it's been a sedate start scoring-wise from Auckland. Wickets have been tumbling. And it's going to be Gus McKenzie to continue from the northern end to the right end of Fletcher. Drives into the covers, can't beat Rippon. And the score remains 53 for 4. So no doubt at the moment, Rob, from an Auckland perspective, consolidation here with 2 senior players at the crease. I suppose from Canterbury's perspective, they just want to chip away. They'd love to see the back of one, or if not both, of these guys quickly.
Yep, and everybody they've thrown the ball to today has, you know, had an impact. So I don't think you'll see too much change from Cole McConkie in terms of using their seamers up top.
McKenzie in, Fletcher's driving, he's going to score through the covers. Chase for Rippon's not going to cut that one off. No sweeper out there at the moment for Canterbury. It was full from the delivery from McKenzie, and he concedes his first runs. A boundary to Cam Fletcher. It's 57 for 4.
Great shape, good cover drive, classic cover drive from Cam Fletcher. He is shuffling into that off-stump sort of zone, and that's the shot he'll look to pick up nicely. It's just everything transferred through the ball beautifully. Nice cover drive, and that will feel nice off the blade. Dial back in here as Gus McKenzie comes back in.
Just the one slip in place this time. Edged and taken! So just like that, Fletcher scores 4 and then got a bit of width and threw the hands at it again. Caught the outside edge, and Nichols, who's not a sort of a conventional first slip, he's almost at a second slip. He's all alone in their slip cordon 2. Made no mistake. And Cam Fletcher, who was settling in for a big score, he is gone for 18, and Auckland 57 for 5.
Oh, we see it again, the counter punch, boundary in the over. Maybe let the guard down a fraction, but again, a little bit of width on offer and looked like it was there to be hit through that point region. Potentially a fraction bit of extra bounce and keeping slips in play, trying to take wickets. Canterbury certainly on a roll, well and truly on top here.
Well, they'd just taken McKenzie for 4. First runs off the bowling of McKenzie, who's midway through his 3rd over Fletcher. It was a classic cover drive. As we look on the replay, this was wider. Feet didn't really go anywhere, and he throws his head back. He knew even before Nichols had completed the catch, Fletcher, he thought, oh, goodness, what have I done? And that's a good catch, too, from Nichols. Moving to his left, he's at sort of like a second slip. To move to his left and take reverse cut high up above the left shoulder. It's a good catch from Nichols. He's a good fielder. 57 for 5. Canterbury. And you were just saying, too, Robbie, about every Canterbury bowler contributing. And Mackenzie, who hadn't conceded a run, goes for 4 and then nicks Fletcher out. So new man is Keane. He's out there a lot earlier than he would have hoped. Here's Mackenzie bowling to him. He gets a bit of width and smashes it through point for 4. Great start from Keane. Simon Keane comes out, says thank you very much. It was a bit of a, it was an opportunity to score. There was width there for him, and he smashed it through point.
That is almost a carbon copy of the ball before. Simon Keane keenly stands up there and says, I'll take 4 off the first one. Bring a bit of intent to the crease. See if I can knock him off his length early. I'm going to play my way. That's certainly what Simon Keane will be saying to himself, and he's got someone at the other end who will be telling him, yeah, good on you, fella. Give it a good crack.
Catching mid wicket in too for Keane. Drives this one through. There's a chance. It's been collected by Rippon, and he's tried to throw it with his left hand out the back with the 2 batters unsure whether there was a single. I think Neesham kind of wanted one. Not sure if Keane was that keen.
That sounded like a typical yes-no, which I think if we do see from the replay here, Jimmy Neesham does give him a little bit of a stare saying, yep, one or the other fella. Couple of words.
Which one is it, yes or no? Fortunately, Jimmy Neesham can see the funny side of things because he hasn't been run out. 61 for 5, Auckland. Here is Mackenzie into the right-handed Kane, and he's hit on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW by Mackenzie. Wasn't too sure whether or not it was worth the full noise appeal, Mackenzie. He almost got encouraged by Mitch Hay behind the stumps. Umpire has waved it away. It's big inside edge too. So he's played that away from his body. It was a funny appeal from Gus Mackenzie. He was kind of in and he was kind of not. And then he was like, oh, maybe I should. Upshot of all of that is that he's not out. And it's the end of the over. So 17 overs have now been bowled in Dunedin. And it's 61 for 5. Auckland batting first. Neesham is 8. Keane is 4. And Michael Ray is going to start his 4th over. He's gone at 6.7 and over so far. Has taken the wicket, though, of Bevan Jacobs. And he's got a left-hander in Jimmy Neesham on strike, who stuck into him in the previous over with a couple of boundaries. Here's Ray. 2 slips in place. Pulling across the left-hander. Goes back, defends to the gully. Won't score, Jimmy Neesham. Neesham's approach change here at all, Robbie, based on the wicket of Cam Fletcher?
I don't see it changing too much, to be honest. I think, look, he's trying to dial himself in, be as clear as he can, watch the ball. But ultimately, we're there to score runs as batters, and Jimmy will bring that mindset to the crease. Good ball, bit of respect, but if it's in my zone, I'm going to hit it where it needs to go. And that's as simple as he wants to keep it.
Here's Ray, and again, this is full, and Neesham's able to drive, but won't beat McConkey at mid-off.
I do wonder if at the end of that previous over, we did see Mackenzie just get close to Simon Keane's front pad. Both played club cricket at North Shore in Auckland, so there might have been a bit of inter-club banter going on there with Simon Keane and Gus Mackenzie, but obviously on different sides of the ledger today, both trying to get the job done for their teams.
Ray in again to Neesham. This time he does dig it in, and Neesham ducks comfortably through to wicketkeeper Hay. 61 for 5.
One of a few bounces we've seen today. Certainly one of the bowlers in their attack who will look to exploit it, but I guess if you look at 1, the score, and 2, the conditions, they've certainly exploited that. The ball is doing enough when we get in the right area, so let's do that for 99% of the time. Bumpers will keep batters back in the crease.
Here's another delivery from the right arm speed of Ray, which Neesham tries to swing through the offside, doesn't get much timing, and then toe ends it down to 3rd man for a single. Neesham 9, 62 for 5. Nothing like a bit of chat between batter and bowler, is there? It always looks good fun. I'm sure there's always a message in there somewhere from either.
Yeah.
So here's Keane. He's up to face for the first time Ray. 2 slips back in. McConkey hasn't been afraid to keep the catches in play. Feels there's still something in it. Here's Ray bowling to Keane. Gets one on the pads. Flicks it behind square and will collect 4. Lovely timing from Simon Keane, who's come out and just found the middle of the bat very easily. He's 8, and it's 66 for 5.
Slightly missed his line here has Michael Ray. Simon King just kept that pretty simple. Let the ball come under his eyes. He's timed that beautifully just behind square. But positions look great. You know, he's looking to keep that head going down the wicket, and if he gets width or anything straight, that's where he's going to try and capitalise.
Last ball of Ray's over. Again, it's on the pads, and Keane, though, playing with more of a straight back up to the fielder Sodhi, and that ends the over. 18 overs bowled in Dunedin. Auckland batting first in the Ford Trophy finalists, 66 for 5. Neesham 9, Keane's on 8. I'm going to step out, and Willie Nichols is going to join Robbie O'Donnell.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, serious deja vu vibes here from Friday's game, where the Aces found themselves 50 for 4. Slightly more trouble here today, though, Robbie O'Donnell, 66 for 5. But as mentioned, two players who like to counterpunch and are probably not going to turn away from this fight.
Willie, great to be on comms with you, mate. But no, this is certainly a scenario where Canterbury feel like they're on top. If you get the ball thrown to you in scenarios like this, you certainly want to be bowling. But in saying that, you do have Jimmy Neesham out there and Simon Keane, who can both strike a cricket ball extremely hard, as we've seen throughout the Super Smash campaign and parts of this Ford Trophy already.
Yeah, well, that 128 off 82 from Neesham on Friday. Canterbury will be well aware of the risky poses. That one's aerial, but it'll beat point, and there is no cover back there, so they'll pick up a couple. And from a Canterbury perspective, I think you were talking about it outside the box there before, they'll be trying to just maintain their discipline. They know these guys will try and come at them. It's trying to hold that line and length.
Yeah, it's something they do and have historically done extremely well. They're going to limit the amount of width they can, try and bring different modes of dismissals into play. And yeah, ultimately force Auckland to try and play shots that aren't their strengths.
There's that width. Neesham throws the hands through it. Thick outside edge. Yeah, he's not going to die wondering, as expected. I just wonder, Canterbury would have looked closely at that innings from Jimmy on Friday. They would have seen where he scored his runs. They have got the long on back. 3 on their leg side. He's got those fast hands.
He certainly will, and that'll come into their bowling lineup strengths. You know, they understand where they're trying to bowl, and ultimately they'll just say, look, if we're asking him to hit us through the offside or down the ground, then potentially that's a strong point, but we don't want to be missing short and allowing him to free his arms.
Good opportunity for Simon Keane here as well. We saw him get his chance up the top of the order. A little bit of a surprise to see him up that high in the Super Smash, and he did well. He belted a 50 at the basin, so he's obviously got the talent and skills with the bat, and we know what he can do with the ball.
Yeah, strong all-rounder. Initially sort of burst onto the circuit with the ball and in Plunket Shield cricket, where he can swing the ball away from right-handers, but proved he could do it with the bat. Sheer timing as well. I mean, we're hearing the ball off that bat, and I know he's only faced a 6 or 7 deliveries, but he's found the middle of it pretty quickly, and yet another kookaburra that sounds like it's going the clappers.
Yeah, 69 for 5, but the way he drove that ball, didn't look like too many issues up there. Canterbury have got mid off the cover, point mid on in that square leg, so short catcher in the mid wicket as well, looking to squeeze him. That one's full, and it's whipped away through mid wicket. It's well stopped there at mid on. That's Sheet, I think. That was a nice shot from Keane, and if it wasn't for the right hand of Sheet, that would have been another boundary.
Just straight onto the leg side here. Has got that mid wicket in place, so feels like he's got the cover. Probably just slightly over pitched, but Simon Keane, great position, and just looking to hit the ball where it needs to go. So these two, from an Auckland standpoint, nice little start to a partnership. Need to also just stay in the moment. Don't worry too much about 31 overs left. See the ball, hit the ball, be nice and clear.
That will finish with a dot ball. 4 off the over. The Aces 70 for 5 after 19. Robbie O'Donnell with me here in commentary. You look at through the bowling options for Canterbury. Do you expect them to keep hammering away with the seamers that we've seen have had success up front? They've also got Cole McConkey at his disposal, Ish Sodhi, Michael Rippon with the left arm wrist spin, and Cole himself, obviously a prominent spinner. How do you see them looking at these next few overs?
I think they've had the luxury of potentially keeping these seamers on for as long as they want, to be fair. 70 for 5, they've got enough out of the surface, and with Jimmy Neesham at the crease, I do sense that potentially they might be a fraction reluctant to go to Ish Sodhi too early in the fixture, but we haven't seen spin yet, and so that's going to be a really interesting passage of play when we do get to see it.
That one's full and it's spanked through the offside. Too much on that for everyone. That is a superb shot.
Simon Keane, how balanced is he at the crease here? Slightly over pitch from Ray, but just a classical cover drive, getting his hands through it. That's race to the boundary for 4, and he just keeps rocketing along here. 13 off 9, striking at 140. Can he keep it up, the big fella?
There's that strong base Ben Horn was alluding to earlier. And gee, hits the ball hard, as you mentioned. Yeah, the wicket still looks pretty true. At times, the odd one hasn't carried through to the keeper. But when you see a couple of the cover drives, the last couple of overs, the flick to mid-on, still looks like it's coming on. And as you mentioned, the power in this Aces batting lineup, if they can soak up a bit of pressure, they know they can put hurt back on Canterbury. Goes really full this time, and they'll beat cover. This might be another couple, or it won't. Zach Folkes gets in there quickly, does the clean-up.
I do wonder if, although it's a used surface, that new ball has certainly played, you know, quite a big impact on this game. And as we've seen throughout the Ford Trophy, starting at usually 10:30 in the morning, today 11 o'clock, due to a bit of moisture on the surface, that new ball just does enough. And when you look how Canterbury bowled, exploiting swing, nip, and bringing stumps and the outside edge into play, they've given themselves the best chance to actually keep taking wickets throughout the innings. Although, as the ball gets older, it does look like it will become quite a good batting track.
Goes short. Neesham, he was onto that. And we saw plenty of those pull shots on Friday as well when the Stags went short at him.
The other thing to factor in, Willie, as well, is in 50 over cricket, we've got, you know, a new ball at each end. So we're now looking at, we're coming up to the 20th over here, but this ball in itself will only be about 10 overs old. So from now on, I think you do want to start trying to cash in as a batter, and we've got guys at the crease who certainly are looking to do that.
Ray's around the wicket, trying to cut down that width. Neesham just sits on it and guides it down to third man. He is 14, he's 13 off 16. Keane's with him, and they're just putting on a little partnership here after the early damage. There's Folkes with 2 up front. Sheet clean bowled Allen for a duck. Mackenzie picked up Fletcher, and Ray picked up BJ Jacobs. It's been an all-round bowling performance from Canterbury so far. It'll go through to the keeper. It'll end the over from Ray, and the spell from Robbie O'Donnell in the commentary box. Ben Horn's going to come back in with the Aces 76 for 5 after 20 overs. And if we look at that worm, Ben Horn, it's been a bit subdued, but starting to look up and work towards the sun as we see it bathing the University Oval.
Afternoon, Willie. Afternoon, everyone. Great to be back. And, you know, the classic one-day innings, you know, broken into components. We've seen it again this afternoon with the Aces, that early spell going Canterbury's way. A little bit of a rebuild job through Fletcher. And then just as he was looking like he was getting going, nicked off to a wide Henry Nicholls at first slip. So, interesting period now.
Neesham, he is not afraid to drive on the up at length. This could be tight. He comes back for 2. The throw came in, think Neesham's got back there, but Canterbury were interested in that. It was Michael Ray down in the deep. It's good running from Neesham in the end, but for a moment there, I wonder if he had to get his skates on.
Yeah, nice running from the big man. Possibly not something he's well known for, but got back and he wants to get the strike. This is quite an exciting period, I feel. Two batters who like taking the game to the opposition. Possibly a situation that doesn't necessarily call for that. So a bit of a melting pot of things that could be quite exciting viewing for the next 30 overs. 20 overs in, and we haven't seen an element of spin yet. So seamers all the way from McConkey.
Neesham continues to pick away at that third man region. Let's just have a look at that run out again. Neesham was putting the big strides in.
We just got the back down late. I wouldn't call that a traditional slide.
He had a good look at where the throw was coming in at, so he knew he had to go. And they've stolen a couple there down at third man. Not big boundaries here. University of Otago Oval. To see a couple of the snappers there doing a great job. Joe Allison and the boys capturing the moments from this Ford Trophy final.
Well, I'll tell you what, Simon Keane is looking sharp, isn't he? Oh, I've said it before, but I feel like by the time his career finishes, he'll be renowned as a batter who can bowl. And as Robbie O'Donnell alluded to before, he came onto the scene as a seamer, swung the ball prodigiously in the 4 days, but always showed that he had a good technique with the bat, batted around 6 or 7, scored a first-class 100, which I think is a good measure of someone's ability with the blade. You just look here today, he's gotten into great positions. Even there, you don't need to be coming forward heavily, you just need to be getting your weight transferring through the ball and have that nice solid base, defending, attacking, just getting the basics right in that area, Willie.
Yeah, well, he's a real asset to have sitting down at number 7 in your order, and he can whack it as well as play a bit of batsmanship here. He's got Neesham with him, doing a little bit of a rebuild job. 22 at a run a ball, the partnership. Oh, that's hit hard, but Matt Boyle is in the game there at short cover.
I think Cole McConkey just needs to start having a think around spin here. Keane looking particularly comfortable against the seamers, getting into great positions. Why don't we take a little bit of pace off, see if the wicket will give us anything in terms of sideways movement, maybe a touch of hold, and just see how they'll go about their business with the pace not on the ball as much.
Yeah, do they want to take a bigger risk and try and hit him out of the ground? Just lean on the pacement. And an action replay, but this one's beaten cover and it'll run away. A superb shot from Keane. He's showing that technique Ben Horn alluded to. And that's just a classical cover drive for 4.
Yeah, well, third time's a charm. He'd had a couple, he belted straight to Matt Boyle at short cover. This time he got his placement better. And you just saw the side on, weight transfer through the ball. Minimal of fuss in terms of bat speed. Just a nice piece of timing, and Keane races through to 18. And it does look like we will have our first look at spin. So we have a quick look at Cam Fletcher's dismissal there, wide of off stump, and it feels like it was not quite a horizontal bat, not quite a vertical bat, but that 45 degree, that killer 45 degree that coaches talk about. What those catches do is they do fly off that outside edge, and Henry Nichols was up to the task.
It was right on that good length, or the computer generated good length, 7 metres, not quite there on the front foot or the back foot. And here we go, Ish Sodhi, bowler with so much experience and class, and he's into the game. This is going to be interesting to see how Neesham in particular will play him. He loves to eat up spin and take it on, particularly a leggy over the wicket, but he's not facing any old leggy. Sodhi, he's had plenty of batters coming at him in his time.
Yeah, and he'll be up for the battle as well. Never one to shy away from a fight as Sodhi. He would have been chomping at the bit to get the ball in his hand. And it's going to be exciting to see this match up from both ends of these batters.
3 back on the leg side. Respectful and watchful from Neesham. He'll be wary of the googly going across him if he is to try and smite him over the leg side or in that mid-wicket area that we've seen Jimmy Neesham hit so prolifically through his career.
Yep, absolutely. Standard field for a spinner in one-day cricket, bearing in mind we can only have 4 outside the ring until the 40th over. So that leaves mid-off up.
Neesham watchful when he hits it to mid-off. He's got to go. He'll get there. Pretty good cricket in the end, I think. Mid-off is obviously right on the circle, knowing Neesham's power down the grounds. Didn't get all of it. He set off. How close was this? No, he was home, I think.
Yep.
That's good from Neesham, getting off strike. Not necessarily having to take the big risk early against Sodhi.
Love to know what that conversation between the two batters is at this stage. Two big hitters, really. Big boundary strikers. Good ball strikers who have been striking it well this innings already. Excited to see how Keane goes about his work. His slip comes into play, and I like to see that from the Canterbury side. Tidy little start from Ish Sodhi. He wants to bring that outside edge into play. Googly.
Ooh, well flighted. On a bit of a fumble there. They'll be disappointed with that. Canterbury, Sodhi would have wanted to have a go at the right-hander there.
Classic start from Ish Sodhi to the right-hander. Bring slip in and bring the outside edge into play. And just bowl the googly first up. Try and beat that gap between the bat and pad. Threaten the off stump.
I think they'll want Neesham to have a go here. They know if they can pick up the 6th wicket, it could be a hammer blow in this innings. They know how crucial Neesham is in this lineup.
I think also it's, you know, in T20 cricket, 1 over can change a game. In one-day cricket, you've got a lot more time, you know. If you need to bring the seamers back, you can bring the seamers back and hold off Ish Sodhi to bowl at the other batters later in the order if need be, you know. It's worth having a crack just to change things up. They've done really well up the top. First 10 got 3 wickets, second 10 2.
Oh, Neesham opting to play Sodhi off the back foot.
Nothing prodigious so far in terms of spin. Ish Sodhi obviously still settling into his spell. Once he gets more comfortable and more limber, we'll start seeing that ball coming out with a lot more revolutions on it as well.
Oh, Neesham gets the full toss, and he gets all of it. It's the first 6 of the day. Jimmy Neesham just over pitched by Sodhi to end his first over, and Neesham was quick on that, dispatched.
Well, he doesn't need an invitation to show up to the party at the best of times, but a full toss knee height on leg stump is certainly one, and he's not going to miss out on that. Circumspect for the first half of the over for sure, but good players don't let that go unpunished. And that's gone all the way, as we said. Not the longest boundaries here, the University of Otago Oval, but Neesham's got power aplomb. 91 for 5 now, and a little rebuild from the Aces.
Yeah, and I think Canterbury would have wanted Jimmy Neesham to be trying to take a risk going for the big hit out of the grounds, but not from the low full toss, so they'll be a little disappointed with that. And they're going to bring back Fraser Sheet, who was very impressive up front. He set the tone right from that first over. He took the wicket of Allen. He was so consistent with his lengths. He's got 4 left, so Canterbury obviously wanting to keep the pressure on here. That one's slightly over pitched, and Keane pounces on it again. Gee, he's good on that shot. That's another boundary.
Yeah, cracking shot from Simon Keane again. He's had plenty of practice at this cover drive, it must be said. I feel like these Canterbury seamers have just been a touch on the full side toward him, but you still got to put it away, and he's doing it really well at the moment.
That's his 5th boundary. He's only been out there 18 balls now. Striking at 127. Things are happening quickly in this partnership.
That's the length there. That's where Sheet needs to be all afternoon. He's got 2 out on the offside, 2 out on the leg side, the square men. Fine leg, third man, deep cover point, deep forward square. So if you're over pitching and asking them to hit hard back down the ground, it's probably not the field to do it to. You want to be back of a length, asking them to hit hard out to the cover sweeper, who's quite square, and hard out to the mid-wicket sweeper, who's also quite square. See, the gap is there to extra covers right. That's where Keane's been hitting. So that last ball from Sheet, perfect. Pulling back the length a little bit.
He has pulled that length back, as Ben Horn mentioned. That is well placed. They'll get a couple. This partnership continues to build. 40 off 36 now. Approaching 100. Run rate 4.3, which is fine. We mentioned the boundaries and the runs can come thick and fast at the end. It's an important partnership here for the Aces.
I think Canterbury will know that they're a wicket away, right? Just from having a reset. Partnership starting from 0. And when you have a partnership broken, you always have to think about the batter that's in as well. You know, one of these guys get out, the one remaining man will still be in on his mid-20s going well, but broken the momentum a little bit because the communication and the partnership will have to restart. You have to just settle in a little bit while the other batter gets his eye in, gets the pace and the conditions. Lockie Stackpole coming next, 50 off 36 in the last game. He's a good hitter of the cricket ball, but he came in those last sort of 7-8 overs. Perfect timing for him to come and launch. You're asking him to come in earlier. You're asking the partnership to start from scratch. Just ruins your momentum a little bit. Round the wicket now, Sheet. Like this angle to Neesham. And I like it because Neesham scores heavily on the front foot through point, through cover point, when he gets width, and then heavily through the leg side, quite square of the wicket, when he gets length. So that kind of front foot pull shot, which he gets onto really quickly. And if you're right armour coming over the wicket, you can't bowl too straight and you can't bowl too wide. So your margin for error is really low with the angle going across. However, with the angle coming into him from around the wicket, the ball continuing to hone in on middle and off stump, it keeps tucking him up, and that width that you get through the offside is all of a sudden a lot harder to generate. And that angle that you get to be able to front foot pull the ball in front of square, it's asking for trouble. It brings the stumps into play as Sheet finishes his over and the Aces now 99 for 5. But I think that's good cricket, and I think that's good captaincy.
Yeah, and you look at the way Neesham sets up there with the open stance when the bowlers are over the wicket. Does seem to be more in his arc. It's that Cam Fletcher dismissal again. That's that length spoken about. Cam Fletcher will be wondering why we're picking on him with that replay continually playing, but here we go. Sodhi Neesham. This is a good contest, this one. Oh, he's hit him off the back foot, down the grounds, in the air. Get another couple. A little bit of turn for Sodhi and bounce there.
This is going to be really interesting viewing, I think.
Manish Sodhi, I think he'll relish this. Manish Sodhi, good mates, played a lot of cricket together, duking it out in the Ford Trophy final. Nothing better.
So to your point earlier, Willie, I think Canterbury are going to be wanting to see Neesham attacking Sodhi here and trying to attack it, but they want him to attack Ish Sodhi in the way that Ish Sodhi wants to be attacked. And what I mean by that is they want Neesham to try and be dragging wide balls to deep cow corner, wide long on, to try and skew off the top half of the bat. Or for him to be trying to hit over mid-off against a googly or a ball turning in, and again getting the skew ball up in the air.
Well, so far Neesham's been pretty respectful of Sodhi, particularly when he's landed the ball on the length. He's been watchful. He is probably worried about that googly going across him there. The stumps are in play for the one that comes back as well. It's been watchful. It's been good batsmanship.
What he doesn't want is to bowl a line where Neesham can access square leg, either via a sweep or that kind of step hit hack thing that hits over square leg very, very effectively and very, very firmly. That's not the area that Canterbury want him to be hitting. They want him to be hitting much straighter than that, and it brings in more fielders.
That's good fielding there. That's the captain, Cole McConkey. It was a little bit short. Keane got onto it. Dare say if that had beaten cover, it might have been 4. So it was a good save from the Canterbury captain.
It's amazing the power Keane can generate.
Yeah, margin for error is small. That one's tossed up a little, and they will take the single down to long off. So it's 4 from the over. Sodhi's bowled his first 2, none for 12, and the Aces are 103 for 5 after 24 overs. We have a look at the architecture of the innings.
A few more buildings getting built. Good to see from an Aces perspective. And you just see after those dots, things take a hit. And they take a hit quickly. So an extended period, their longest period so far without a wicket. And they really need this to continue. You can't have wickets falling at regular intervals and expect to build a big total. A lot of work for these two men to do at the crease at the moment. Sheet to continue.
Simon Keane, he has looked in really good touch out there. It's 12 list day games so far, average of 19, but as Ben Horn mentions, he's been batting slightly down the order there, and he's probably arguably a better bat than that.
Oh, absolutely. And bear in mind, when he came into the team, he was a bowler, probably batting around 8. I think you look to his first-class 100 and 450s, as well as that 80-odd that he hit at the basin in the Super Smash. And that's enough evidence to show that he's got some talent and some power.
Oh, and that was up there. That's what Sheet was looking for. Just a little bit of nibble and juice that drive that we've seen plenty of. And that was not far away from going right between the gate.
Looks like a touch of adjustment in terms of line from Fraser Sheet. Bowling in towards middle and off now. And I think that's a good play. Simon Keane's showing his skill through the offside, particularly splitting that mid-off cover gap. I think if he just brings the stumps into play, that's where we've seen Keane be troubled, if at all. Couple of half shouts around LBs off inside edges.
Just brings the length back, and that one gets past the outside edge.
Bit of a look at Sheet's opening spell here. Back of a length, just bringing it forward, and that was a beauty, wasn't it? Couple of defences off the back foot from Finn Allen, back of a length, just slightly fuller. Every ball still heavy, and then nipping away and hitting the top of the bails. Fantastic opening over. That's a similar ball there. That's where he needs to be. Top of off stump. Well played by Keane. Picks up a single. Run rate still ticking over. But you just feel the longer these two men go without a boundary, the more they'll start looking and start getting itchy. They do like to feel bat on ball. They do like to see the ball fly across and over the rope. So it's a real cat and mouse game, it feels, at the moment. A real boxing match.
Absolutely, and I just keep looking back at that game on Friday where the Stags, as we have mentioned, had the Aces 50 for 4. Neesham's 128. You take that out, and they're bowled out for 199, so they know Neesham and Keane crucial. Oh, Neesham goes whack over the leg side. There's no one back there. He's placed it well. Picking up, just getting a little straight, perhaps.
Wow, a couple of overs without a boundary, and Neesham's had a gutsful. Just offered that little bit of line, and the gap there is big. And that's the danger, I suppose, with these players when they don't have a boundary for a bit and they go hunting, but they go hunting successfully. Ball coming off the bat quite nicely at the moment, and it feels like these guys are picking their balls and picking their moments nicely.
Yeah, well, fine leg was up in the circle, wasn't it? So he just went with the angle. Just to see which line this was off. He just went with it.
Just a bit too straight from Sheet. And you can't be straight with fine leg up in the ring. Into the Sheet over again. 8 overs completed from his perspective now. Let's just have a straight look at that ball.
Yeah.
Just sliding into leg, maybe slightly down.
It's not, I know that they want to cramp Neesham, not give him that width, but that is meat and drink for the big left-hander, particularly with fine leg up in the circle, just going with the angle. That's what they will do, these two. They will punish you if you err. Neesh just having a look at the boot there.
Yeah, we said it before. If you keep giving Neesham invitations, he will RSVP yes every time.
And just getting a bit of, is that the grip? Or is that just a bit of...
I guess so, yeah. Can't imagine it's moisturiser.
Well, sunblock, I'm thinking probably a bit late for that. Maybe antiseptic. whatever it is, he's enjoying batting on this Eden Park. Dunedin, sorry. And that's a poor ball from Ishodi, and it is put away by Keane, who did not need a second invitation. I'm not sure that's the Canterbury 12th man. I think that's a supporter somehow. Getting the ball back in. Thank you.
That's a quick bit of work out there. Fantastic stuff. But yeah, as you said, that's a poor ball from Sodi. And Keane had all the time in the world to place that wherever he wanted. Disappointing as Sodi was starting to build up a bit of pressure over Keane. Just feels like there's just the odd loose ball creeping in.
That one's flighted, struck hard.
The discipline we saw from Canterbury was their key strength at the top of the innings. Folks, sheet up top, very little width, very little over pitching, always on the money, always asking the batter to make a decision. Still some good balls being bowled, don't get me wrong, but just feels like the loose ones creeping in a little bit more regularly. And that's the sort of result of the pressure that the batters put on you.
It's the googly, and well picked by Neesham, who tucks it into the leg side. You wonder if McConkey maybe to the left hand, and Neesham has a look with his own off spin. Obviously got Rip on as well as a left arm wrist spin. Will be taking it away from the left hander. They've got options. Sodi is their trump card in terms of spin.
Well, absolutely. I think Cole McConkey bowling to Neesham will be a good matchup. Just feels like sometimes the fear around bowling to a big hitter with the wrist spinners is they're more conducive to bowling the odd loose one. Cole McConkey bowling his finger spinners theoretically brings that element of control into play. He's had a couple of sets from Sheet at the other end, who, while tidy, didn't look super threatening to the batters who are now very well in. So it might be time to just have a...
Neesham in the air and out! We spoke about it. Sodi wins the battle. A little bit of flight. Neesham can't believe it. It's the big wicket. The 6th one for Canterbury, and it's Jimmy Neesham gone for 32.
Wow, there you go. Neesham, he was getting going in a big way, and you can see the look of frustration on his face. It's an unfortunate time for a wicket for the Aces, and Sodi will be absolutely delighted with that pole. Flighted it up. Neesham couldn't help himself mid-off in the ring, tried to get under it, but just couldn't get the elevation. And the height of Matt Boyle meant that he was all over that like a cheap suit. You just see it strikes low on the blade.
Yeah, the eyes lit up a little bit of, just threw it above the eye line ever so slightly, mid-off in the circle. A good catch from Matt Boyle. He knew it was an important one. Neesham has to go for a well-made 32. He scored 150 on this ground over the last 3 days, but he has to go. The Aces now in quite a bit of trouble, 115 for 6.
Wow, that opens out a couple of options for Cole McConkey now. New batter coming to the crease. Keane on 34 off 31, striking it well, but there is that rebuilding phase that we talk about. And it's always telling. So a disappointing wicket to lose for the Aces. And Lockie Stackpole, the new man to the crease. Fresh off a half century, a first Lissay half century in the last game. 50 off 36 deliveries. 4 4s and 3 6s in that knock.
How will he play this, the young man?
Wow, it's the benefit of youth, isn't it? No scars. Coming in fresh face, fresh eyes.
And Sodi is right on the money to end the 26th over. The Aces 115 for 6. That'll end my stint. Tom Bartlett to join Ben Horn.
Thank you, Willie. Coming in at a intriguing point of the game, Hornet. The Aces looked like they were recovered. Well, they had recovered to a point where Neesham and Keane were going along. I was going to say relatively comfortably, but you're never comfortable in a final, really, are you? And then all of a sudden, Sodi just enticed Neesham into the shot. He played it. It was there to hit, and he just couldn't get it over Boyle. Big moment, potentially in the game. So what do Canterbury do here? Do they look to go further on the attack? Sheet's going to continue his 9th over, bowling to the right-handed Keane, who plays a nice-looking on drive, and McKenzie cuts it off at mid-on. 115 for 6. What's the play here, Ben? What is McConkey thinking?
Well, as I just said, it opens up some real options for him, but you want to put them to the sword now. I think, you know, Ish Sodi's going to come into his own as a threat, bowling his wrist spin. You've still got a left-hander at the crease, and that's why I think either having a look at Rippon or McConkey himself spinning the ball away, their stock delivery from the outside edge of the left-hander is quite a good option.
Here's Sheet, right arm over the wicket again, driving Keane as he's done really effectively in this innings so far. Cut off at extra cover, good diving stop from Boyle, who took the catch just a few moments ago. 116 for 6. Keane, 35. Wow, he has looked sharp.
Oh,
Keane,
right from ball
Keane's
one.
looked the most comfortable of everybody.
Absolutely. Well, right from ball one. First ball, boundary through cover point. Stood tall, hit down on the ball. He's got into great positions. Stayed really still and balanced through the crease. Good head on his shoulders. Hasn't taken any unnecessary risks. He's looked the part. Really interested to see how Lockie Stackpole plays this innings. Haven't seen a lot of him his first year in domestic cricket. Obviously has some talent, which was seen in that 50 off 36 on Friday.
Slip back in place for Stackpole as Sheet goes round the wicket, bowls to him, places one. It's backward a point, cut off by the fielder, no run. 116 for 6. Yeah, Stackpole, that was a good innings on Friday to stick around, but he did come in at a very different situation to the one he's walked into here.
Certainly did, and I think that is his meat and drink coming in at the finishing end and putting the icing on the cake here, but we're still well early in the cake baking process, so he's going to have to knuckle down and really show a bit of batsmanship here.
Sheet continuing round the wicket to the left-hander, that's full, and he's tried to drive it, played it onto his foot, and then it's spilt out into the covers. No runners scored.
When I talk about youth and exuberance and no battle scars, it's an interesting point because these guys will just come in with that mental freedom at times of, you know, I haven't been through the ringer, I haven't seen all these situations in domestic cricket over the years, and I'm keen and I'm eager and I'm ready to express myself and go about things the way that I like to do at club level and at school level and at district level or whatever it might be, and just show everyone on this stage what I'm all about and what I can bring to the table. So I think Simon Keane will tell Lockie Stackpole to stay positive here.
Once again, it's fuller and a bit of width for Stackpole, but he gets no timing. And it's cut off again and close there on that onside. Good bit of fielding.
Cole McConkey's clearly made a decision here to run through Fraser Sheet's spell throughout this middle phase. Won't be required at the death, as mentioned earlier. Angus McKenzie, death specialist. Zach Folkes, very, very strong at the death. He's got Michael Ray as an option as well. And depending on how the wicket holds up, could see a bit of himself bowling those late overs, depending on who's at the wicket.
Sheet round the wicket again. This time much more watchful from Stackpole. Happy to just blunt that one back. And no addition to the score. 27 overs bowled in Dunedin. Auckland batting first in the Ford Trophy final. 116 for 6. And we can look at the wagon wheel of Simon Keane. Played predominantly through that offside, through the cover, extra cover, long off area. But he's shown more than capable. That gets one on the hip. Happy to flick, play through square on the onside as well.
Yeah, he's really shown his prowess through point to extra cover, really, on the front foot in particular. Nice flowing swing of the bat. Big, strong fella. And he'll relish the opportunity to spend a lot of time at the crease here in an attempt to get his side into a position of strength as Sodi continues.
Tosses this one up. Keane is onto the front foot, driving well too. But there is long off in play. That's Michael Ray down on the fence. Collects, fires it back to Sodi, and they take one. Keane, 36, 117 for 6, Auckland.
Another good matchup here, Sodi versus Stackpole. We see a slip coming into play. Sodi, the wrist spinner, pushing it across Stackpole. Look to bring that googly into play, to bring first slip into the mixer.
Henry Nicholls waiting at slip as Sodi bowls to the left-hander. Defends.
Haven't seen a lot of Lockie Stackpole. Member of the Howard Pakuranga Cricket Club in Auckland. Would have grown up under the tutelage of the likes of Colin Munro and Glenn Phillips. Probably should say Mitchell McClenaghan as well. I'll be upset if I omit him.
Yeah. Goes back this time, Stackpole, and looks to play square, but plays it into the ground. No timing. fielding is done. And there is no run. 117 for 6.
And Tom, we must bear in mind, we're only just over halfway into this innings. Lockie Stackpole featured regularly through the T20s. Well, we've still got more than the T20 left here. Internally, it can feel sometimes.
Waits for Sodhi, driving this time. Fielding's done in the covers.
Internally, it can feel sometimes if you face a few dots that immediately you're under the pump to score and get off strike and hit a boundary. But externally, you just look at it and you say, man, there's a lot of time left. I'm batting with someone at the other end who's on 36 and striking it well.
Sodhi, and again, this time goes back to Stackpole, who get off the mark. Boyle just bobbles it. Oh, there's folks, sorry, are at extra cover. Allows Stackpole to get through for a single. He's off the mark. He's 1. And with 1 ball left in the 28th over, Auckland 118 for 6.
Sodhi, big momentum bowler as well. He bowls a couple of good sets here. He becomes very, very difficult. Start getting confidence, start getting those fingers nice and loose.
Heavy onside field for Keane as he defends the last delivery of the over. Good over from Ish Sodhi, just 2 from it. 4 overs, 1 for 21, his figures, and after 28, Auckland 118 for 6. Keane 36 and Stackpole, the new man, he's on 1.
You could just see in the last ball of the Ish Sodhi over, running through the crease, body language really good. He's starting to feel it, Ish Sodhi. From an Auckland perspective, just got to keep ticking it over, keep rotating the strike. When the bad ball comes, punish it. And from one wrist spinner to another, Michael Rippon into the attack for the first time today. We've got the leg spin, right arm wrist spinners of Sodhi at the other end, and now Rippon with his left arm wrist spinners, spinning it away from the left hand of Stackpole. And 8 wickets in this campaign. A consistent bowling order all round, as Cole McConkey alluded to at the top of the program. Folks, the leading wicket taker with 13, and then you've got 8 apiece from Sheet, Rippon and McKenzie. So good unit of bowling, and it's going to be interesting to see how the Auckland batters go about Rippon today.
Slip in place for Michael Rippon. First delivery is wide, width for Stackpole, and he takes advantage, hits it out to the sweeper. Matt Boyle is on the fence, and they take 1 off the first ball from Rippon. 119 for 6. Of course, Michael Rippon, we're well familiar with this ground as well.
Spent a lot of time playing for the Volts, Michael Rippon. And you talk about matchups in white ball cricket. It's a catchphrase that gets used a lot, gets thrown around, but I think in this situation, Simon Keane will be eyeing up this one. Stock ball of Rippon spinning into him. He does go to the wrong in a lot. This angle, I think Keane take a liking to it or fancy it for himself.
Rippon into Keane down the leg side, just tries to help it on its way, but can't beat the fielder. Michael Ray moving to his right inside the circle, cuts it off. Otherwise, it was in danger from a Canterbury perspective of flying down to that line leg boundary. Just the 1 run. Keane 37, 124. 6. I suppose, Ben, now that Keane in particular has been out there for a while, he probably got a good sense of the type of score or the size of score that might be possible here for Auckland. Here's a full delivery driven back. Does Keane start? I mean, clearly Keane starts to become the senior player with the bowlers to come effectively. But we've talked a lot off air and on air about a 230, 240 target. Is he the kind of player, do you think, that might settle for something, or is he just going to play at this point each on his merits? Rippon and again to the left-handed Stackpole, driving forcefully through the covers. Chase for mid-off down on the fence. That's a good bit of fielding, and they restrict it to 1.
Well, I think from Simon Keane's perspective, he has to look at the wicket column. 6 down here. It's not like it's, 5 down where he was before with Neesham and him scoring freely. He has to realise that the wicket goes down now, you're into the bowlers. No disrespect to Eddie Ashok, Louis Delport and Dunru Ferns, who can certainly hold the willow. But at the same time, this is the partnership that if they're going to get to that score of between 230 and 250, this partnership's got to do the very heavy lifting off that. So I think we've seen him be quite circumspect at times, be quite happy to take a few dot deliveries, work the ball around and then capitalise. Certainly no rushes of blood to the head or anything like that.
He's ripping in again to Stackpole, won't score this time as McConkey cuts it off in the covers. End of the over. The 29th of the innings. Auckland 1, 22 for 6. Keane 38, Stackpole 3. Rippon's first over cost him 4.
So I think from Keane's perspective, you know, he should be feeling like he's going about his business in the right way. He's constructing his innings nicely, and he just needs to continue and continue and continue. He doesn't need to change his thought process, doesn't need to think about acceleration, any sort of external pressures for at least the next 13 or 14 overs if he can make it last that long. Continue to be a good advisor to Lockie Stackpole at the other end, still finding his feet at domestic cricket. Just keep talking through things logically, working together as a partnership, make sure it's 11v2, not 11v1.
Sodhi continuing from the southern end, full delivery, driven with force by Keane. Sweeper will cut it off, and they will get back for 2 runs. Good start to the over for Simon Keane, who goes to 40, 124 for 6.
And I think from Canterbury's perspective, they'll want to be bowling as many balls as they can at Lockie Stackpole.
Almost happy to give Keane 1.
Almost happy to give Keane 1. He's looked very comfortable.
Here's Sodhi in again to Keane, thrashing again. This time he's hit it a little squarer, so Boyle will get to it and fire it back, and they'll only get 1, and that will bring Stackpole onto strike. 125 for 6.
See, I believe that ball there from Sodhi, great 1 delivery, nice and full and wide, smash it out to the cover sweeper, and then reset, construct your over to Lockie Stackpole at the other end, who will also know that this is the key partnership to continue to build Auckland towards a score of competitiveness.
Been very reserved so far. Stackpole hasn't looked to play anything that aggressively as Sodhi goes to him. He gives himself a little room and then hits it square. So straight, as I say, he looked to be pretty conservative, pretty slow. He decided to just give himself a little bit of room and then took advantage of the fuller delivery from Sodhi and hit it down the ground for 4. Good shot from Stackpole to get moving. He's 7. It's 129 for 6.
Lovely piece of placement from Lockie Stackpole. And we saw Neesham perish to this shot just a few overs ago. Just picked the gap. Just beating Simon Keane, the non-striker on his right, and that raced away. Lovely piece of timing and placement from Lockie Stackpole. That'll feel good for him. First boundary, get his innings underway.
Sodhi in again to the left-hander. This time he's defending.
Good early signs from Lockie Stackpole. As you said, unflustered. Doesn't feel like he needs to be rash or overcommit himself in any way. Lots of time left. Batting at 8, you don't want to be in the 20s.
So he bowls to him, goes back and turns this one square. We'll get 1. It's Canterbury's captain is in pursuit. 134-6. Stackpole 8. Auckland just need to continue this for a little while. Got themselves into the position with the wickets column being as it is. Keeping on the attack though is Canterbury with that slip in place as Keane waits for Sodhi. Defends the last ball of the over, and that ends it. 134-6 after 30. Auckland batting first in the final. Keane 41, Stackpole 8. Sodhi's bowled 5 overs and has 1 for 29. Ben Horn has departed. Robbie O'Donnell has come in. And Robbie, certainly from an Auckland perspective, when Neesham and Keane were going, they were starting to get a bit more of a grip of the game. Neesham's demise has brought Stackpole out, and while the run rate's dried up, encouraging from Auckland's perspective is that Stackpole looks to be a pretty composed young cricketer.
Very much so. Topsy-turvy, they got that partnership going. Unfortunately, Jimmy just picked out the one fielder up inside the ring, taking the only risk of the innings.
Here's a first delivery from Rippon, which is thrashed with some velocity by Stackpole down the ground to Mackenzie. At long off, does the fielding, they take 1. Stackpole 9, Keane 41, 131 for 6.
Tell you one thing that has got me excited here is Michael Rippon into the attack. Always had a great head of hair on him, Michael Rippon. A few highlights running through there.
And he's bowling to Keane, and Keane drives straight down the ground. Long off has to move to his right. That Zach Folkes cuts it off, and they'll get another single.
good character as well. Michael Rippon, always got something to say on the cricket field, but off the cricket field, some seriously good company and a very good storyteller as well. So rocking his distinctive look, sweatbands on, zinc on the face, highlights running in at you.
Full toss, hit back towards Rippon. It was in the air for a long time. Stackpole, heart might have been in mouth for a moment there as it dipped just in front of Rippon. Have a look at it on the replay, see how close it got, but got it on the full, and she smashed it into the ground. I think I'll just shut up now. Sit down again. Thought for a second Rippon was in business. Not sure if he was at all. Good bit of fielding though. It's not easy to ball hit back with speed to throw yourself forward and you follow through.
Yeah, he has been very full here, so Rippon is expecting this ball coming back at him.
And again, drops the length a bit this time, and it's played to third man inside the ring, Michael Ray. No run, 132 for 6. Stackpole 9, Keane 42. We're in the 31st over. Auckland running at 4.3 at the moment, which they'll be hoping to continue probably for the next 10, 12, 13 overs. With the loss of no more wickets. Here's another conventional leg spinner from Rippon, driven to Nichols, who's in a close cover. Fine leg and third up inside the ring for Rippon as he's tried to heave. He's hit that over cow. He's got all of it too. Has Stackpole. That's a tremendous shot up over the top of the embankment at the University of Otago Oval. Big piece of that. 138 for 6. Great finish to the over for Stackpole, who's 15.
It's a great conventional slog sweep, this. Ball pitched up, getting a bit of width to free the hands. Still through impact and targeting the leg side. As a left-hander, I'm sure that is a zone that he wants to score freely in. So now we see Ish Sodhi, a fellow wrist spinner, keep back into the attack. These two in tandem. Left-right combo potentially working all right for Auckland at the moment. They've got to take as many little positives as they can as they try and get a competitive total on the board here, which, look, being at this stage of the game, could they get upwards of sort of 230, 240? That gives them something to bowl at.
Sodhi continuing from the southern end, bowling to the right-handed Keane. Keane is clipping this one down through mid-on. And we'll take a single to Boyle. 139 for 6. Keane 43. And Stackpole, who it looked to be playing within himself at the start of the innings, just getting himself settled, all of a sudden takes 4 off Sodhi in the previous over and then puts one over the ropes off Rippon, starting to get into his work. He's waiting for Sodhi now, trying again to heave it down the ground, giving himself a little bit of room, but Sodhi just got his body and his hands in the way.
I think talking a little bit off here as well, just one around what a good target potentially could be for Auckland now that they have, got themselves in this scenario, but also two, can they find a way to take out the equation of actually facing 18 overs and getting to whatever target they feel like they can defend? And that's the same for guys coming in next to try and actually put a bit of pressure back on.
Sodhi drops his length a bit, and that one's beaten Stackpole. Got a little bit cramped for room, and Hay, who was moving across to his left, all of a sudden saw the ball disappear to his right, and they've got through for 1 run. But Sodhi just causing a few problems there for Lockie Stackpole. All looked a little ungamely. Sodhi into Keane, who's down the ground, using his feet, punching, turning the ball into a half volley. Michael Ray's down at long off. There's another single for Simon Keane, 141 for 6. 2 balls left in the 32nd over of the innings.
Thoroughly enjoyed watching Simon Keane go about his business this innings. I certainly don't want to put the mockers on him, but striking at a runner ball, and since he's come in, he's just kept things extremely simple. He's just playing his game the way he wants to play it.
Sodhi into the left-handed Stackpole. Goes back, plays a late cut to third man up inside the circle, won't score. Yeah, Simon Keane talked a little bit with Ben Horn earlier, Robbie, that from ball 1 came out, struck that boundary and has gone at 1 a ball the whole innings. hasn't taken his foot off at all. He has looked the most accomplished of the Auckland batters so far today. Here's Stackpole defending the final delivery of the Sodi over. Doesn't score. It's 141 for 6 after 32, with Keane on 44 and Stackpole on 16. Can't sort of speak highly enough of the way Simon Keane came in. At the point he came in, 5 down, situation was pretty dire, and just has not allowed the situation to suppress any of his ability.
Yeah, he's come in, he's kept things extremely simple, and he actually looks like he's thoroughly enjoyed this innings too, and he should. He's played extremely well. He's trying to give his side something to, you know, put on the board here in a final that everybody wants to be on the winning side of. But he's played with a smile on his face. He always does, and he tries to get in the fight. So enjoyable to watch.
Here's Rippon starting a new over, bowling to Keane, playing inside out down the ground to long off. Folks is in to do the fielding, and it's 142 for 6. Start of the 33rd over. Keane's 45. Plenty of options for Canterbury captain Cole McConkey here. Sheet's got 1, Folks has got 5, and Ray's got 5, Mackenzie's got 5, and Sodi and Rippon plenty of overs up their sleeve too. Here's a wide-ish delivery to Stackpole, who digs it out, plays it to the sweeper. 143 for 6. Cole McConkey be tempted here, Robbie, to go back to a Folks for another go at some point, or go back to Ray and try and hit the bat a bit harder, and or throw a few bounces in just to put Stackpole back. Here's a defensive shot from Keane. Sure, it's all going through his mind.
I think so. We've got a close shot of him there, thinking away. Either that or he's dropped a contact lens. But no, I think they've got good control of the scenario at the moment. But if they don't take another wicket in the next couple of overs with their spinners, I wouldn't be surprised to see Michael Ray back in the attack.
Rippon, good feet again from Keane, but tried to turn that ball into a half volley, almost yorked himself and dug it back down the ground to Rippon, who cut it off.
Or Zach Folks is the other option that he'll look to use. Also got that sharp bouncer, and they'll just try and keep batters stuck on the crease and ask them to hit tough shots. But
Rippon again, it's down the leg side and heaved it is too by Keane, and he's bet the man inside the ring. It's drifting towards the boundary. It's not going to make it all the way to that fine leg boundary. So Nichols has got back after it and fired it back to Hay, but the batters have got back for 3 runs. 146 for 6.
Just fractionally getting in the line of that wrong and wrong there, pitching outside leg, and that's just Simon Keane batting how he's been batting, seeing the ball in the right area and just playing the shot that follows. So didn't quite get all of that one, but he'll take every run at the moment, so will Auckland, as they scrap their way back into this fight.
Rippon into the left-handed Stackpole, who's happy to push on the offside, and they scamper through for 1. And that will end the 33rd over. Auckland 147 for 6, with Keane on 48, Stackpole on 18. Rippon's bowled 3 overs for 18. And it is time, I think, for a drink at the University of Otago Oval in Dunedin. 33 overs gone. Auckland won the toss. Finn Allen, and he wasn't able to contribute anything with the bat today. Finn Allen bowled by Sheet in the first over for a duck. Mackenzie also followed without adding much. That's Jock Mackenzie for 1. Solia hit a couple of boundaries and looked good before he perished at second slip. Fletcher had threatened to build a good partnership with Jacobs before he fell for 18 from Mackenzie. Jacobs was dismissed by Ray, and then the last man to go, Jimmy Neesham, who looked the most dangerous of the Auckland batters, the potential to take the game away from Canterbury. He was dismissed. 6 wickets to fall. Sheet, Folks, Ray, Mackenzie and Sodi the wicket takers. Only Michael Rippon of the bowlers used yet to take a wicket, but all pretty consistent from Canterbury so far. 2/3 of the way through the innings as we look at some of the highlights of the wickets to fall. Robbie O'Donnell, that was a good one from Michael Ray, who'd taken a little bit of tap from Bevan Jacobs before being dismissed.
Yep, as we can see here, ball's being pitched up, getting it in the right lengths, just forcing guys to try and, you know, capitalise on balls that potentially aren't quite there to go to the boundary. Sharp catch by Henry Nichols, as explained, but the length has just been bang on by the Canterbury seamers up top, and then East Sodi into the attack, experienced campaigner, obviously being brought on. People talking about matchups. Can the leg spinner bowl to the left-hander with, you know, shorter boundary on the leg side? And Neesham did manage to get a couple of balls away, but Sodi holding his nerve, actually flighting that one up there and actually getting the crucial wicket. Just slightly closing the face on that Jimmy Neesham and staying down on his haunches, unfortunately, knowing that he got himself a start and wanted to get on with things and try and capitalise like he did on Friday, bringing up that triple-figure score. But look, right now it is Canterbury in the box seat. We do have about 17 overs left of play, but it should be a great little period of play leading into the back end here with the wicket, which is now looking like fairly good batting surface. Spin from both ends with not a huge amount of spin. So again, bowlers having to be extremely accurate with their lines and lengths and try and entice batters into playing false shots that they're not comfortable with. But looks like Sodi's about to continue. He's currently bowled his 6 overs for 32. Just the one wicket, the crucial one of Neesham, keeping that mid-off inside the ring.
147 for 6 with Keane on 48. Stackpole's on strike. He's on 18, and it's Sodi into him. Bowls a ball. It's a little short, so Stackpole's about to go back and punch to the covers, but can't beat Folks. Dot ball to start the 34th over. Auckland running at 4.43 in the 33.1 overs so far. They have lost the 6 wickets. So Canterbury will be sniffing to try and get into these bowlers. Here is Stackpole hitting down the ground, and he's hit it on the bounce to long on. Michael Ray was stationed right back on the fence, took a couple of steps forward but couldn't get to it, so Stackpole gets a single. But for a moment there, Robbie O'Donnell, I think Canterbury thought they were in business.
Yep, and they're still operating East Sodi and Colmaconchi with that mid-off up, which, you know, allows Stackpole to think there's a gap down the ground.
Here's another delivery from Sodi. It's a good one. Keane tried to play it on the offside and passed the outside edge into the gloves of Hay. A few grunts and sighs from the Canterbury fielders.
And that's just that game of cat and mouse. And you've got to know how to play it as a spinner, because you don't have the pace to hurry someone up or a bouncer in your repertoire. So how can you be wily with your field sets and your change of deliveries?
There's an edge, and it's taken this time. Keane went back, caught the outside edge. Mitch Hay didn't take it cleanly to start with, but that bobbled up and he was able to run around and take the catch. Another big moment in the final. Simon Keane, who had looked so good, 48 from 48, throws his head back in disappointment. He's caught at the wicket by Mitch Hay from Sodi, and Auckland 148 for 7.
Canterbury over the moon here. I'm fairly sure if we have another look that they've just pulled their length back and actually spoke about Henry Nicholls there, speaking with Mitch Hay and Ish Sodi to try and ask Simon Keane to actually play square of the wicket on the back foot. Have a look at the reaction here once he does ask him to play that shot and it's out. Fizzed about a plan that's come into play and some serious glove work there. Fumbles it up, takes it on the second grab. Simon Keane has to go, as disappointed as he is, and Auckland, their backs are firmly against the wall at the moment.
Well, it's interesting you talk about Henry Nicholls, because there's a lot of padding on the back going to him. He was sitting at first slip, and I think he'd identified pre the drinks break that Simon Keane was playing too many balls down the ground. Pull the length back, make him play square, and that's exactly what Sodi did 2 or 3 times in that over. And he caught the outside edge, not taken cleanly by Hay to start with, but he'd done enough just to bobble it up, and he was able to easily get around and complete the catch. Big moment in the final. Simon Keane had the potential to guide Auckland well beyond that 200 mark, but he's gone. Sodi's second wicket, 2 for 33, and Eddie Ashok is the new man out there to face the music. Spinner up against a very good spinner in his own right, and he's defending the first delivery as Ashok. 148 for 7. Canterbury circling here on the Auckland bowlers. I'd be surprised to see them throw another slip-in or another catcher just to put Ashok in a couple of minds. Stuck with the field at the moment, just Nicholls in at first slip. Here's Eddie Ashok defending this time. won't score. And a very good over is completed by Ish Sodhi after the drinks break. An early strike. Sodhi has 2 for 33 from 7, and Auckland 148 for 7 after 34.
That just shows what a little bit of experience can bring to a team in a final. Ish Sodhi played around the world, very good leg spinner, played for New Zealand for a number of years, understands his craft to the tee. But just seeing Henry Nicholls come in there and how excited he got, which it does fizz you up when in scenarios and you start thinking about tactics and ways to try and go about getting a wicket, and the way he's contributed towards a plan there, being at first slip, reading the game, understanding what's going on, that is as good as bowling a ball and taking a wicket when it comes off. Certainly putting a skipper's hat on. So look, Canterbury up on the foils. They're certainly performing as a team here with everybody chipping in, and they have been really, really on point in the field today.
Michael Ray back into the attack, bowling to the left-handed Lockie Stackpole, who defends backward of point. Nicholls in the game. And there's no run. 148 for 7. And all of a sudden, Stackpole, 19 from 30, becomes the senior partner with Ashok at the crease. With him, Delport and Ferns to come. You guys have all talked about the fact that Ashok, Delport and Ferns can hold the bat, but Stackpole has looked pretty good in the 19 runs he scored. He's been out there for half an hour or so, 30 deliveries. Here is Michael Ray bowling to him, squeezing this one behind square. Run the first one hard. Ashok got through quickly, but then said no to the second, and rightly so too. 149 for 7. Stackpole 20, and Eddie Ashok gets the chance to come down and face the music. Michael Ray, as we see the flags blowing with some intent in Dunedin. A little bit of breeze at the University of Otago Oval. You've played down there a bit, Robbie. That breeze can have an impact.
Certainly can, yeah. Can come out of nowhere too and can actually bring in a southerly, which is what you don't want when you're playing down there, because some extra layers would be needed.
Michael Ray into Ashok. That's down the leg side. That'll be wide. And it is. And the Auckland 150 will come up with that. 150 for 7. Auckland in the 35th over. Reminding you that Auckland won the toss and elected to bat first. They very quickly slumped to 8 for 2, and they'd lost 3 and then 4 and then 5 before they got to 60. It was stations not looking good for the Aces. They've got to 150 for 7. Here's Ashok. That one's gone right over the top of middle stump. He came forward to play the defensive shot, flew between bat and pad, and somehow bounced over the top of the stumps. Score remains 150 for 7. That's a tremendous ball from Michael Ray. Hard to know what to do to those ones, Robbie.
That's what he does. It's operating on that heavy, heavy length, and that can be an uncomfortable area as a batter. I've found that out the hard way facing Michael Ray before. It's getting close to a region that nobody wants any interest in.
Ray in again to Ashok, and Ashok is beaten this time. Got that one to nip a little bit. Ashok was playing from the crease, and this is a good start to the spell. Michael Ray was good at the beginning, and he's come back here for his 6th over when the skipper called him back in straight away on the mark.
Just touching on that experience within that Canterbury lineup, and they do have a few younger guys who are sort of making their way into, you know, permanent fixtures in this team at the moment. But on the flip side, as we see Michael Ray come back in again today.
Here's Ray into Ashok, and Ashok is defending this time to cover, won't score.
On the flip side, you now got Lockie Stackpole, who, you know, has only played a handful of games. Eddie Ashok, still young in his career, and a batting lineup with some real experience throughout it, but then also guys who've only played a season or 2 there. So when you look at that Auckland side and the big hitters that have the potential to clear the ropes, they haven't just quite got the balance right of actually, you know, negating what Canterbury were going to bring with that new ball to allow those guys to capitalise on the back end.
Ray bowls to Ashok. This one up round armpit height, and he's fending it onto the onside and will get through for 1 to get off strike. He's 1. Stackpole 20, 151 for 7 Auckland at the end of the 35th over, running at 4.31. So 15 overs left in the innings. Auckland 151 for 7. So the bowlers are going to have to do the job for them here to get them to a score they think they can defend.
Just looking around, I've seen on camera at a couple of shots throughout the ground that Auckland coaching setup is trying to bring in a bit of experience to potentially a few guys who haven't been around the traps too much. They've got Martin Guptill floating around, Mitch McClenaghan, Taron Nathula, Rob Nicol, all guys that have represented New Zealand, and trying to give these guys the best opportunity they can to go out there and express themselves.
Here's Sodhi bowling the first ball of the 36th over, and Ashok rather elegantly drives him down the ground and takes a single. 152 for 7, Ashok 2. Yeah, we saw Martin Guptill in the warm-up, doing some high catches. Next delivery from Sodhi to Stackpole, wants a single, chance of a run out. Ball might have needed to hit the stumps for the umpire to be interested. It was played forcefully by Stackpole. He probably hit it a lot better than he thought. Took off for the single and might have realised halfway down the pitch that the ball had got to that fielder a lot quicker than he thought. He smashed this down to that fielder and collected by Boyle. Oh, he might have been home. Would have been probably too tight for the umpire to rule them short. Certainly a risky single as Ashok plays the next delivery from Sodhi down the ground but won't score. 153 for 7. There's Martin Guptill. Great to see him involved with the Aces in the Super Smash, and here he is assisting them in their preparations and their match day delivery here in the final of the Ford Trophy. Sodhi in again to the right-hander. Ashok plays the reverse sweep and gets a good piece of it too, does Eddie Ashok, and that'll go down for 4. Third man up inside the ring. So he didn't really see it coming, and Ashok takes 4. 157 for 7.
Good shot from Eddie Ashok. Certainly a part of his game that he's been working hard on to square the wicket on both sides, and this reverse sweep's a good option. Obviously there's a slip in play, and they are asking him to take a risky option, but look, he's executed it well there. But good aggressive captaincy. They're asking him to take tough options here.
157 for 7. Sodhi over the wicket again to Ashok. It goes back and then flicks this one to Folks, who's a short mid-wicket.
Did see Martin Guptill had that earpiece in. I do wonder if he is listening to a bit of commentary, and if so, I think his mitting does need a little bit of work. He's always had a good arm on him, but used to catching it in the mitts as opposed to with a baseball mitt on. But he's certainly not shy of a bouncer in the nets, that's for sure.
Here's Sodhi bowling to Ashok. He's played this one square and will take a single off the last ball of the over. 36 overs bowled in Dunedin. 158 for 7. Stackpole 21, Ashok 7. Sodhi 8 overs, 2 for 40. 14 overs remaining in the innings. Auckland just edging their way closer to a score that they can defend. Any score in a final. Still got to go out there and get it, Canterbury. I'll take a short break and Willie Nichols will come in to continue with 14 overs left in this innings.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, Robbie, it's just going to be a scrap here for Auckland, isn't it? To the end to get as many as they can. You're chatting about before how they approach this. There's obviously plenty of time, but it's runs that count, isn't it?
Yeah, I think from now you're certainly just looking at, as batters and batters to come, which side of the ground do you feel comfortable batting out? Which options do you feel like you are your strengths and you feel like you can take? I think now trying to survive sort of 13 overs and only launch at the back end is probably sort of not necessarily the best way to go about it.
Well, Stackpole, he is a stroke maker. We've already seen a couple of lusty blows. But Michael Ray, a hustly, bustly bowler.
It's just that in-between length, and it's the length that he hits so well. Is he's asking you to hit your square of the wicket, and you know, if the length is not perfect or the line's not perfect, then it becomes a challenging option. So mid on, mid off, up. Looking down the ground should be the thought point for Lockie Stackpole here.
Well, he's just sitting in that back of a length, and that's well guided down to short to long third rather. Sheik does the business. Well, he sits on that back of a length, doesn't he? And that's why he's able to have the mid-on and mid-off in the circle, cover mid-wicket. If you look through Cole McConkey's options, he's obviously going for the jugular, wants to bowl them out. Zach Folkes still has 5 overs. Sheet's got the 1. Sodhi, who's got 2 for 40. He's got 2 overs left. And we haven't even seen the captain McConkey with his off-spin yet.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ish bowls out here. He's going to probably bowl his 10 from that end. So we'll see a good short ball from Michael Ray. Try and keep batters stuck on the crease and not advancing down the wicket to try and take on mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. But I wouldn't be surprised if Zach Folkes comes on slightly earlier and follows Michael Ray at this end, or follows Ish Sodhi, and he's a death bowling specialist at the moment. He's got so many different balls he can bowl and execute, and he's certainly tough to hit for boundaries.
It's an elegant looking shot from Ashok. Yeah, well, Eddie Ashok can certainly hold a bat and play a role here. If the Aces are going to get up to a decent total, you feel like Lockie Stackpole's the man who's going to have to turn in a bit of a blinder here. He can do it. He's a good ball striker. Member of the Howard Pakuranga Cricket Club. Talented New Zealand under-19s. And what an occasion, what a stage for him to do it on if he could. Nice wrist work from Ashok. It'll bring an end to the 37th over. The Aces 161 for 7. So 13 overs to go. Canterbury obviously a pretty solid top 5, and then into the all-rounders. How many, what are they thinking at this stage? You know, anything? What's the sort of total that you think Canterbury are going to be happy to chase?
Look, they've been in a great position, and they're sort of dictated the game throughout, if we're being honest. So they would love to chase anything under 220, and I think their top order is going to be crucial in doing that. But vice versa, if you do look at it in comparison to Auckland's batting lineup, if you do get a couple of early wickets, you do have the likes of, you know, McConkey batting at 5, who will kind of be their rock, with Mitch Hay at 4, and Michael Rippon is in at 6. So you are into the bowlers sooner than you think.
Well, there's going to be Sodhi to continue, as Robbie O'Donnell called. He's taken the big 2 wickets really in the middle half of this innings, dismissing Neesham for 32 off 32 and Keane for 48. They'd put on, I think, the first 50 partnership of the innings for the Aces. So Ish Sodhi, 2 important wickets for his captain Cole McConkey, and he has bowled through unbroken through the middle of the innings here. Oh, and Stackpole launches him over mid-off. I think that's gone all the way. Classy shot.
Yep, that mid-off still up inside the ring, but slightly over pitch from Ish there. That's just a fraction too full. Step hit zone. But he's held his shape lovely there. He's actually followed through the line of the ball, and I think that has gone all the way for 6. So a couple of 6s for him in this innings so far, and we know he can clear the ropes, and he's certainly looked like a compact cricketer up until this point. So can he keep it up?
Yeah, seized on the opportunity. That length, as Robbie O'Donnell mentioned. Good comeback from Sodhi.
Straight back on it. He won't give you 2 balls that you can score off in a row, Ish, and you certainly have to be nice and proactive against him to try and either get to the pitch of those deliveries, which are tough to score off, as opposed to potentially just sitting back and waiting for one to hit, because you won't get too many in a row from him. Very experienced, wily campaigner.
Well, he wants to attack. He's cut that hard as far as the sweeper rip-on round there. Yeah, Lockie Stackpole, 19 years of age. So he's just coming through and making a name for himself in the Aces lineup. Just his 5th List A match today. High score of 50. And the Aces would dearly love him to put a new PB on the board here today and get them up to a score. They can put some pressure on Canterbury in the second innings. Ashok squirted that out wide of point, and they'll pick up a couple, I think. So just ticking it over.
That's one thing Auckland will be looking for from Stackpole, is obviously take this as deep as he possibly can and score as many as he can. But I think the one thing that he'd be looking forward to is when his shirt's going to come back from the dry cleaners and hopefully have a name and number on it.
Yeah, tough start to your career without the name and the number. Obviously a player that they see a lot of potential in, and particularly in the white ball format where he's got his opportunities so far. As the 38th over comes to an end, 172 for 7. That's what's great about the Ford Trophy, though, isn't it? In terms of we do get to see these new and emerging talents strutting their stuff on the big stage.
Yeah, the way the scheduling's played out this year, having a Ford Trophy, the first 5 rounds of cricket being played really early in the season, and then back to our white ball cricket after the Super Smash has meant that potentially some black caps haven't been around, and then you do get exposure to the game at this at this level. And he's someone that the coaching staff clearly think has some serious ability, and now he's they're hoping they can squeeze every bit of it out.
Well, Zach Folkes is back into the attack. He did the damage for Canterbury up front earlier today. Bowled a couple of exquisite deliveries to take the wicket of the openers.
This is what, this is going to be his, modus operandi. He's going to bowl bounces. He's going to be back of a length and heavy. Just like that, he's going to be able to use his Yorkers if he wants to. He's got straight Yorker, wide Yorker. He's got off-pace options, off-cutter, out the back of the hand, slowy. He does, to be honest, he does have it all, and he's very good at executing it all. So, folks, certainly, he showed his experience and his talents on the international stage this summer and in that Sri Lankan series, and he's just carried that momentum through and been probably their senior bowler for the Canterbury side.
Yeah, he's certainly got the all-round skills and versatility. We saw him swing the ball prodigiously up front earlier today, and now, as you mentioned, he comes back with the older ball, and he's got a real bag of tricks, doesn't he? Out the back of the hand, side of the hand, pace on, pace off, slow ball bounces.
I think the mindset's the most important thing. He really wants the ball in his hand. He wants the ball in any situation.
He goes full this time. Yeah, well, he's been involved. I think Canterbury had 2 one-run victories this year. They've only had 3 in their history, and 2 of them have come in the same season. And Zach Folkes was the man bowling those overs on both occasions. Went down to the last ball against Otago on this very ground. And then in that final round match, I think he had to bowl against Neesham in that final over. So he's getting a bit of a name as a death bowler and a finisher. Nice, well fielded by Nichols at backward point there. Canterbury haven't really missed a trick in the field, have they?
No, I guess you are paid to say that with a bit of brotherly love, but they have been on. They've been on today. They've caught their catches, a couple of sharp chances in the cordon, and by the keeper there off Ish Sodhi as well. So they've been on. They've continued to take wickets, and they're going to keep trying to do it here throughout the innings.
Bit of good lift there.
The one thing that has been fairly interesting throughout this competition and the Super Smash this summer has been the neutral grounds for finals. So not necessarily, other than a washout, much benefit in potentially finishing first, as you don't get the home ground advantage. And as we see this game being played in Otago with Canterbury taking on Auckland. But obviously it levels the playing field a little bit. If you qualify first and you've run through a campaign where you've been pretty successful, and then you get to come back to your home ground and turn out and know where your training facilities are, sit in the same position as usual in the sheds, and then turn up to your home ground, certainly an advantage that you probably want and have probably deserved throughout a competition. Whereas in this case it's neutral ground, everybody rock up. By the looks of Auckland are actually in the home changing rooms here in the University of Otago Oval, so everything on the line, to be fair, but something to look at, scheduling and where we can fit things in with international cricket, as well as the amount of domestic cricket played. But at least Dunedin's turned it on today.
Yeah, well, Canterbury, they haven't let them bother them. They've got Auckland 174 for 7. Sodhi, and you go for the reverse there, Addy Ashok. First ball of the over, looking to put the pressure on his leg spin mate.
Opted for the switch hit here. 2 points in play. Trying to get this one up and over the 2 points. Just didn't quite get bat on it, but not the worst option from Adi Ashok.
Yeah, he wants to get one over his old mate, Ish Sodhi here. He goes again, and he's cleaned up. Ish Sodhi wins that battle. Went once, went twice, and he's out. Adi Ashok has to walk off for 14. Ish Sodhi has his 3rd wicket.
The old adage, good players go twice. I'm sure that's been thrown out there to Adi to try and take it on again. Unfortunately, he has tried to take it on again. No contact again on this occasion. Rattled into the stumps, and unfortunately, Ish goes 1-0 in the leg spin battle today.
Yeah, well, that's another blow to Auckland. 174 for 8 now. And this is danger time for sure if it wasn't already. Lockie Stackpole is still out there. He's on 29. Louis Delport, who's come in for Danaru Ferns from the last game. Ferns struggling with a hamstring, we understand. Oh, Lister, sorry. Lister, not Danaru Ferns. My apologies. Yeah, Ben Lister. But Delport can hold a bat.
Yep, another lefty to the crease here in Louis Delport, and yeah, look, certainly can access some strange areas of the ground, and also a player that's extremely valuable within a changing room. Also a character off the field, but last over for Ish Sodhi, right-handers. That option, Adi Ashok, it felt like it's potentially his boundary option, and he's trying to take it on, which you can understand. And unfortunately, it does mean that, you know, Sodhi's going to take another wicket in this final over here in this final.
Yeah, Ish Sodhi, 3 for 51 today, coming off the back of the good work done by the Canterbury Quicks, and he has played his role. So much experience now, particularly in white ball cricket. It's going to be a challenge for Delport here. Who comes after Sodhi here, Robbie O'Donnell?
2 options, whether they want to keep pace off the ball and go back to the likes of Michael Rippon spinning the ball away from left-handers, or Cole McConchie. But I wouldn't be surprised if Cole goes back to his seamers, Gus McKenzie, and keep trusting their guys to keep doing what they've been doing so well throughout this competition and into the death. But ultimately, they're just going to keep looking to take wickets and ask Auckland to try and generate a strike rate off some good balls. So my pick, Gus McKenzie, a few off-pace deliveries taking it across the left-hander from over the wicket.
Yeah, well, Canterbury in complete control of this Ford Trophy final at this stage. They've won 3 of the last 4 titles, going for 4 in 5 years. Keep a mortgage on the one-day comp. Ish Sodhi finishing off here. And that'll bring an end to Ish Sodhi's spell. A quality 10 overs. His teammates are showing their appreciation. A 3 for in the Ford Trophy final, and the big wickets of Neesham and Keane put his side right in control. And beautiful day in Dunedin. Unseasonably warm as well for that part of the world. You don't often associate humid, hot days with Dunedin, but there you go. The last 3 days have been absolutely balmy for the one-day cricket finals. Round the wicket now, folks. 2 back out on the leg side behind square. And he goes full at Stackpole. Jabs it out. The Aces 176 for 8. Not the position they wanted to be in after winning the toss this morning, choosing to bat. They've got to try and eke out as much as they can.
Yep, Fulks just kind of running with the status quo here, not necessarily going into full death mode, but actually just keeping the modes of dismissal in place. Still trying to bring in the stumps, ask guys to hit him square of the wicket off a heavy length. And they've had the luxury of doing that by just continuing to take wickets. And that's something that's continuously spoken about in white ball cricket, is breaking partnerships and making guys start on a surface that they haven't sort of been on. Louis Delport will be looking in this scenario for pace on outside off stump and access that backward point or sort of ramp shot area. Very good through sort of that point region over the offside. So round the wicket, good play. Obviously limit the width to him, cut down that angle, pace off, bounces, keep bringing the stumps into play.
Oh, a bit of trickery. Wasn't that short. He did well to uppercut it directly over the keeper, and he'll pick up a boundary.
Signature shot here, Louis Delport. This is his V down the ground, as they say. Extremely good at actually using the pace and watching that on. That's not an easy shot to play. And he's actually watched it on, given himself a bit of room and hit that directly over the keeper.
Yeah, that's what they need from the Aces, number 10. Now he strikes this one through the covers. So he's showing he can hold up an end here with Stackpole, and they just have to make as many as they can. It is a final. They will back their bowlers, but they really need to get up over 200 here. Folks into his 7th over. Geez, bowled well, 2 for 17. There's a bit of an appeal. It really is only Zachary Folks going up for it. No one else in the circle seemed overly keen, and that'll bring an end to the over. And Robbie O'Donnell will swap out for his former Aces teammate, Ben Horn, who's been feverishly flicking through the competition centre statistics, poring over the numbers and the data to see how the Aces can get out of this one.
Yeah, I've been looking at this game stats. I've been looking at the wider competition stats. Willie Nichols. And throughout the second innings, we'll talk about some of those key performers throughout this campaign, both in these two teams and also in the other 4 districts. Impressive performances all over the board. But right now, it's all about these last 9 overs.
Michael Rippon back into the attack. The wrist spin has been going from this end from Ish Sodhi. He bowled really well, 3 for 53. And they're going to keep going. Cole McConkey, well, we might not see him today at this rate. Canterbury want to finish this off. Onto the 2 left-handers, taking the ball away.
We'll continue to see a lot of wrong-ins from Michael Rippon. Starts with one there. And he's come late in the piece today, Michael Rippon. It was always that game of cat and mouse around when to bring the spin on.
There's the width. He flays it at Delport. He's not going to die wondering out here. It's just a shot of authority, and that's his 2nd boundary.
Wow, nice piece of timing from Louis Delport. Just a bit of length to work with there. And he's picked the gap beautifully. Very square of the wicket player traditionally is Louis Delport, and he's accessed quite a straight boundary there for his standards and areas. And he's added some impetus into the innings straight away. Good support, good foil to Lockie Stackpole so far.
Throws it up there again, guides it away, but there won't be a single yet. And that makes him dangerous, the fact that he can score boundaries. Canterbury can't just sit on him.
Yeah, he's a crafty cricketer, Louis Delport. He's been around for a while. Knows what his strengths are. Knows how to play to it. Knows how to play the man.
Flatter and a bit quicker, and Stackpole thought for a moment there might be a single in there, and drops his head to the ground, puts his hand up and says no, there wasn't. Mitch Hay, very quick onto that.
Well, I don't know how quick Lockie Stackpole thinks he is, but Louis Delport's certainly not getting down the other end there. And he's got no interest in running that single. And Louis Delport's gone right down to the other end to tell him, mate,
I'm 37.
I'm not having it.
I've just smoked one through the covers for 4.
Let's not mess around with these little singles.
Yeah.
Here to stand and deliver.
2 to come in the over from Ripon. He's back into his 4th over. He'll turn that run around the corner and says, yes, there is a single there.
Well, you don't know until both sides have batted on it, but I think it's been fascinating watching this innings unfold. Canterbury on top early, still on top now, you'd have to say, but every time the Auckland innings threatened to get going, Canterbury managed to pick up a wicket, break the partnership, and make Auckland start again. A few fledgling partnerships through the middle.
That one's flied and Stackpole goes up and over cover. Expertly placed, the second boundary of the over.
Wow, this is a beauty from Lockie Stackpole. Almost a top spinny forehand over extra cover. There's a bit of Mitchell Santner about that shot. And again, there's a big gap between cover point and long off. Lockie Stackpole's found that beautifully. And he's threatened. And he's looked the part. Just the 8 overs left now. Auckland 191 for 8. So, well, he will start doing some maths now. 6 and over, 48. That'll get them to 239. I think 240 was the number that's been thrown around quite a lot this innings.
Yeah, well, if these two are still here in 5 overs time, it might be more as Folks comes in. He has 2 for 21 from his 7 so far. An expert at the death is here as well. And Canterbury will be looking for him to take a wicket here, not just contain. They don't want to see these two continue to eke out the runs.
I feel like someone like Louis Delport, he just annoyingly finds a way to score runs, to get boundaries in bizarre areas or untraditional areas of the field, and he can be a nightmare to bowl to when he gets in one of his moods.
It does make him dangerous. We saw that ramp shot the last over. Folks started with the Yorker. What has he got now? That's the pace off slower ball bouncer. Delport just gets under it. It's all the tricks, and they're on cue, delivered.
Yeah, he's clever, isn't he? He's got a fast bouncer. This one was the slower ball bouncer. He's got a variety of knuckleballs and slower balls that Robbie O'Donnell was taking us through just before.
Delport takes a big swing and it gets none of it. He'll just get a single. Lucky that landed in space, mid-off and cover up in the circle. He wanted to have a crack on that, but hit high on the bat.
The key for the Aces here is for them to score off as many deliveries as possible in these remaining 7.5 overs. It's all very well hitting boundaries, but if they're followed up by 2 or 3 dots, it really stunts your momentum.
Oh, bang! Up high and onto the bank. Stackpole goes to 40.
Wow, another beauty from Lockie Stackpole. Wasn't that short, and he's just picked it up over the wicket. Might have been an off-pacer from Zach Folkes, and Lockie Stackpole has picked the bones out of that and dumped it high and long over deep mid-wicket and onto the embankment.
It was almost like he was waiting on that. He knew it's a Folkes delivery. And now it's wide and width, and he Q-ins it. Yeah, it was well. He just waited on it beautifully, didn't he? Folkes known for his off-pace slower balls. Just the quick hands to put it up onto the bank. A superb shot.
Certainly didn't overhit it either, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but a nice stable base as he allows his hands just to rip through the ball there and beat that man out of deep mid-wicket comfortably well over his head.
Just no pace to work from for Delport there. It's the end of the 43rd over. It's a good one for the Aces, and they are creeping closer to the 200 mark. They're 199 for 8.
Wow, you love to see this in the final, don't you? Just a real scrap, real back and forth, tug of war, if you will. And you just look through that middle order of the Aces, just threatened the entire time. Fletcher did the bulk of the heavy lifting and the dirty work up in that power play before he was removed by Mackenzie. Jacobs came and hit a few boundaries for his 12. And then it was Neesham, Keane and Stackpole, who remains unbeaten at this stage. But Neesham and Keane both threatened, both looked good, both found the boundary easily. And then Canterbury just managed to dislodge them at opportune times, just as momentum was building. And as we get into the last 7 here, death specialist Gus McKenzie into the attack for some Yorkers, some change-ups. And what a lid that is.
Guided off the outside edge. Hayes got an important glove on it, but there's no third man and it'll run away. Third inside the circle. A good start to the over.
Wow, that's a handy boundary. Lockie Stackpole looking to open the face there. He probably got it a touch finer than he would have liked. And Mitch Hay will probably be disappointed he didn't get a little bit more of a piece on that. But tidy boundary to start the over for the Aces. Lockie Stackpole looks like a clever cricketer.
He's moved through to 45. Mentioned 50 as top score. That one's full and driven hard down to long off. Yeah, what a crucial time here for his team when they really needed it. He's putting a rear guard action on. He's found support from Delport, who's showing that he can more than hold a bat. He can strike boundaries. He mentioned those awkward places he hits the ball into. Canterbury, they know they have to be right on the money here to deny the Aces getting up to a total. And they think they can defend. Mid-on goes back. Third man is now back. Deep cover. 3 back on the leg side.
Yeah, that's good from Louis Delport. Getting Stackpole back on strike. It's a key role for him to play. Yes, the boundaries are handy, they're important, but you've got to look to the man at the other end who's on 46 off 48 and striking it beautifully. And you've got to think that he's probably the one who's going to do most of the damage if the Aces want to push up 240, 250.
Stackpole advances. He's got a top edge. Oh, and it's a brave effort, but it'll beat him. Canterbury would have dearly loved to dismiss Lockie Stackpole there. It just cleared the man going back. Might have been Fraser Sheet.
Oh, it's a game of inches. 6 inches out of the outstretched hand of Fraser Sheet. Just the one in the end.
Just drifting away from him as he ran.
Yeah, it's a nightmare turning around from short fine leg, running over your head and trying to judge it. It's a good effort. 7 off 4 so far this over.
It's a good bouncer, mixing it up, as you mentioned, Ben Horn. This is where they like to use McKenzie at the back end, variations.
Like seeing these short balls from Gus McKenzie as well. Really well known for his ability to hit the Yorker and the wide Yorker, bowl slow balls. And it's important as a bowler not to get repetitive and pigeonholed and only have one sort of modus operandum, as Robbie O was saying before. And I think the other thing about the bouncer is that if you've shown the batter that you've got it, they just hesitate on lunging onto the front foot and standing there and delivering. It still pushes them back just a little bit, and it can make your Yorker a bit more effective if you follow it up later in the over. The end of the McKenzie over, 6 to go now. The Aces 207 for 8.
Yeah, 8 from the over. Stackpole with that little guide that just beat the keeper first delivery. Then they scored off 4 of the next 5 as well. So they put together a good over from an Aces point of view. And you can see there, if a few more skyscrapers coming home, potentially take a little bit more momentum into that second innings. We mentioned it's been Canterbury calling the shots for most of this innings after that quality start and then picking up the wickets. Can the Aces find a way to get themselves up? Mentioned 240.
Well, wickets in hand. If these two stay at the crease, you'd think that would be very much on the cards. But they are only 1 away, really, from breaking through, making them restart again. Dunru Ferns is no mug with the bat in hand. Just goes to show in these modern days that, you know, teams bat all the way down. Michael Ray to take over duties at the death. Bit of pace on the ball.
On his former home ground here, the former Otago Bolt.
Clever slower ball to start from Michael Ray. Loved watching the development of the slower balls over the years. Used to be the off cutter, little bit off pace. Then there was the back of the hander, split finger slower ball, which Chris Cairns was an exponent of. And now more recently we're seeing the knuckle ball late in the piece. Bowlers bringing their fingers down, presenting the knuckles and letting the ball just slide out the front. Very difficult to pick. Two dots now. Absolute gold at the death.
Yeah, it's incredible the amount of variations in T20 cricket, you imagine, has driven a lot of that. Even a slower ball bouncer would have been pretty unheard of 10 years ago, that you were going to run in and bowl that short and that slow, but become a real weapon for the bowlers, particularly at the back end of the innings.
Just means the game's constantly evolving. New challenges are presenting themselves. Traditional areas to bowl. Well, that's quite high and will be called wide, that's fair. But traditional areas that you consider good bowling, the traditional Yorker has now gone out of fashion a little bit because you can get down and you can use the leverage and get to it on the full. Then it went to wide hole for a bit, and then batters started figuring out how to hit over extra cover into the gap there. Then it was slower balls into the hip, and then the batters started working on pickup shots over deep backward square leg. So the game keeps moving on and it keeps moving forward, and it just means that you have to be adaptable and you have to have a broad skill set if you want to continue and succeed over a long period of time.
Well, there's been a wide off this over so far, but all four deliveries have not been able to score yet. Michael Ray, he's mixing it up, as Ben Horn mentioned. Yeah, and you see the field change almost every ball in the back end, particularly when the different plans to different batters. Once they've used their short ball for the over, they continually, every ball is an event, as they say. Well, Delport does get onto that one. He'll get Stackpole back on strike with 2 to come in the over, the 45th over. Well, they haven't been quite rolled just yet, the Aces. That was always the worry. They're going to put a score on the board.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go about their work, having seen what the new ball's done, what the middle stages have done with the seamers, and then how the spinners have come into play. It's always interesting because you know what you're chasing as a batting team. But then if you bat first, you can assess conditions from a bowling perspective and understand what works and what doesn't. So I think you'll probably see the Aces be quite tight in their lines, honing in on the top of off stump, challenging batters to make decisions early on, and then being smart with their sweepers and their fielders. It's going to be a war of attrition and a real accumulation sort of battle unless Canterbury get off to a ridiculous flyer, and it could be very interesting viewing going forward.
Well, we saw how hard it was up front with the ball swinging, and it swung in the second innings yesterday, so can expect the same again. Stackpole gets the length he wanted, but can only dig it out as far as mid-off. That brings an end to the 45th over. The Aces 210 for 8.
That's a great over from Michael Ray. 3 off, 2 singles in the wide. And just the 5 sets left. And that will end Willie Nicholls' stint in the combox for this innings. We welcome back Tom Bartlett.
Yeah, thanks, Hornet. It's, well, for a second there we thought, yeah, Auckland, the Aces might fold. This innings might fold quite quickly, but all of a sudden Louis Delport's come out, 16 from 23, and is providing the ideal support role for Stackpole, who's on 48 from 51, and this will be a richly deserved half-century if he can get there. He's really had to dig in, the young Stackpole. He's got Mackenzie going around the wicket to him, pulling square, and he's found the gap. As he know he hasn't, he's picked out a man, so he'll only get 1. 2-11 for 8, Auckland. 4.5 overs left in the innings.
They just haven't gone away, the Aces. You know, Canterbury have threatened to dismantle this innings on multiple occasions. It's been a really good back and forth, and every time the Aces have managed to build some sort of partnership. No big ones, but they just haven't gone away. They've kept battling, and they've got some sort of score here.
Here's Delport picking up a short delivery from Mackenzie. He's looking for the gap. Good bit of work on the out in the outfield by Folkes, who's a good athlete. Moving to his right, sprinting around, collecting, firing it back in, but Delport's got back for 2. 2-13 for 8.
I still find it really tough to know what a good score is here. I mean, they've been 6, 7, 8 down for a lot of this innings, and they're still managing to scrap their way towards what could be around that 230, 240 mark if this keeps going for a little bit longer.
Delport waits for Mackenzie, tries to heave this one over the offside. He's found the gap too. He's going to get 4. Louis Delport gave himself a little bit of room. It was fuller from Mackenzie, got under it and lifted it over that offside inner ring. Found some space at extra cover and picks up 4. Delport 22, 2-17 for 8. When you see shots like that, Ben, you think, oh, maybe the deck is pretty good still.
That's the idiosyncrasies of Louis Delport a little bit. No width there, opens the face and manages to squeeze it over mid-off.
Mackenzie round the wicket again, waits for the short one. This has gone high up in the air. Is there any players? No, it's going to land in between 2 of them. Coming up from long on is McConkey. They get back quickly. Good bit of fielding from the Canterbury captain, but can't prevent Louis Delport scampering back for 2. He's 24 and Auckland are 2-19 for 8, and this is proving to be a very good over already. 9 from it. 2 balls left in this 46th over.
Just niggly runs here from a Canterbury perspective. A good shot over mid-off for 4. Couple squirting up in the air, not finding fielders, evading, stretching out hands, landing safely. 1's turning into 2's. Just finding weird gaps and opportune places, and this is just getting a little bit frustrating for Canterbury now.
Going to continue to come round the wicket is Mackenzie, and Delport gives himself some room this time. Rolls the fingers on it though, Mackenzie cleverly, and Delport can't catch up with it. Through to Hay, 2-19 for 8. 1 ball left in the 46th over.
He's provided good support, Louis Delport has, for Lachlan Stackpole. 24 off 27, and he's been busy. And Auckland will want to continue this partnership as long as they can. It seems silly to say, but 4 and a bit overs is still a fairly long time in the scheme of things.
Another 30-40 runs here if they're good enough. Here's Mackenzie, bowls to Delport, waits and guides this one down to third man. Couple of bounces to Michael Ray, and that brings the end to a very good over for Auckland. 10 from Mackenzie's 7th. And after 46, the Aces 220 for 8. Stackpole 49, Delport 25. 4 overs left. And that 240, 250 mark is on the cards if they can continue. You said before, Ben, you go take a single off every ball. Well, that's 24 deliveries. There's 244. Get a couple of boundaries. Get lucky with 1 over, and all of a sudden you've gone past 250. That seemed unthinkable.
Easy as that.
20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, I think from Canterbury's perspective, they'll know they're still 8 down here. They're still a wicket away, or 2 wickets away from bowling Auckland out. And that's always the danger. It means you just can't really fully launch until late in the piece.
Ray starts the new over. He's bowling to Delport, who's heaved this one down the ground. 2 bounces and into the long off boundary for 4. Louis Delport's in the mood. He's up to 29. 2-2-4 for 8. Great start to the over.
But this is a cracking shot from Louis Delport. Probably as traditional a shot as you'll see from him. Rocks onto the back foot and elevates this over mid-off. That's a phenomenal area to hit from the back foot. Just got a little bit of leverage from Ray to work with there. And this is becoming a gem of an innings from Louis Delport. 29 off 29. Partnership up to 50 now.
What's Ray's response? He bowls a similar length delivery and he's hit it in the same spot. He's got it up and over and it's gone 1 bounce for 4. Louis Delport goes back-to-back boundaries to start the 47th over. And the Aces, 2-2-8 for 8.
Delport, the destroyer, he's done the same thing. He's just hit it a touch better. 2 bounces the first boundary, 1 bounce this time. And Ray will have to have a think about his plans now. He's bowling full outside off stump with a mid-off up in the ring. Feels like there might need to be a change in field or change in plan from Michael Ray here. Pressure on from Louis Delport. Great to see.
So long off and long on. Now back on the fence. So that shot isn't as easy for Delport now. What's his option? He gets a Yorker and just quite happy to farm the strike back to Stackpole, who's been sitting down the non-strikers end, happily watching Delport in the last 5 minutes. Just seemingly put the ball wherever he wants. Takes the single. 2-2-9 for 8. And Stackpole, who is on 49, does have a list day half century to his name. So this will be a second if he can get there.
55, the partnership now between these two. 55. of 44. Fantastic impetus into the innings late.
It came together at 174 for 8. Here's Ray bowling to Stackpole. Gets a full delivery, squeezes it out square. And you can hear the applause coming from probably most of his Auckland teammates. Lachlan Stackpole gets 50 in the Ford Trophy final. Really well compiled 50 in Auckland, 230 for 8.
Back-to-back 50s for Lockie Stackpole. Coming to the party late in the piece. And what a couple of good games to do it in. 50 from 36 in the last game, came in to ice the cake. 50 from 53 today. Needed to do a lot more traditional batting and a lot more application up top. So he's been valuable for this Aces team.
Job not done from an Aces perspective. Ray bowls to Delport, gives himself some room again. Heaves this one on the onside this time. Will only get 1 run as Matt Boyle does the fielding. 231 for 8. 11 off the over so far. Another really good one for Auckland. Well, 231. Talked about 230. That's in the book. It's how many more can you get? Or can Canterbury just put the brakes on here, take these last 2 wickets and set themselves that target? Or will Stackpole have some more to say? 231 for 8. Last ball of the 47th over. It's full. Stackpole gets under it, but can only pick out long on where the captain of Canterbury, Cole McConkey, is fielding. And that ends a very good over for Auckland. Ray's 9th cost 12. 152, 1 for 52, Ray. 232 for 8 as we look at the innings of Lachlan Stackpole.
Well, he came in at a tricky time and he had to be circumspect initially. Picked his balls where he was going to hit boundaries, and he's really taken to the spinners and gotten down on that back knee, elevating up and over. And he's hit all around the ground. He's shown prowess over cover, he's shown prowess over mid-wicket, and then rocking back and dumping that one up onto the embankment. So Lockie Stackpole, really, really useful knock from his side today. And it's one of those partnerships that at the fall of the last wicket, you wouldn't really have expected this. So this is really bonus territory for the Aces. Having said that, now that they're in this position, they really want to make it count. You know, you only get to play in a final once a year. This might be the one partnership out of 10 that comes off, but you really want to make it count. So 3 overs left here. They've got to do as much damage as they possibly can. 250 now very much in the sights of the Aces team as Zach Folkes comes back into the attack.
Oh, we've seen one ball that's been delivered by Folkes. It's gone for a single. So Delport's back on strike on 35. Folkes follows him this time, but it's too wide down the leg side. You can see why he's disappointed, folks. He felt that Delport had given himself some room, so he's allowed to follow him. But I think, Ben, it was just a little bit wide down the leg side.
It's wily stuff from Louis Delport as we see the first ball on replay, and it was a drop catch at extra cover. Lockie Stackpole just moving through for a single, but yeah, Louis Delport moving to the leg side there and allowing the bowler to follow him, and then just standing there and saying, no, bowl that again, thanks.
Folks, Yorker length again, driven by Delport square to the sweeper. 1 run to the Auckland total. They are up to 235 for 8. They have 16 legitimate deliveries remaining. And if they take 1 off every single ball, they'll get to 251, which I'm sure when they'd slumped to 60 odd for 5, they would have ripped your arm off to get to 250. The Aces coming right back into the fight here with a great rear guard action. Stackpole and Delport. Stackpole is waiting for Folkes. He's got something on it. Hasn't beaten the man inside the ring, but they're going to be able to get back for 2. Wait for the signal from the umpire about whether or not that came off the bat or not. I think it has been given to the batter. 237 for 8. Stackpole to 54.
There's something about momentum at the end of a batting innings to take into your bowling innings, or as a bowling team to take into your batting innings, that can really kickstart the second innings, and particularly as a batting team from the lower order, G'ing the team, bringing the team up with them, taking that into their bowling.
Folkes slows the pace right down. It's hit hard by Stackpole, but sweeper in business, rip on out on the boundary. Restricts it to 1, 238 for 8.
And you can probably hear the Aces dressing room in the background really getting behind this partnership, getting behind the men out in the middle. And they'll remember that when they come into their bowling innings. Fielders will be G'd up. The batters who probably haven't done as much of the heavy lifting as they wanted to will be electric in the field, ready to go, and the bowlers will feel confident.
Folks, round the wicket again to Delport, who's swinging over cow corner. Has he got a bigger piece of it? He has, but he's been caught. Good catch from the Canterbury captain, running to his left at long on. And Delport's very good little cameo at the back end of the innings has come to an end. He's done some damage, though. No question about that. Delport goes for 36. Auckland lose their ninth at 238.
Well, finally something going Canterbury's way. Delport actually got a pretty good piece of that, and I thought initially off the bat he might have gapped it in that gap between long on and mid-wicket, but McConkey did well to get around. And folks, again, the man striking picks up his third wicket of the innings. But as you say, Louis Delport more than did his part in that regard. A well-made 36 off 34, and that is invaluable to this Aces team, who are now 9 down for 238.
Great innings, though, from Delport. Should get some warm applause from his teammates. Came together with Stackpole at 174. 174 for 8. And Auckland had a long way at that point just to get to 200. Not only have they taken them past 200, got them to near on 240. And in a final, I don't care who you are, 240 in a one-day final, you have to go out and score them if you want to lift the trophy at the end of the day. And that's what Auckland, that's the challenge now for Canterbury, is Ferns comes out, number 11.
Certainly probably doesn't deserve the number 11, traditional number 11 tag as well. Can more than hold his own with bat in hand and hits a big ball as well. So the job for the Aces now is just to bat the rest of the overs. They've got 13 legitimate deliveries left. They do not want to leave any on the table. Every run here is absolutely crucial.
Canterbury, on the other hand, desperate to wrap this up. Here is, folks, bowling to Ferns, and he's driving square. Good-looking shot. Be cut off, and they won't come back for the second. No need to take any risky runs with no one left in the shed. 239 for 9. 48 overs have been bowled, so Auckland have 12 deliveries left. And it all eyes now into who will deliver those as we look at the Manhattan, which looked a bit sad at the start, but has slowly but surely through the middle part of the innings started to show some towers. And as we look at the back end, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46, that's Delport and Stackpole who have contributed to that.
Well, you see the dots on that Manhattan spreading out as well. And it means in that kind of middle building period that Auckland never went bang bang or lost wickets and clumps. They got some semblances of partnerships together, albeit not massive ones, but at least did a little bit of rebuilding so that they still always had some sort of momentum. And
here's the penultimate over. First ball to Ferns. Turns it behind square. Will only get one as the fielding is done and the score is restricted to just the single. 240 for 9. Michael Ray into his final over. 1 for 53 of his figures. Stackpole, the man of the moment. He's on strike. 55 from 57 balls.
yeah, what a knock it's been. Played a mature innings here, beyond his years, beyond his experience. Again, quite different from the innings he played against the Stags on Friday. So good versatility from Lockie Stackpole. Shown a bit of maturity, discipline, as well as good shot making.
Here's Ray to the left-handed Stackpole. Doesn't get all of it. Hits it through mid-wicket. Henry Nichols has come across to do the fielding. And it will only be one run to Lachlan Stackpole, who's 56. It's 241 for 9. There are 10 balls left in the innings.
Yeah, it's been great watching him. Hadn't seen a lot of Lockie Stackpole. Obviously, first season this season with the Aces. Super Smash debut earlier in the year, followed by Ford Trophy time. And he's been impressive. It's been good to watch.
At the non-striker's end as Michael Ray goes into Ferns, and Ferns heaves this one down the ground to long on. Will take one. So far, Michael Ray probably at this point, well, he'd love a wicket. If he can't get a wicket, he's happy to probably concede the single. Doesn't want to give up any boundaries here, Michael Ray.
Lockie Stackpole also has the ability to bowl a few left-arm spinners. Hasn't been used that much, but I wonder if just the whole momentum thing played a great hand with the bat.
Give him the ball.
Give him the ball. See if he's a hot hand and can pick up a wicket.
Here's Ray over the wicket to the left-handed Stackpole. Good Yorker length delivery, dug out by Stackpole, and then all he can do is jog through for the single. 243 for 9. 8 balls left in the innings.
Honour's being shared a little bit at the moment through this last partnership. You kind of look at it with 1 wicket left. If Auckland pick up one ball, probably a win for them. Canterbury probably say it's a win for them as well, not conceding boundaries. So bit of a holding pattern here. Again, Auckland have to bat their overs. There's coaching staff of Rob Nicol and Mitch McClenaghan. Plenty of experience in between those two.
Here's Ray into Ferns, tried to heave it away. He's going to try and scamper through for one. Ray's happy to give them the single as the ball trickles onto the offside. So it's 2:44 for 9. Ray's got one ball left in his spell, one ball left in the 49th over.
Robbie O'Donnell touched on it before, but the cricketing EQ floating through the coaching and management staff, Guptill, McClenaghan, Nathula, Rob Nicol, and then Donovan Grobel are involved with the Hearts. It's the class of 2012 or whatever it was, coming back together.
The band's getting back together. Certainly feels like it when you list them like that. Here's Michael Ray, last ball from him, bowling to the left-handed Stockport, walks across, flicks it, but good bit of fielding inside the ring at fine leg by Ish Sodhi. That was flying to the boundary for 4 if he hadn't got down fast enough, Sodhi. Stackpole takes 1. So a good over, though, from Michael Ray. He finishes with 1 for 58 from 10, conceding 6 off his last over. And after 49 overs of the innings, Auckland 245 for 9. Lachlan Stackpole 58. And Dunry Ferns is on 4. 1 over left in the innings.
Well, I feel at this state, this is really going to dictate who's going to be eating lunch happier. You know, if Auckland can get just a little bit more cheering on the icing, then they'll be going into that lunch break a very happy team, and Canterbury might be wondering what could have been. 5 for 60 odd, as we said earlier in the day. Auckland have fought back well.
Last overs, Folkes is in. First ball, Walster Stackpole tries to reverse it over the top of the players inside the ring and can't make contact through to Hay. 245 for 9. Dot ball to start the final over. Being delivered by Zach Folkes. 3 for 36, folks. Another good return from him.
You just think that 250 number, the magic number, there's just a little bit of mentality around getting to that level. Have to score at 5 and over.
Folkes in again. This time he's followed Stackpole. He wants a single, but it took some contact. Hayes done well down the leg side. So it's another dot ball. This is a great start to the final over from Zach Folkes.
Yeah, he's been impressive throughout the day, and he showed his skills, what he can do with new ball and what he can do with the old ball as well. As we've talked about, with cricket developing, you can't be a one-trick pony. You've got to have a diverse skill set, and we've seen him swing it up top, then change it up at the back end.
Third man and fine leg are inside the ring as Stackpole walks across, takes it down behind square. I think he's got one on the toe, so he's hobbling down to the non-striker's end.
3:36. What a spell from Zach Folkes this has been. And he'll love to cap it off with the final wicket in these last 3 balls, but he's used all his skill and experience here and shown what he can do against some really good players as well. On a wicket that's not necessarily conducive to out-and-out seam and new ball bowling. Yes, there was a little bit in it, but I think the Canterbury bowlers extracted everything they could for it. It's not like they got all this extra assistance, so it's been impressive watching Zach Folkes go about his work.
3 balls left in the Auckland innings. 246 for 9. Dunry Ferns is on strike as Folkes comes over the wicket to the Auckland pace bowler. Hits it down the ground. He's hit it pretty straight. Might look for 2 here. Should get back Stackpole. He's scampering and he's done well. Not just doing it with the bat in hand, Stackpole. Good between the wickets as well. So it's 2 to Ferns. He's 6. It's 248 for 9. 2 legitimate deliveries left in the innings.
You can hear in the background the Aces boys really getting behind their men out in the middle, and it's good to hear. Again, a lot of the batters up the top of the order who probably didn't do as much damage as they would have liked, and understanding and respecting how hard their middle order and bowlers have fought. Oh, Ferns has warm one in the lid there. We've talked about Folkes' ability to bowl a quick bouncer all day, and very late in the piece there's going to be an HIA test, a concussion test, that will delay things a little bit further. But they ran a leg by in the meantime. So 249 is the total now.
That was short, and Ferns, you can see he was committed to the pull shot. But it's a good bouncer. It's a good bumper from Folkes. And he's got it flush, I think, on the helmet. We'll look at this on the replay as it was at the head and boom, into the facial guard, if you like.
Yeah, the grill. It was actually a back of the hand slow ball bouncer that kind of sat in the wicket, and Ferns tried to go up and over square leg, and it looked like he gloved it into his grill. So it wasn't quite clean contact. Shouldn't be any damage done.
I think they've done the test. The sports staff have scampered off. 249 is the Auckland score. There is one ball left in the innings. Stackpole, 58. It's going to face up to the last ball, being delivered by Folkes. Walks across. It'll be down the leg side, too wide. And so there's the 250 up. So Auckland will get their 250. That one just too wide. Walked across did Stackpole, but Folkes followed him, but it was way too wide. So the 250 scored in the final over by Auckland. 250 for 9, and still one ball left in the innings. Ken Stackpole found a boundary here just to finish what's been a very good comeback from the Aces. Gives himself some room, but it's full. Wants the single. Hayes running up. Daru Ferns has given it away. They'll be bowled out off the final ball of the innings with a run out of Daru Ferns. So there you have it. Auckland winning the toss and batting first. They have scored 250 runs. Dismissed off the final ball. Daru Ferns, number 11, run out. Didn't even give it much thought, really. Slightly comical finish. But Auckland, considering where they were at 58 for 5 and then 174 for 8 to get to 250, Ben Horn, I suspect they'll be feeling pretty good about eating lunch with the score they've got on the board.
Yep, absolutely. I think if you look at it outwardly, it's probably honours fairly even, but you go into the momentum of the innings and the way that Auckland fought back towards the second half, they'll be very, very happy compared to what things could have been. So 250, an excellent effort off the back of those 4 early wickets going down, and a few very good partnerships from the bowling all-rounders and some of the bowlers at the end as well. So you can see there, very much appreciated the innings of Lockie Stackpole. Nice little hand from Daru Ferns, and they are respecting the efforts of their men out in the middle today.
Now Lockie Stackpole left 58 not out. 58 from 63 deliveries, 3 4s and 3 6s batted for over an hour and a half of that innings, and got Auckland into a position where they have a score on the board in the final. 251 is the target for Canterbury. You can see there, Stackpole's top score of 58. Good contributions from Keane, 48 from 49. Delport, late in the piece, 36 from 34. And Neesham, well, he went a run a ball 32, but found himself dismissed as part of that top order, I suppose, not a slump from Auckland, but they just got themselves into a position where it was very difficult. And at 174 for 8, they were threatening Canterbury to restrict Auckland to less than 200. But Stackpole and Delport got the Aces over the 200 mark and then propelled them to 250. So the target is set. Canterbury, to win the Ford Trophy, need to score 251 from 50 overs. We will be back in Dunedin with the start of the chase, with play set to resume at 3:15. The target set by the Aces, Canterbury need 251 to win.
There is some lunch in that up there if you wanted it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
From John. Got it right?
Yeah, good, very good.
Yeah. Just fair to say.
Feel better than yesterday.
Feels a lot more settled. Everyone kind of knows to go for those. You don't. Yeah, Richard's doing a good job. I think the director got more today.
Just trying to keep it more basic.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're far better off with just a really good solid effort than trying to go to do crazy shit. Keep it up. Well done with the cheers. I think those mids in there are real good to tell the story though, eh? Definitely I was saying I admitted I was wrong when I was like, oh, Kempison should have been at the other end. I think those walk-offs when you've got out are massive. You know, the disappointment on your face when you're coming off and you've been able to get that is
That's good.
Yeah, that helps tell a story. You would have got a few more crowdies going faces that way, but I think you're better off with players.
All good? Not going to go upstairs at all? It's the same group that I had the first day. It's got to make a rack straight back.
What was it?
Yeah, it was the same stuff the players eat, so it's like a spread of just like carbs, healthy carbs. walk away.
Enjoy it, eh?
Yeah. No, good stuff. I'm hoping those replays are back up because I like having that for like a reference to get off, like what I was on.
Yeah.
Setting up.
the extended thing.
Oh my goodness.
It's a shocking underarm.
I got the yips already. Do you want to go again? That was because I can't do that.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
What? Yeah, that's nicked it. It's hot spot that nicked it.
It's not the first time that Daryl's gone upstairs to something that's not out.
You just want to have some angle with it, I think. You tell her.
Oh, no, I didn't make it through the gap. It's a dive stop and it's a dot.
Is that a dot?
Youngies, you're an option.
Yeah. And it was Team Mihar, not Team Daryl.
Yeah, first take. Well done. Go Jess and Lily, I say.
Great stuff, smash play. And of course, we are coming to you from the University of Otago Oval in Dunedin, and that is what is on the line. It is the Ford Trophy, the men's one-day competition, and we're at the halfway stage on a great day in Dunedin. Sun's out, a little cool, but pretty nice conditions for a final, and the target has been set. Auckland, 250 all out, dismissed off the final ball of the innings of the 50th over. 251 is the Canterbury target. This is the Auckland score. You can see there it was not a great start. Allen, McKenzie, 0 and 1, 14 from Solier. Fletcher looked to dig in before he went for 18. Jacobs only added 12. Neesham 32. And at that point, 58 for 5. Very quickly became 115 for 6. Somehow they scrapped their way, though, through to 250. Bowling figures for Canterbury, folks, the best of them in terms of economy and wickets, 3 for 40. Ish Sodhi, 3 for 53, was handy in the middle order and good up the top sheet with 1 for 34. Canterbury having had, as you look down those fall of wickets, 115 for 6, 174 for 8 at one point, Auckland. But terrific work at the back end of the innings from Lockie Stockdale and Louis Delport as well, who scored 36, has got that target to 250. So Canterbury need 251. Robbie O'Donnell is alongside me. Who would be feeling better at the halfway stage, Robbie?
Yeah, look, that's an exciting first half of cricket we had there. Right now, which changing room would you like to be in? I think on this surface in a final, you're probably leaning towards Canterbury. I think they kind of had the upper hand throughout most of that first innings there, other than a couple of partnerships. But look, it is a final. There's runs on the board. This old adage has been said time and time again, and realistically, I think Ben Horn said earlier, we don't know what's going to happen here until both sides have had a go on it. So, look, we can see the Brains Trust working hard. Martin Guptill having a chat with Cam Fletcher about different angles, where they're going to try and line things up. And also, just before, Mitch McClenaghan talking to potentially some opening bowling options for Auckland. So, we saw the ball swinging early this morning by the Canterbury opening bowlers. Will it swing this afternoon? Auckland have a couple of bowlers who will definitely try and exploit that in Jock McKenzie and Simon Keane, both right-arm outswingers. Otherwise, the big, nasty, fasty Dunru Ferns will come in and shape the ball back into right-handers and hit the deck hard. Jimmy Neesham, another bowling option. Will Sean Solier get a bowl in this stage? And then we've got 2 spinners. We've got Addy Ashok, wrist spinner, and Louis Delport, left-arm orthodox, to come in and throw a few carrots up there and try and dangle a few carrots, ask the Canterbury batters to take a couple of risks. He's a very wily bowler. It'll be really exciting to see how they go about this chase this afternoon.
251. It's a score that Canterbury have regularly posted in the regular season. Of course, they were the top qualifiers. Auckland had to overcome Central Districts on Friday to book their spot in the final. So Canterbury will know that their top order has been there, done that, got the T-shirt before this season, but in the final, things are always a little bit different. Henry Nicholls slated to open the batting for Canterbury. What a boost he is to their starting 11 and boost to their top order.
Yep, certainly massive player coming back into the fold. International player, plenty of experience. Cool, calm, collected. Reece Mario to open the batting with him. He's had a breakout season this year, top of the order. Quite a tall right-handed batter, classical shots, looks down the ground, picks up his pull shot and cut shot well. What they're going to need to do is, look, obviously try and see off any shapes or threats that Auckland can throw their way, score off as many as they can, and then hopefully allow the middle order to come in and cruise their way to a win, an easy win. But on the flip side, Auckland, can they get the ball in the right areas? We saw Canterbury do it this morning extremely well. Not many freebies, balls in challenging areas, and it looked tough to start. So will the new ball play a factor this afternoon? Time will tell.
And 24 hours ago, 291 was not enough for Auckland. Their women's team, 291 for 5. Otago winning off the last ball of the 50th over to get to 292. Target this time, 24 hours later, 251. Hasn't always been an easy pitch to get sort of come out the gates hard on. Often, you know, you watch whatever level of the game it is, teams can come out and score quickly from the outset. We haven't really seen that in any of the games. Yes, Auckland scored 327 on Friday in beating Central Districts, but it took Jimmy Neesham's power and his class to propel them to that total. Yesterday we saw Maddie Green bat really well for the Auckland women. And we saw some brilliant hitting down the bottom from Eden Carson to get Otago home. So far, we've seen Lockie have to bat really, really well to get himself into a position where Auckland have got to score. Just don't think it's going to be easy, Robbie, for Canterbury just to kind of burn out of the gate.
Yep, well, we're going to have to try and see how Auckland try and take their wickets here. Obviously, 250, you would imagine, 50 overs. Not necessarily going to be a restricting type holding pattern phase. That new ball is going to be crucial for them. How can they bring the stumps into play? Right-hander swinging the ball back at Henry Nichols, try and bring in LBW, bowled, caught behind, and then vice versa. If guys do get set, how can you bring a spin in? How can you change the game? What fields are you going to set? Looks like Finn Allen's going to be nice and aggressive here from the get-go. He knows wickets are the way forward, so it doesn't look like third man's in place. 2 slips, a gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket, and a fine leg. With Jock McKenzie to open the bowling. He bats 3, he opens the bowling. What a player.
Well, they are trusting Jock McKenzie to get Auckland off to a good start. They're defending 250. Reece Murray's going to face up to the first delivery. It's McKenzie over the wicket to the right-hander, offers no shot to a good length delivery. Good line from McKenzie straight onto it. And we are underway in the chase.
Some good volume, early doors from the Aucklanders, something that they enjoy doing with their cricket. Certainly quite a loud bunch of cricketers and love to get on a roll and pump each other's tyres up. So you will hear that volume throughout the entire innings, probably especially when they are under a bit of pressure.
So McKenzie in again, passing the umpire, bowling to Mariu's hit high on the pad. It was angled down leg side, but there's certainly some energy from that Aces field, making lots of noise at the start of this innings. Be keen to let the Canterbury team know that they're going to have to score these runs. Need to go at 5s to win, which is manageable in the modern game. But early wickets, key for Auckland here.
Just an early one here to keep an eye on as well. See, Angus Oliver is on the field, I think, at mid-on, so potentially someone off the field, starting off the field.
Try and keep you updated on who might be missing. Here's McKenzie in again to Mario. This is wider, and the right-hander doesn't need to play a shot. Goes for a walk to square leg. Of course, no Chad Bowes for large parts of this campaign for Canterbury.
I think Auckland will be pretty happy about that one after not just this season he's had, scoring a double 100 in one of the 4 trophy games, but he's just one of those destructive players who, from the outset, will look to pin his ears back and try and get him off to a quick start.
Can take the kind of guy who can take the game away from you very, very quickly. Not out there at the moment. Mario is. Here is McKenzie bowling to him. It's short, tries to play the pull shot, doesn't quite catch up with it, and it's through to Fletcher. Good intent, though, from the Canterbury opener.
Potentially not as much swing. I know we're only 4 balls in, 4 dots. Top start by McKenzie, but predominantly will look to swing the ball away from right-handed batters. But the afternoon, slightly different, you know, climate, conditions, will depend on that breeze that we saw earlier as well. Is that going to help him from this end, or potentially Simon Keane trying to shape it away from the other end?
2 slips in a gully still for Reece Mario. This is a fuller delivery from Mackenzie. Not tempted, though, the Canterbury opener to play any extravagant shots early doors. Thought about the pull shot on the previous delivery. This time happy to leave through to Fletcher.
I'll tell you one thing, though. Did see the heavy roller out there at that lunch break, and looking at it right now, that does look like a surface you want to bat on, doesn't it? Look at the colour, not a grain of glass out of place. Certainly is a picture. Will it play that way for the rest of this power play?
Looks flat. Looks can be deceiving. Here's the last delivery of Mackenzie's first over, and again, Mario happy to leave and watch it fly through to Fletcher. End of the first over of the Canterbury innings. They need 251. They still need 251. They are none for none after 1 over. No problem with the conditions today. We did have that delayed start this morning due to the ground being a little damp this time of the year in Dunedin. The Oval just has a bit of shade at one area. Once the sun comes up, it's able to bake it, but it did just delay the start by half an hour. But apart from that, been a perfect weekend for one-day cricket. Good conditions, good pitch, good competitive games. Really good advertisement for the domestic game. It's in good state when you know 291, played 292 yesterday, 250 on the board here again. I'm guessing it's going to be Daru Ferns. No, it's not going to be Ferns. It's going to be Keane. So Keane gets the ball. Looked good with the bat, did Keane. He'll be feeling good about his cricket at the moment. He's going to start from the northern end of the Oval, bowling to the left-handed Nichols. And Nichols is playing this first delivery, the full face down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yep, better shape there straight away from Simon Keane. We'll look to pitch the ball up, get it in the area, ask guys to hit him down the ground with hopefully a bit of swing and nibble. So, yep, that we spoke a lot about the way he carried himself in that first innings and the way he's batted and played with so much freedom. And 6 wickets in this competition this season. Auckland need a couple more from him up top here.
Looks like a handy cricketer, this Keane. Bowls to Nichols and is turning this one the onside to Ashok, who's fielding it that short catching mid-wicket.
And some good memories from this ground too. When he burst onto the scene a few years back in red ball cricket and the Plunket Shield. Distinctly remember him bowling a spell down here to a lot of left-handers against the Otago Volts and just causing absolute chaos, bending the ball around corners back at the stumps and then nipping it across them as well. He's got a good skill set, Simon Keane.
Nichols defending third delivery of Keane's over. There's been a assured start from Auckland. I know they've got a score. It's not a huge score, but it's a score nonetheless, and they need to bowl well. And this is the tone being set here by Mackenzie and Keane.
Both coming from the club North Shore, over on Auckland's North Shore.
Here's Keane again to Nichols with a good delivery. Sort of at Nichols, isn't he? Keane straight into his work, committing the batsman, not giving him anything just to leave and settle in. Of course, Nichols hasn't played a lot of cricket this summer. Been out injured. Timed his run getting back for the Ford Trophy final, but he's a vastly experienced player is Henry Nichols. Waits again, defends another good length, good line from Keane.
It's a good start, bit of pressure. Doesn't look like it's, you know, guys looking for miracle balls here, trying to hoop it round corners and get too greedy with the ball, which will be something that they talk about, bowling in partnerships. Both similar bowlers, not going to necessarily rush you with pace, but accuracy needs to be their strong point. So they've started well here. Can he close out back-to-back maidens?
Still got 2 slips in place. Simon Keane goes again to Nichols. A little bit more width than he's punched it, but it's a good bit of fielding from Mackenzie. Collects it. He's at that sort of cover, short cover, and diving across to ensure that Nichols can't get the Canterbury innings underway. 2 overs bowled in Dunedin in the chase. 2 maidens. One from Keane, one from Mackenzie. And Canterbury none for none after 2.
Tidy areas, that's what they'll be talking about. get the ball in the right place for nice long periods of time and ask them to make tough shots. And as a batter, look, Canterbury don't need to panic. They know that. They'll keep talking, try and build partnerships, take it nice and deep, and understand that if someone gets in and they get 60, 70 plus, it's not looking good from an Auckland perspective. So give themselves an opportunity, but not a heck of a lot of shape, swing or nip as we saw this morning.
So Mackenzie continuing from the southern end, bowling to the right-handed Reece Murray, and that's wide. So Canterbury's innings will be underway with an extra one without loss. Yeah, I think you're right. Auckland will also know that if one Canterbury batsman gets away, it'll only take one, and that'll break the back of the target here. Need to put pressure on, need to bowl well, take wickets up top. Canterbury, meanwhile, will know they can increase this run rate as the game goes on. Here's Mackenzie, again, fuller of length this time, and again, Murray is not enticed to come forward and offer, just watches it fly past.
Yeah, and again, Finn Allen, the way he plays his cricket, will know that necessarily they're probably feeling like they're 20, 30 runs short of what they would have liked to have got, but they've got 2 slips in, they've got a gully in, no third man. Potentially a little bit of lack of pace on the surface here means if a nick goes through there, so be it, but they want their catches in play, wickets.
Here's Mackenzie, and it's short and it's pulled well. I think he's got it up over the rope too. Murray got into good position and he swung through and he swung hard and he's hit it over backward square for 6. So there's the first runs of the Canterbury innings off the bat, and that is a shot, isn't it? 7 without lost. Canterbury.
Yep. He's waited for that. First one, back of a length. He's picked his area, absolutely met it. Just a good controlled pull shot, got most of it.
There haven't been too many loose deliveries as Mackenzie comes in again. This one fuller, and he was slightly at odds of it or whether to play or not. In the end, he let it go. Seven without loss, Canterbury. The target is 251. They need to go at 5.14. Early days in the chase, though. Auckland dismissed or bowled out off the final ball of the 50th over. Here's Mackenzie, full in the air, and he's just got it just in front of points, flying down towards the boundary. Chase here for Keane will cut it off. And they will get back for 3 runs. Aerial from Reece Murray, which would have held his breath slightly, but got it to the right of that fielder. Picks up 3, 10 without loss.
They won't mind that shot. That'll be the lengths and areas that he's trying to bowl. Offsides up in the ring, 2 slips, a gully. Whether one of them does move to 1 slip, a gully, and a catch and cover. A cover drive and anything down the ground, you don't mind that. Back of a length, pull shots, probably in an area you don't necessarily want to be hit. You want your bounces nice and high, but they are bringing the stumps into play and they won't mind that from an Auckland perspective.
Sticking with the 2 slips, Allen and Neesham. And Mackenzie going over the wicket to the left-handed. Nichols hits it in the air, but he's got it behind square, or just in front of square. And so they'll take 1 and turn for 2. So Nichols is underway with 2. And Canterbury 12 without loss.
It's the classic right-hand, left-hand combo there, isn't it? Actually a decent ball to a right-hander, probably near that off stump, but actually meaning it's into leg stump for the lefty, tuck off the hip, bread and butter. Any left-hander still yet to meet a left-hander that does enjoy it off the legs.
Kenzie in again to Nichols. Nichols is driving and driving well. Good looking shot from Henry Nichols. It was full and he's timed that really well. Straight down the ground. His first boundary. And Canterbury after 3, 16 without loss.
Great balance. Hasn't tried to overhit it, just a extension of a forward defence, to be fair. And this is just one of his strengths that he brings to the party here. Henry Nichols would look to wait for guys to overpitch, try and beat mid-on, mid-off and extra cover, and then look to shuffle around the crease and obviously tuck the ball into the leg side as he gets going. But good over for Canterbury there. Just starting to get things on a roll and build this partnership a little bit.
And 2 maidens to start with, and then 16 off the third. Classic shot from Nichols. As you say, balance. So balanced at the wicket. You know he's in good form when he's playing shots like that.
Yep, nice and simple. Good technique, just a little dip into the ball, and he knows exactly where his stumps are and where he's trying to score his runs. He's done it for so many years. It's almost ingrained into the back of his head where he's trying to score runs.
So Reece Mariu's come down to the other end, the southern end, to face up to Simon Keane. 2 slips in place for him. Turning this one to the short mid-wicket, won't score. 16 without loss, Canterbury. They need 251.
Interesting that they have gone for this combo with Simon Keane and Jock McKenzie. Obviously, both can shape the ball, but in their own right, very similar bowlers. Away swing bowlers, not necessarily the quickest guys. And when you do have someone like Dunru Ferns in your attack who brings the ball into the right-hander.
Full off from Keane, no shot offered by Mariu, 16 without loss.
It does just bring in another sort of dimension into what you need to face up against. A little bit more bounce. And as you saw with the Canterbury attack, Zach Folkes swinging it into the right-handers, Sheet going away from the right-handers. Just adds that little bit more of a dynamic about, okay, I need to watch this ball a fraction longer here and see what's happening under my eyes.
Mariu waits for Keane, defends. Keane's left arm raised and almost celebration. The fact he felt he'd slightly beaten the bat on that occasion, but managed to get some bat on it. Played it out in the offside, no score.
Some good problem solving happening already here, I think, from Reece Mariu. If we'll get a chance to have a look, he potentially is batting out of his crease to Simon Keane here, trying to take LBW out of play, get a bit closer to the swing of the ball as well.
Keane in again to Mariu, but Fuller in the air. There's a dive, but it beats the man who's positioned forward of point on that offside. But that's exactly the shot that Simon Keane was trying to lure Reece Mariu into. But he played it effectively, got enough of it, and it goes out to the boundary for 4. Did he get a hand to that, Robbie? I'm not too sure. Bottom line is it flew through the hands, flown for 4, Canterbury 20 without loss.
Yeah, athletic attempt. Defending 250, if you do have an opportunity to try and grab something like that, a left-handed screamer usually gets you up and going as a team, doesn't it? But credit when it's due. Ball was up there and he's taken it on.
Mariu 13 from 14. Keane into him again. Pulls the length back this time. Loses his footing, but it's played out on the offside by the batsman, and there is no run. Mariu looks a decent hitter. Certainly looks committed. He's already put McKenzie onto the embankment.
Yep, he's had a great year this year. I know he's scored runs across all formats. Able to go up the top of the order and keeps things nice and simple.
Waits again for Keane, again pulling the length back. This time he's playing a cut shot. Delport can't pick it up cleanly, so they'll concede the single off the final delivery of the over. Mariu will keep strike. He's 14. And after 4, Canterbury in pursuit of 251. 21 without loss. And after those 2 maiden overs, Robbie, Canterbury just what they ordered. A big over, then another one of 5, another boundary, and just slowly working their way into the innings. From their perspective, there's no run rate pressure here. 10 wickets in the bank, experienced player and Nichols at the crease, a man in form, Mariu. They just want to continue this.
They want to drag this out for as long as they possibly can and just enjoy being out there. Relish the opportunity to bat in some sunshine on what looks like a fairly flat, mundane surface now.
Jock McKenzie starting a new over. First delivery to Mariu is a outswinger, and he's not tempted by the delivery. Stays where he is, 21 without loss.
Just wonder how long it will take for Allen and Auckland to realise our first slip and second slip in the game. You know, you potentially still don't need that third man, but can you get one of those catches into another offside? We've seen 2 uppish drives through the offside. Is the slip caught and going to be relevant? Let's have a look at the carry on these deliveries.
McKenzie into Murray's playing a lovely looking cover drive, but picks out Solia.
Bit of shape, good delivery, won't mind being played off the front foot. It's just if that ball is nicked, is that going to carry to first slip, potentially second slip? Time will tell. Usually what happens here is one will get nicked and go straight down first slip's throat, and then the captain looks like a genius.
Or it bounces in front of him and it doesn't. And he doesn't. Mackenzie yet again to Mariu, who's beaten. Pulled the bat out of the way at the last minute. He was committed. 21 without loss. Certainly played. We've seen Mariu, haven't we? We've seen him play 2 square drives, and one was aerial. If point had been in the more conventional point position, would have gone straight down his throat. He was more backward at point, so got away with that one. Then the boundary in the previous over where he was committed, but again it was aerial. It was an opportunity. Just wonder whether or not a second point is the play if Mackenzie's going to try and pitch it up and allow him to drive. Here he is again. There he is driving and almost catching the outside edge, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Through to Fletcher. Auckland very interested in that one at 21 without loss.
Yep, clear plan, but from his point of view too, this ball's in an area that he scored a lot of runs. That's a cover drive. You don't mind him taking it on, but from an Auckland point of view, you don't mind him taking it on as well because your edges are in play, catches are in the game. Great little battle up top here. Ball is swinging a little bit, just doing enough, Auckland hunting, wanting wickets here. Canterbury also hunting boundaries in this power play. Can they generate a strike rate up top to allow guys to come in and just bat, see the game off throughout the middle?
Still the 2 slips in place for Jock Mackenzie. Bowls again to Mariu, slightly squared up, but defends on the offside. Sean Solier does the fielding, and there is no run. 21 without loss. The target is 251.
Couple of chats there. Sean Solier, seasoned campaigner, captained this Auckland team throughout the season as well, and in this format when Finn Allen was away at the Big Bash. Just creating a couple plans. What's working, what's not working, where do we want him to try and hit us?
Still the 2 slips in the gully for Mackenzie. This time he's using his feet, and the ball's gone down and just shy of Jacobs in the gully. Came at the ball this time, Mariu, and played it square, but Jacobs does the fielding, a good bit of fielding too. 5 overs have been bowled at the University of Otago Oval in Dunedin, and in pursuit of 251 for the win. Auckland 21 without loss. Mackenzie 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 16. It has been all or nothing from Jock Mackenzie so far. Mariu 14, Nichols 6. Running at 4.20.
Good effort at gully there from Bevan Jacobs, but one thing I did notice was just how well he filled out that shirt. He is a big boy.
2 slips in place as Keane starts another over, and this is played square by Nichols. He's just guided it through point, and that should fly out to the boundary, or there's going to be a good bit of fielding by Mackenzie. No, it might be Delport who's come across from third man to do the fielding. And they've scampered home for 3 runs. Good shot from Nichols. Just effortless, that one, Robbie O'Donnell.
This is his onion. Back foot, square of the wicket. Don't want to be too straight to him, but then you offer a bit of width and he just punches you. Good work out there. I think Angus Oliver on the field. Could be mistaken as Louis Delport with that blonde mop.
You haven't quite worked out who's not on the field yet, have we? One of those Auckland players with Angus Oliver, did you say? Here in jersey 95. Keane passes the umpire again. Bowls to the right-handed Mariu, and he's beaten. 24 without loss.
There it is, still up and about. Good chip. Chirping, chirping, chirping. They know they need to keep trying to create pressure here, and whether it is through dot balls, just trying to unsettle batsmen, you know, get them out of their routine, get them out of rhythm. Because when they know that there's not much pressure on the run rate or for them to force the issue here. So how can you create them to try and take a risk they don't need to take?
Keane, much more solid in defence as Mariu as he plays this one to Eddie Ashok at short mid-wicket. Lots of chat from the Auckland field. Know they're in the game. They need some early wickets. Pretty good start from Canterbury. Pretty risk-free stuff from them. Auckland know they can set them back if they take a wicket. Here's Keane in again to the right-handed Mariu. Watchful defending again to Ashok.
Very organised though. Nice and simple. No fuss from him there. That's just lining him up, looking straight, understanding that his most threatening delivery is something on a good length, either shaping away or in this case trying to bowl a 3/4 ball and just angle it back in. But at times, you also, if batters start to look in and comfortable against you, you're going to need to use your bouncer.
Keane into his third over as he bowls again, and Mario's at him. This time he's inside edge. It's bounced over the top of the stumps. Bit worried there for a moment, Reece Mario, that he'd played it on. Good deliveries. It's been a good comeback from Keane. Conceded 3 off the first ball and nothing since.
Also prepared for the floods with those pants is Simon Keane. No issues of getting water on the bottom of those trousers.
Here he is again. Last delivery of the over. He gives a bit of width to Reece Murray and he says, thank you very much. Smashes it forward of point for 4. And takes 7 from the over. It was a good over until that point. Just allowed the opener to open up the arms, throw the hands at it, and he did. Took full advantage and it raced to the boundary for 4. End of 6 overs. Canterbury are 28 without loss. Nichols is 9. Mario is 18. They need 251.
.28 without loss. Jock McKenzie to continue here. Aces in desperate need of a wicket or a breakthrough just to try and change the state of this game. Nice to welcome in former teammate, wicket keeper, Benjamin Horn.
Afternoon, Bob. Afternoon, everyone. Nichols has been prolific through that backward point area throughout his career and also today. And he eases one off the back foot and some more good fielding out on the boundary. Just a single.
Onion, back of a length. Literally just not trying to overhit the ball, allows the ball to come onto the bat. It's a great bit of fielding out there, Louis Delport. Very similar setup to Angus Oliver at the other side of the ground. Diving efforts, they get thrown themselves around at Auckland. They know every single run is vital.
Mario this time advancing and getting some elevation over the offside, and that'll be a boundary. So the Cantabrians looking to free the arms a little bit, and Mario moves on to 22.
Yep. He's trying to get the ball in his areas, advancing down the wicket. Understand McKenzie's trying to swing the ball. Not necessarily exactly where he's trying to hit it, but no third man because an extra catch is up in the ring. Trying to take wickets allows him to take that option. I do like the options here. He's coming down the ground, Hornet. He's trying to put a bit of pressure on the bowlers here. What's your response if you're Jock McKenzie?
Bouncer. Sort of been an innings of 2 phases, really. The first 2 overs, very watchful, very respectful, the Cantabrian batters. And then over the last 4.5 overs, they've really come out of their shell here.
I wonder how much of that's down to understanding the first 2 overs didn't swing a heck of a lot. Thinking that, you know what, this is actually a belter of a surface later in the day to bat on. Time to have a bit of fun out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the fact that it might deteriorate as well.
Try and get ahead of the game.
Yeah, Auckland will rely heavily on their spinners. A couple of dot balls for McKenzie now. It's interesting how these bowling lineups stack up, Robbie. Auckland will look to their spinners to attack through the middle. Canterbury look to their seamers to swing the ball and attack early.
Yep, and they're going to need it, Auckland. They're going to have to be quite brave with some field sets throughout this innings and ask Canterbury to take risks. I think they will continue to take risks. It's just going to be who does it for longer periods of time. How can they build pressure enough to take a wicket or 2 as we see deep square going back for potentially a bouncer or a double bluff?
Love it. Love the mind games, the games within the game. We've talked about it all day. Double bluff indeed. Does just look like Jock McKenzie can hit that length that's hitting the top of the stumps and at times can catch Mario kind of in between. coming forward and pushing back. And you see the opening bowlers for Canterbury, Sheet and folks in particular, they really exploited that heavy length, that 6 metre length as we call it.
Yep, and that's where you want to be for majority of a bowling innings. But even straight away there, using deep square leg, putting the thought of a bouncer in a batter's head can keep you caught on the crease a little bit. So don't mind the move.
2 straight this time from Mackenzie, and he'll leak 1 out to deep square. So Mario will keep the strike. He's 7 overs deep in the chase in this 4 trophy final, in Canterbury chasing 251 of 34 without loss. So, Bob, we haven't seen the swing, the prodigious swing that we saw in the Canterbury innings. So what's Finn Allen thinking around his bowling, resources, his challenges, how he's going to utilise his skills?
Personally, I think you can't let the game, you know, teeter out. You can't let partnerships form. You, from a captaincy point of view, you've got to try and, you know, make changes and upset the rhythm and flow of a game and innings. So, look, you've got Big Dunry Ferns, you've got Jimmy Neesham, who's done it around the world as well, and a wicket taker too, actively involved here. And look, I wouldn't be too far away if this partnership continues past this over before having a look at one of those two, or potentially getting some spin into the game. But the left-hand, right-hand combination then means, okay, what spinner are you going to? You're going to Addy Ashok, you know, wrist spinner with only 2 guys out, or you're going to Louis Dalport, the finger spinner, with potentially a fraction more control.
There's Keane still for now. And no run off the first ball of the 7th over. Mario 23 off 33, Nichols 10 off 10. Both batters looking more comfortable and more solid. And what about the split between, you know, a spinner at one end, a seamer at the other end, a little bit of varying pace, kind of 2 different plans to get used to, disrupt the batters, as you say?
You got to try and throw everything at them, don't you? So I don't think they can keep cruising for too much longer here.
And we saw the graphic before of Mario's knock so far, favouring the offside. 3 boundaries through the offside, off the front foot so far. And now it looks like Auckland is just straightening out their line a little bit to him. And the danger in that is to get too straight and then get milked through the leg side.
Yep, and again, that's what you can get. That's the pros and cons of outswing bowling. Start the ball a fraction wide and it does shape you off a width, and you can score square through the offside like Mario's done. But we've been in this scenario a few times, Hornet, and played a fair bit of cricket together over our days. And outside of energy and potentially some field changes, how do we shake the feathers of this game and actually try and create a chance or two?
Well, I liked when Michael Ray was bowling, coming around the wicket to Jimmy Neesham. Change of angles, always a good look. Keane comes in again over the wicket. Gets pumped over long on. Nichols 2 steps down the track and straight pulls him. And that's another boundary to the left-hander.
Yep. Sounds like right now, Henry Nichols, maybe they've had a chat and they've said, I'm a peacock captain, you've got to let me fly. They are coming hot. They are coming down the ground, looking straight. Any back of a length balls, they feel like they can trust the bounce of this surface. Canterbury on the charge.
Drifting into the pads. Half a shout from Keane, but no run. 39 without loss, with 1 ball left in the 8th over. Nichols 14 and Mario 24. Run rate's not going to be an issue if these two continue. Auckland have to break this partnership. 3 wickets they lost in the first 10 of their batting innings. So far, yet to break through this Canterbury order. And some informed players to come next as well. Another half shout from Keane. And 2 dots to finish his over. He's got none for 17 off 4. And 8 overs gone, 39 without loss. Just drifting down leg, that one. Probably pitching outside the line as well. Still feels like there's enough in it, Robbie. They've missed a little bit too much, haven't they?
I think a fraction too much width, and potentially we haven't had a look at a bouncer yet, so guys understand where things are going, but it does look like we're going to have a little look at something different here today. Number 50, Jimmy Neesham. Came in, got the first couple of wickets on Friday against the Stags. Changed that game completely, firstly with the bat, but then with the ball. Has the ability to do it, and Finn Allen saying, please please do.
Yeah, nice to have a look at Jimmy Neesham early on. Bowled first change in the last game, as you mentioned. I think he bowled the 7th over, so he was in action early. He's got a ball in his hand that's only 4 overs old. Remember, we have new ball at each end in the 50-over campaign. He'll be bowling to Reece Mario. And straight away into an area, defended into the offside. So for someone like Jimmy Neesham, Bob, what does he do differently that could make him effective today and on this wicket?
Well, one, it's coming from a slightly different trajectory. I think Jimmy's about 6'4" or 6'5", big burly boy. So he's going to try and hit the wicket hard, probably look for a little bit less swing and try and be on that 6 metre length, 5 to 6 metre length that we spoke about. And he's going to try and get any variable bounce you can out of this surface. The other thing he has the ability to do is rush guys with back of a length, but he can also just allow the ball to stand, and it feels like it leaves the right-hander with quite a front-on action.
Oh, and as you say that, he's nipped one away from Mario. It's taken the outside edge, and it's greedily accepted by Cam Fletcher behind the stumps. The man with the golden arm, Jimmy Neesham, picks up the first wicket. I think they're going to have a quick look at the carry of this, but from naked eye, it looked all good up here. And there he is straight away. Robbie, commentator's call, has just nipped it away slightly from that right-hander.
Yeah, he has that ability. Impact player, comes on, gets it in the right area. As we look here, feels like it's angling in, just holds. Yep, and it's just carried through to the fingertips of Cam Fletcher behind the stumps. Auckland get there first. Does it give them a sniff to get back into this chase? 39 for 1.
Wow, instant impact from Jimmy Neesham. Just nagging along that back of a length. And we saw a couple of times Mario just get caught in the crease a little bit in that 4th stump area. And that 6 metre length pays dividends again. Jimmy Neesham has come in and second ball picked up a wicket. Outside edge to Cam Fletcher. And that brings Matt Boyle, exciting young talent and player to watch, to the crease, batting at 3 for Canterbury. So we've got the Auckland player to watch, bowling to the Canterbury player to watch. And it should be an exciting battle. Much needed wicket and a timely breakthrough, Bob.
Certainly is. Yep, Matt Boyle reaches the crease. Have a look at his campaign this year. Most important thing to look at there, along with that healthy average, is striking at just under 100. He's a guy who's got in, hit the ball extremely hard, kept his game simple, but he scored a lot of runs and he scored them quickly this year. So this is a matchup that Auckland will like. Can they get him early? Because it will be crucial.
Neesham fires a wide one. 2 slips in the gully employed by skipper Finn Allen. Left alone. And that will be 2 wide.
Jimmy Neesham's natural angle here will be to try and obviously go across that left-handed face of Matt Boyle. Try and ask him to hit through that sort of mid-off extra cover region, bring the slips into play, bring back a point into play. And I'm pretty sure he will oblige too. If the ball's in his area, he backs himself to hit the ball where it needs to go as well.
Straight away, Boyle onto the front foot. Pumping it through mid-wicket. It's not the fastest outfield in the world, but it's good enough to get 4. Neesham over-pitching this time. And not many sighters needed from a man in this kind of form. Boyle, 4-second ball.
Yeah, that's just a miss, unfortunately. Jimmy will know it. Got to put your hand up and just say, that's not where we're trying to bowl. That's not how we're trying to get him out. That's all right. Still a new batter to the crease. Here the Auckland boys up and about.
That shot of Matt Boyle through mid-wicket's one of his strengths. The other one is through point, off the front foot.
Oh, this could be criminal.
No ball called by umpire Wayne Knight, and that's a free hit signalled. So we're going to have an interesting piece of cricket next ball. But what I was going to say is the shot that Matt Boyle hit through mid-wicket, that's one of his strengths. The other one is playing square through the offside. Therefore, from the right arm over angle, Jimmy Neesham has not got a lot of room for error. At what assessment do you make around coming over versus coming around the wicket as a right arm seamer like yourself, Bob?
Yeah, it will depend on who's comfortable with what and at what stage you want to try and create different deliveries. But it's backs up against the wall here. Free hit let's see what Boyle can do.
Full and wide, Yorker length, goes under the bat, well bowled by Neesham, straight through to the keeper and dot ball.
But yeah, your point, Hornet, around coming around the wicket, all you're trying to do here is create the first line of the ball when it comes out the bowler's hand is then only going to keep coming closer and into you as a batter. So that first line you might think there's width, and I'm looking to set up to try and hit it through square of the offside. If that ball keeps coming, you don't adjust to the second line of the ball where it ends up. It cramps you for a room, and that's how you bring in sort of LBWs and bolds. Whereas over the wicket, you're always across the left-hander.
No sign of that round the wicket angle from Neesham yet, and another dot ball. And I mean, how do you make the assessment and when to pull the trigger? Neesham operating over the wicket at the moment. What kind of signs do you need to make that call to come around?
There's a few people that come into play, I think. I mean, the wicket keeper's one. Probably the most important set of eyes as we actually see Jimmy Neesham come around the wicket here.
Brilliant commentary.
And try and shut down Matt Boyle. But wicketkeeper has great eyes on angles and things that are happening in the middle at all times. So former wicketkeeper, well played, Hornet.
Oh yeah, Neesham finishes with a dot ball. Played back to him, and that is the end of the 9th over. 45 for 1 now, Canterbury. Nichols on 14, Boyle on 4. And we're in for an interesting phase of cricket, you feel, coming up. 1 over left in the power play. And Neesham, you can tell, you can see the body language, you can see the energy. He's up for it, he's into it. And he'll be going hard at these Canterbury players.
Yep, he wants it. But even as a forward defence there, that ball rocketed back off the bat, didn't it? So when someone's in good positions and in good nick, the ball seems to find the middle of the bat, and that white kookaburra can fly off the bat. We see Simon Keane's going to continue here. He's going to bowl his 5th over in a row. Desperately need a wicket. How's he going to get a wicket for Auckland?
Punch to mid-off from Nichols. First ball of the over, no run. And 2 lefties at the crease now. Think about Auckland's spin options. The left arm finger spinner of Louis Delport and the right arm wrist spinner of Eddie Ashok, both theoretically bringing the ball back in. So someone like a Danaru Ferns coming in outside the power play, using his cutters, change-ups, changing his length, could be very effective.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too long before we see Danaru Ferns in action, and also a player who will come over and around the wicket and try and angle it across left-handers. But yep, limiting width, that's going to be key. But how do they keep trying to take wickets, this Auckland attack? How are they going to do it? If you've got guys trying to score freely, can you make changes in the field? Can you change the angle of where you're trying to bowl? These are all things that come into play without trying too hard and over-trying and then leaking as a bowling unit. So can he hand over some pressure, Simon Keane?
Yeah, we like hearing that. Can you hand over to the next person? Can you hand the bat in? Bowling's all about partnerships, as you said before. It might not be your day in the wickets column, but if you're contributing to building pressure at the other end for your colleague to come in and take the spoils, it's all about sharing it round. We heard Cole McConkey talk about his team having a no-ego bowling lineup, sharing the load, sharing the pressure. And this is much what the Aces need to do today as Keane comes in again.
Yep, into the hip, easily tucked for 2. Fortunately, that line with Simon Keane is just not going to cause too many issues. Still yet to see a bouncer in play, which every fast bowler does enjoy to bowl, but you understand they are trying to give the ball an opportunity and get it up there and get it in the right areas. But as a batter, you don't mind roughly knowing where 90% of deliveries are going to be.
So just 1 ball left in the power play now. So there'll be a change at some point. Oh no, and Danaru Ferns is wearing it from the heavens. Flock of seagulls floating away ahead of him, and he's picked up some of their off run. Is that going to be good luck for him?
In the fishing industry, they call it a workup. Follow the birds, find the fish.
That brings to an end the power play. Keen, 5 overs, none for 20. Canterbury, 48 for 1. 10 overs gone here at the University of Otago Oval. Canterbury in pursuit of 251. Rob O'Donnell makes way. It's a very good afternoon and a warm welcome back to Willie Nichols. And clear daylight in between those two worms at the moment, Willie.
Yeah, I think Canterbury will be pretty happy with their start, Hornet. In complete control there. I was actually just making a coffee down the hallway. I would have been 30 metres away from the commentary box, but I heard the boom coming out of it, and I imagine that was you calling a wicket. Sure enough, Jimmy Neesham nicking off young man Mariu. So they've got their first, and they'll need to keep taking wickets here in the final. That one's over pitched. It's whipped away through mid-wicket. He's strong in that area, Nichols, and he doesn't miss out.
Just another miss in line from Jimmy Neesham, unfortunately. Coming round the wicket now, and that's created that leg side miss a little bit with the angle. And Nichols, even though he's been out of action for a few months, he will not be missing out on one of those.
Yeah, well, he's been out of action since December. Had a calf muscle injury. Goes across his stumps, and that's a no ball. Jimmy Neesham is not what they need at this stage of the game. And yep, sure enough, Wayne Boogie Knights, he does the boogie dance. It's going to be a free hit. We'll see from the side on angle. Hard to tell.
You could just see halfway through his run up there, he took a little half step. It wasn't the full execution of the run up. And so 2 no balls in the first 2 overs from Neesham. And now Henry Nichols will have a look at a free hit.
Oh, you love this as a batter, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
In the first 11 overs of the innings, the field's only just gone out, and they can't change the field either, I don't think.
Correct.
Short, and it's flat batted, but he can't beat mid-on. I think the arm's gone out. Ben Horn's picked it in the box, and it's going to be another one.
Oh. Just the trial run for Henry Nichols. Can't get a hold of the back of the length delivery, pulled straight to mid-on. But luckily for him, he'll get another crack at it. And Jimmy Neesham having some run-up issues. So he'll have to pull another something out of the bag to get away with a free hit here. It's just nice, though, as a batter, seeing the arm go out, hearing the call.
Yeah, well, 2 free hits in a row. Couldn't ask for much more. What does he look to do this time? Goes back in the box, and it's an outside edge. It'll fly away for 4. It's the second boundary of the over to go with the 2 no balls. There's 10 from it so far. Pressure just being ever so slightly released here.
Wow, you can see what Neesham was trying to do. He was trying to go for the wide hole, get outside Henry Nichols' arc. And when it's that wide, he can just throw the hands at it and hope for the best, particularly with a free hit. That's exactly what happened on this occasion. Neesham under a bit of pressure.
Steps across again. He's making that premeditated step outside the off stump. Neesham coming around the wicket to the left-hander. We see that so much these days, Ben Horn. Really come into the game in the last 5, 6, maybe even 10 years, I guess. All those right armers coming around to the left-handers.
Well, you see a lot of left-handers being exceptionally proficient off their legs and through the square offside sort of field, through point to extra cover off the front foot. Coming around the wicket just cuts down that angle. And it means that if you err a little bit wide, the angle doesn't continue to get wider, it continues to tighten up. Just means that you can't afford to miss straight. So you get this extended corridor through kind of 4th to 6th stump. As opposed to if you're coming over, you've got a ball that starts straight and will finish straight, or a ball that starts slightly wider and will just continue to get wider and wider and wider. It's not a perfect plan to everyone, you have to pick your battles and pick your men and pick your bowlers who are comfortable doing that. But I think Neesham's the kind of guy who hits the wicket hard, looks for extract sideways movement. As we
Goes
see,
short.
bouncer. It's a bowler he's suited to because he's not in the air swing bowler out and out. He's a hit the wicket hard, extracts movement, extract extra bounce, and those are the kind of bowlers that suit coming around the wicket.
Yeah, well, he's certainly playing a big part in these finals. Jimmy Neesham saw him with the 100 on Friday, bowled his 8 overs, picked up a 3-for, and he's picked up the 1 wicket here for the Aces today. Bowls a heavy ball. He's a skillful bowler, a genuine all-rounder. Aces are turning to him here. They want another one. Nichols respects that one outside the off stump. That brings to the end of the over. Neesham has 1 for 16 off his 2. The score 58 for 1 here after 11. And Ben Horn, I believe you've been doing some work in the studio and you've come up with a Ford Trophy team of the season.
Yeah, Ford Trophy team of the season. Obviously, got a lot of players on the field today to talk about, but let's talk about the competition as a whole, and we can go through this in a bit more depth as I'm sure we'd like to unpack it. But Curtis Heafy and Chad Bowes opening up, Cole McConchie, Abbas finishing off the top order, Cam Fletcher will have the wicket-keeping gloves, Neesham and Hampton, the bowling and batting all-rounders, but a spin from Young Husband and Lennox, and then Brett Randall and Matt Bacon take the new seed.
Yep, looks pretty strong.
The armband as well.
Yeah, it looks pretty strong team on it. You've named there. Chad Bowes obviously scored that double 100 in the first round. Fastest 200 in terms of balls in list A history. I think something like 106 balls for the double century. But nice to see your team up there. And they'll have the official team at the end of the competition. Lots of talking points. Who's captaining your team of the season?
Yeah, McConchie's getting the armband. And the reason is he's talked about his team coming together as a unit. And there's not a lot of Cantabrians in that team. And I understand that's a point of conjecture.
Back live. Ferns, he'll hit into cover. Sorry, continue as you were then.
It's a point of conjecture because Canterbury are in the final, and what that tells me is that they've come together and played as a unit and shared the load. We've heard Cole McConchie talking about no egos in the bowling lineup, sharing the load around, bowling in partnerships. So he's going to take the armband, and then the rest of the team. You know, there were a couple of tough decisions. I've got Curtis Heafy as the highest run scorer in the competition opening up, even though he didn't open for all the games for CD.
Ferns just on the hip, and that one's turned around. His first over coming into the attack. Yeah, it's always tough picking teams of the season, isn't it? You know, are you picking a team to play together? Are you picking players based purely on the statistics or how they come together? What's been your formula?
Well, I'm picking the team of the season based on the seasons that they've had and the stats that they've put up.
In each position, I'm seeing Cole McConchie batting 3.
Yeah, it's a horses for courses approach, Willie. And look, there's no perfect solution. And I'm sure I could cop some heat around some of my selection decisions here. But at the same time, you've got to go a little bit on gut as well. And so partnering Heafy at the top of the order is going to be Chad Bowes, averaging 94, striking at 149. Tough call on Dale Phillips, who had 457 runs. He was close. And then Cole McConchie batting 3. He's had an exceptional season with bat in hand, scoring 100 as well as captaining his side. Mo Abbas, he's been impressive as well for Wellington. And
not short on bowlers, are you? You've got a lot of bowling options in that side. Ferns settling on a good length here to Nichols.
50 overs is a long time, Willie, and you've got to share the load around. I think it's important to have 2 spinners in there. And the fact that my all-rounders in Neesham and Hampton, who have been the form all-rounders of the competition, they can bowl overs of seam. So I'm going to have a spinner in Pete Younghusband, who's been in great form all summer across all formats. And Jaden Lennox, also been in great form across formats as well for CD.
No, it's a good-looking team. We'll have a look again at the end of the over. But Ferns, he's working away here. Obviously, bowled in the second change as well in that game, eliminated. What is Dunnery Ferns looking to work away here, Ben Horn? And we'll come back to your team of the season at the end of the over, but he's a big burly man. He'll work away back of a length.
Yeah, well, again, he's probably not your out-and-out swing bowler. as you see, coming on at second change, his asset is his height, his ability to hit the wicket hard, and his ability to change deliveries and have a big array in his arsenal. Started tidily so far.
He's got the slip and the gully in place, so they still believe they can nick Nichols off here. Enough in the wicket as that brings an end to the over and a resumption of your team of the season. Wondered if you want it. You've talked about the tough calls in that lineup, and there's plenty of them.
Yeah, so I think Cam Fletcher's been the outstanding batter who is the wicketkeeper, and I also think his glove work is probably some of the best glove work going around the country.
Tim Seifert, a couple of hundreds as well.
Tim Seifert was close. Him and Chad Bowes were neck and neck. What did I say? I'd go with Chad. And then I think the rest of it pretty much speak for itself. Brett Randall and Matt Bacon, the two leading wicket takers. Matt Bacon's going to take vice captaincy of this side, and he's going to lead the team off the field. Popular man around the traps, popular teammate.
Oh, that is just classical from Boyle. Everything we've come to expect this season. He is a class player, and that has been dispatched with disdain.
Neesham looked like he's struggling a little bit here for rhythm. Came in and bowled a cracking set to Reece Mario, the right-hander, and now he's dealing with two left-handers. Just struggled to find that same consistency, and Matt Boyle, that is a cracking sound off the blade. You heard it live.
Potentially sending a message to you for your team of the season, not included. And he's a class player indeed. And we encourage the viewers online, of course, following this, TVNZ Plus, Sport Nation in New Zealand, NZC YouTube around the world, Fan Code in India. Get in touch. Let us know what you think of Ben Horne's team of the season. Your own ideas on who makes your Ford Trophy team of the season. Plenty of standout performers, and always interesting when the season's split across the, the first half and the second half, with a gap in the middle for the Super Smash. We saw in the first half of the season, ball nibbling around. It started off the domestic season for the first time in 5 or 6 seasons. Oh, it's a beauty from Neesham.
Yeah, very much a campaign of two halves. You saw that with the points table as well. I think going into the break, ND was sitting in at second. They finished off 6 at the bottom of the ledger, but just means that there needs to be diversity and, I suppose, adaptability to conditions and skill sets. The one-day cricket you play at October, November can be quite different from the one-day cricket you play in February, March.
Yeah, and great to see Jimmy Neesham, almost a full campaign here in the Ford Trophy. Obviously plying his trade in the T20 circuits around the world these days. Oh, he stood tall again. It's a little bit of a misfield there at mid-off. Got enough on it. They'll just pick up 2. But yeah, great to see Jimmy back and performing for the Aces. He's on the circuit a lot, playing around the world, but to come home and have almost a full campaign and make your team of the season, it speaks volumes about him.
Well, he's a competitor. You know, no matter who he's playing for, he wants to win. He wants to fight hard. And he wants to compete. So great to see Nish back. Great to see him doing well. Great to see him being passionate.
Oh, short of a length, and Boyle looked like he was waiting on that. Quite get it away. There's two men back there on the onside.
I think it's time for a change, to be fair. Neesham's come in, he's got his wicket. He's done a great job, broken the partnership. Might be time to have a look at Eddie Ashok or Louis Delport to bowl in tandem with Damu Ferns. Use Neesham in short bursts, 3 overs at a time if need be. He'll bowl through the middle and likely at the death too. But I think early introduction and a change of pace could be really interesting to see.
Crunches down on that. And that is just easy pickings for Boyle. Enough width. He got on top of the ball, hit it into the block, and it raced away. In the 13th over, Canterbury 69 for 1, right on the run rate.
Wow, it's pretty easy to spot a guy, and great touch, isn't it? Matt Boyle hitting all around the ground. He's gone through mid-wicket, he's gone through mid-off, and now he's gone through point. and really sending me some daggers the way that he's playing at the moment. And what a great stat that is. Look at that, the Manhattan overlaying each other. Red, obviously, Canterbury. And you can see those 3 blue dots in the first 10 overs from the Auckland side. Really stunted their growth and momentum there.
Yeah, the old red and blue. A very historic rivalry in domestic cricket. I think they've competed in 6 or 7 of the last 9 finals in the Ford Trophy. On the swivel pull, but there's a man back there. They love going hammer and tongs, these two teams, and they have found themselves at the pointy end of the competition. Of course, last year up at Hagley Oval, Canterbury with the home ground advantage. Rain-reduced match. Tom Latham getting them home there at the end to retain the title. And the Aces are out for revenge this year.
I was wondering what that little black notebook there was, Willie. It's your book of stats that you've been saving for yourself. Fantastic. 7 out of 9 of the last finals. You've been sitting on that one all day. But it shows how competitive these two teams are. Historical rivalry, as we say. Here's Martin Guptill in the bib. Lachlan Stackpole is off the field. I don't know if Guppy thought at the start of the day he'd be wearing the bib.
Not a bad sub-fielder, though, if you need him.
Certainly not. One of the best in the business. And it looked like he was holding a helmet there, which could be Cam Fletcher's helmet, which could indicate some spin coming up next.
I've been impressed with Ferns here. He's just banging away at that length into his second over. He's conceded just the 1 run, and this is what the Aces will want to do. See if they can just bump that required run rate up. You can see Louis Delport encouraging his bowlers there. Make this difficult, get the spinners on in the middle. Chasing runs in a final. Never straightforward.
Yeah, it's that game inside a game again. We talk about, you know, the back and forth now. Auckland will know that the deeper they take this, the more competitive they get. Equally, Canterbury will know that the longer this partnership goes on for, the harder it's going to be for Auckland to defend that total of 251.
Well, the 12th man is getting a lot of work today. Jimmy Neesham has just gone off in between overs, we're told. Whether that's just a change of boots or a freshen up or something more serious. He bowled his first 3 overs up front. Width and cuts in the air. Just short of Stackpole out there. Cries a catch it. They thought they were in the game there.
This next phase is going to be very interesting. Overs 15 to 25. Spinners coming into the mix. Seamers bowling more and more change-ups. Using your sweepers. It's a bit of an accumulation period. Real repartee.
Single to end the over. 73 for 1 after 14. You look at Matt Boyle. What's particularly impressed you about him? You know, obviously an outstanding Super Smash campaign and continued it here in the Ford Trophy.
Well, I think Cole McConkey said at the start of the day, he's always had it in him. He's had the array of skill sets. He's had the ability to score big runs, but he's just done it consistently. And it's been a coming of age, really, I think, for Matt Boyle. He's been around for a few seasons now. But the consistency and the ability to come in and bat in different situations in the Super Smash, in the power play, outside the power play, finishing at the end. And the one days, you know, within the power play, then through the accumulation phase. You know, good to see him scoring 100 as well. So he's really come of age throughout this campaign. As we do get our first look at spin for the day, it's going to be Eddie Ashok. Best of 3 for 55 in this campaign, and they'll love every bit of that and more today, the Aces. Spins the ball both ways.
Yeah, well, that 3 for 55 was on Friday in the elimination final against the Stags. So he's already gone pretty well bowling on this track. former Mount Albert Grammar schoolboy star. Still only 22. He's played plenty of cricket for that age. Made his Black Caps debut 2 seasons ago. And here he is for his first bowl today.
Great start. Immediately on a length, Eddie Ashok. And Auckland need a wicket for a couple of reasons. Obviously to break the partnership, but they'd also want to get a right-hander in so Eddie Ashok can start to spin the ball away from the outside edge. Yes, he does have a googly and spin it both ways, but traditionally the leg spinner is more threatening to a right-handed player. And with Mitch Hay and Cole McConkey, the next 2 players in, both right-handers, they'll be absolutely chomping at the bit to get one of these lefties out.
You can see the 3 men out on the onside, although Ashok looks like he just wants a slight change. He's got 2 in the ring on the leg side, the square leg and the mid-wickets. They don't want an easy single. Nichols goes straight to the broom sweep, and he's got that fine enough. They'll pick up a couple. Or will they? They won't pick up a couple.
Clever field from Eddie Ashok, and a bit of scouting obviously going into that. Henry Nichols, whenever he needs to get off strike, needs to inject some energy into his innings. He goes straight to that sweep. So square leg in the ring, fine leg out.
Well, we saw a very similar field for Ish Sodhi when he was bowling to the 2 left-handers. Neesham, it was a cat and mouse game there, which Sodhi eventually won. Neesham picked out mid-off. It was a good battle, though. Does look like he started with some nice rhythm here, Eddie Ashok. Crucial bowler for the Aces through the middle. They've also got Delport on your screen there. They've got options with spin. Stackpole you mentioned as well. Can bowl a few offies.
I love that square leg in the ring. It's a position you don't often see to a spinner, but it's a great one-saving position because a lot of balls go there.
A little bit shorter, struck firmly, and it's beaten mid-wicket.
Canterbury with the ball spinning into the player, if you have that square leg in the ring, you can really use that as quite an attacking, squeezing position. Make them force it through either side of square leg if they want to pick up singles as opposed to just dead batted into the leg side.
That's well bowled. It's a good start from Ashok, just the 3 from the over. 76 for 1 after 15. Yeah, that square leg just means they just can't lean on it and turn it around the corner and have an easy one. Have to do the paddle sweep. We'll try and find the gap. We look at the worms there. Canterbury, they're going along fine. They'll be happy enough just to pick away. The accumulation stage has been Horn referred to. And the Aces, they won't be content just to let this drift. They'll know they want to keep picking up wickets.
Like this partnership of bowlers. Ferns charging in, hitting the wicket hard, using his change-ups. And then Ashok at the other end taking pace off. Probably have to say the 2 premier bowlers for this Aces bowling lineup. With Ben Lister out, unfortunately, due to a hammy injury. A lot will be on the shoulders of these 2 men.
Yeah, well, Ferns, he's only gone for 4 runs from his first 13 balls here. Been very economical, asking the Cantabrians to take a tough option. Boyle thrashes at that one. Only as far as the sweeper out there.
Still 2 in the cordon, employed by skipper Finn Allen. And Ferns hasn't looked like he's used too many change-ups yet, so he's still bashing away. Trying to extract a bit of pace out of this wicket. Bring those 2 into play. It's not a 1-2, it's not a first and second slip, it's a slip in a wide gully. There for that back cut that Nichols likes to hit.
Yeah, there's no 3rd man in place. So any width. It's well done from Jock McKenzie. That's what the Aces have to do. Put the squeeze on, keep the pressure up. He's a good athlete.
Yeah, well, this is what Auckland have to do. They've got to be up for it in the field. Good piece of work from Jock McKenzie at cover point, diving away to his right and quickly released and through the ball at the non-striker's end. These guys just have to be up for it. They've got 35 overs left of this entire competition. And then that's the end of the white ball for the summer. Nice little patch here. Good battle unfolding before our eyes. Two classy players at the wicket for Canterbury. Two strong threats with ball in hand for Auckland. And a unit who are absolutely fizzed up out in the field.
Yep. Got the straight field set. Just bowling stump to stump, back of a length. Asking Canterbury to make the play here. Nichols says, I'll make the play. Well, a bit of improvisation. He likes that shot, and he's pulled it off on this occasion.
Well, kudos Henry Nicol taking the bull by the horns there, not letting this game drift. As you said, Willie Nichols, Auckland very happy to ask Canterbury to make the play, and make the play Henry Nicholls did. Watched it all the way onto the blade, and we're seeing that shot more and more these days, across all formats, at all times of the innings. So, clever shot by Henry Nicholls. He moves on to 32. Ferns has to come back.
And he'll take the one. You imagine Ferns and the Aces, they won't mind seeing that. A scoop round the corner. To no avail. It's 82 for 1 after 16 overs. And Ben Horn, after dropping his team of the season, is going to go off and check Twitter to see the feedback. And Robbie O'Donnell's going to come in and join me, as it's time for a drink here at the University of Otago Oval. Canterbury 82 for 1 after 16. They're chasing 251. You can see they're ahead of the rate at this stage. Just the one wicket lost. That was Reece Mariu to the bowling of Jimmy Neesham. But apart from that, Robbie, it's been pretty smooth sailing for the Canterbury top order so far.
Yeah, you'd have to say they haven't looked like there's much trouble for Canterbury at this stage. I mean, it's not that Auckland have bowled poorly. They've put the ball in the right areas for a fraction amount of time, but it certainly just looks like a slightly better batting surface in the afternoon. Whether you like to hear it or not, especially as the skipper has won the toss and chosen to bat, unfortunately you're still just trying to, you know, do your roles the best you can and put a total on the board. And Canterbury stood up this morning and took wickets, brought the stumps into play, different modes of dismissals into play, and really put Auckland on the back foot from the get-go. So we see what's needed here. A couple of highlights from the first part of this innings. Jimmy Neesham came on, had the success straight away, but then seemed to struggle a bit with his run-up. Couple of no balls, couple of free hits. Just didn't quite capitalise on pressure built after taking the first and only wicket. And since then, Henry Nicholls has just gone about his business. Scored square of the wicket, offside. Beautiful ramp shot last over, giving himself a bit of room outside the off stump, guiding it down to fine leg, and then just risks that they feel like they can take with 9 guys in the sheds.
Yep, what would be the word inside that Aces huddle now as they have a drink at this mark? What will they be talking about, Robbie?
Getting wickets and how they're going to do it. That's going to be the biggest thing is, all right, who's going to get a chance here when we bowl in partnerships? You know, Addy's come on from this end. Addy, how are you trying to take your wickets here? Where are you trying to get guys to hit you? Spoke about the sweep shot. I don't think they'll mind that if they start playing that shot. So potentially that's an area they're going to try and exploit to the two lefties. But then from the other end, how do we bowl in a partnership? How do we try and get these guys to take a couple of risks that they don't want to take? And then we're going to have to try and create a lot more pressure in the ring, stop ones, and have an extra fielder up inside the ring to stop that. So the ball is in the court, but they're going to have to force a couple of plays here at Auckland.
Yeah, you think they dearly love to break this partnership, not just to dismiss one of these two, but to get a right-hander out there. And then Ashok and the spin of Delport will be taking the ball away from the edge. Just a beautiful day. Hot summer's day in Dunedin. Ashok just trying to get, not sure which fielder it is, to be in the right position. He knows Nichols will look to sweep. And sweep he does. And he'll get that round the corner and get to the other end. It's one thing to know he'll sweep and another thing to try and negate it.
Yeah, and Henry Nichols knows here that's his one option. Instead of trying to get back in the crease or just drop it to square leg, backs himself to nail the paddle sweep, and that's 2 from 2 so far. So understand, okay, it's 1. It's not sort of hurting either side here, but it's an easy option for him to get off strike. So do you try and bring him up and make him look elsewhere?
Boyle on the cut, and that has beaten cover. They'll pick up at least 2. Oh, a good chase from Keane, who gets it in. Just a couple.
Not the most elegant slide there from Simon Keane, but so just trying to monitor the running between the wickets here. Obviously, Henry Nichols missed a lot of this season due to a dodgy calf, so just keep an eye on the running and see how quickly they come back for these 2s or how hard they push as he just cruises one to the other side here. Matt Boyle, sorry.
Yep, one to keep an eye on for sure. Not big boundaries out here, but still there's the odd 2. We've even seen a 3 as well today. What has Eddie Oshok got in his bag of tricks? Pushes that one short, saw the premeditated sweep, but it was short and wide, and Nichols able to cut it, and he'll pick up a couple. Not sure he's running it completely 100% there, if we're being honest. Come back from the long layoff with that calf, straight back into the intensity of a final.
It's good batting though. He's looked to get that paddle sweep out again. Eddie Ashok's adjusted his line and length. As we see a field change here to try and stop that paddle sweep. 45 going on the ring and square leg, deep square leg coming to touch squarer.
You can see on your screen that short fine leg has just come fine, and the man on the boundary now in front of square. They were the other way around before, so I guess that bringing the top edge from the sweep to be caught there.
And now ask them to hit a hard sweep, you know, trying to hit a boundary.
And the result is a couple of dots to end the 17th over. Ashok's finished his first couple. He's gone none for 9. The score is 88 for 1. It's a nice day to be watching a bit of Ford Trophy men's one-day final action. Neutral venue for this one. Of course, a few students made their way down, basking in the Dunedin sun. It's been fantastic weather all 3 days down here for the finals. The Eliminator on Friday, Halliburton Johnson Shield on Saturday. Just a festival of 50 over cricket, and it's culminating in the final of the final today. It's short and it's top edged, but it's going to go too far. 6 runs. I think the man thought he was in business for about half a second, but it's not big boundaries here, and that's flowing all the way.
This is a good aggressive bouncer. Dunru Ferns digging it in. It's a great line. It's certainly a strength of his bowling, as his bounces are high and at the head. So Matt Boyle not in control of this shot. This is a top edge over fine leg, but happy to take it on. So again, chalk line goes up for the Canterbury team.
Yeah, wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that to see how much clearance that had over fine leg. Right.
It's just a well-directed bouncer. The key there is that if he's missing that, that's probably hitting him on the badge of the helmet. So certainly a strength of Dunru Ferns. He's come in, ruffled a couple of feathers, used the bouncer. There is deep backward square and deep fine leg. So field is back for it. Unfortunately, just falling in between on that occasion.
Well, it's how to create wicket-taking opportunities, which you talked about, Robbie. And a little less on that, and that was out, caught at fine leg. As it is, Matt Boyle, he's going in a run a ball here, 28 off 28. Nichols 36 off 44. Scored 94 for 1.
As we have a look at Dunedin Ferns changing the angle of attack here, coming around the wicket. He's still got another bouncer in the locker here, only one above the shoulder for this over, so don't be surprised if he does go to a bouncer from around the wicket. Just changes the angle of things.
They've got that cover who's more of a short cover there, Jock McKenzie. Pitch potentially just slowing a fraction. Mentioned 3 games and 3 days on it. You can see Jock McKenzie on that second wicket, or the third wicket over. He's coming in. He's in a catching position. That's an aggressive position there. It's a wicket-taking position.
Yeah, they have to be tight. It does cut down angles the closer you get. Obviously, the ball's going to reach you a bit quicker, but any leaning edge trying to work the ball square, he's in the game.
Oh, saw it short. Through the kitchen sink of it. This time the bottom edge down to fine leg. Just be a 1. So just the 2 scoring shots off the over. The top edge 6. And in that, it's asking questions here at Dunedin Ferns. Ashok's bowling at the other end. They're a good combination together, as Robbie O'Donnell mentioned. Trying to make this as tough as possible for Canterbury.
This is good to watch. This is clearly the shorter boundary on the leg side to the left-handers, and Matt Boyle said, if it's in my zone, I'm taking this boundary on. I'm not trying to hit it for 4, it's going up.
Nichols just lets that one come, eases it out to the point fielder. That'll finish the over. There's 8 from it. Canterbury 96 for 1 after 18 overs. The partnership, well, that's gone through to 47 now, or 57 rather. It's a profitable one for Canterbury, putting them together. We saw Murray and Nichols up front. They put on 39 for the first wicket. Just calming the nerves in the dressing room in a final.
It's definitely getting to that stage now once we look through that top order. Everyone so far has faced more than 30 balls, got themselves in. And what we didn't see from the Auckland innings was exactly that. Top score of, I think, 58 at the end by Lockie Stackpole, who came in way down the order. Just the ability to keep this partnership going, especially from a Canterbury perspective. Keep it ticking over. Where's my one option? 3 dots here, consecutive from Eddie Ashok to Nichols. Just trying to see with that field change what his next option is. He's happy to look straight. Try and get that one down the ground to mid-on, or long on rather.
No run again. Yep, that field change Robbie O'Donnell's talking about. The square leg in the ring. He just moved round to a short fine leg. The man on the boundary went squarer. So far, Nichols has put away the paddle sweep in response. Oh, and they're keeping the pressure right on here. This is good from Auckland.
I guess the next predicament that Finn Allen's going to face from a captaincy point of view is if he does want to go spin at both ends, there's going to be a shorter boundary to the left-handers at the other end. Currently at this end, both left-handers are heading to a longer boundary, so a slog sweep's not necessarily the option.
Nichols is able to get one away there. Took him 4 balls though.
So if Louis Dalport's going to get thrown the ball at the other end, he is someone who can do it. He's someone who's bowled to shorter boundaries and power plays and understands his game very well. But 2 left-handers who favour the onside to a shorter boundary on a surface that's now looking fairly decent, with a partnership saying, right, if we pin our ears back here and get another 50, it's almost game over.
Oh, it's well bowled. Ashok, the googly across, and that went good angle. Boyle went with it as well. Good keeping from Fletcher. That one's tossed up a little more. That'll finish the over. It's another good one from Eddie Ashok with just 1 from it. It really is a bob each way, isn't it, Robbie O'Donnell? Canterbury will feel like the longer they can take the partnership, denying them a wickets to suck the life and the energy out. But on the same token, Auckland, if they can try and squeeze the required run rate up, it is under 5s at the moment, which is very manageable, particularly for this batting lineup. If you look through the batting lineup as well, you have Mitch Hay coming in at next, quality keeper batsman. Cole McConkey at 5. He's obviously been in the runs this season. I think he's Canterbury's top run scorer before this match. But then Ripon at 6, Zach Folkes at 7. You're into the all-rounders there. So Auckland will know if they can pick up a couple. Feel like they're well and truly in this match.
Yep, they'll need to go bang and then bang, bang. But from a Canterbury perspective, these two are doing a great job. You know, good balls, they're respecting, got good intent to try and actually hit balls in their zones, especially from a certain end, which will be enjoyable to keep watching this matchup, especially Boyle against Ferns to this short leg side boundary.
He calls him through. This could be tight. Oh, it would have been gone for all money. It was the back flick from Sean Solier. He was right in on that. He knew they wanted the one, and that would have been curtains for Nichols.
Yeah, this is athletic work. Solier at mid-off, reads it off the bat face, gets to it quickly. Backhand flick. Nichols given up for all money. Understood it probably wasn't the option once the ball's in the hand, but you just love to see it miss the stumps as a batter. Something like that. It's just something like that, you know, that hits the stumps, changes the game. Auckland will be up and about.
Well, that's the pressure that we talked about. Although the scoreboard looks pretty, quite pretty rather, you know you're not far away, and the pendulum can swing in one-day cricket, as we've talked about.
Yeah, very pretty.
Very pretty. A little bit pretty.
But from Canterbury, this perspective here, coming in with Hay and McConkey, one thing I've noticed with McConkey and his batting this year, he certainly upped his game in terms of his strike rate. He's coming out trying to hit the ball really hard. So if this base can keep getting set, those guys can come out and play that game.
Bang! That one has been dispatched over mid-wicket. Matt Boyle saying enough is enough. And that whistled off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, listen to the sound of that. It's picked up the length here. It's not a big miss. It's not a bad ball by any stretch from Dunedin Ferns. It's actually bowled a good line, good length. This looks like a batter who has faced 34 balls, scored a lot of runs this year, and trusts his swing. He has absolutely murdered that.
Full confidence and clarity. Beautiful shot, bludgeoned. And they'll pick up a couple now as well. Yeah, we talked about that short boundary on the onside. There was nothing wrong with the delivery, but the consistency of Ferns, Boyle felt like he knew where it was going to be. Just edged across out to that off stump. And my word, did that make a sound. A well struck 7-iron up onto the bank.
Yeah, off the back foot, he's trapped it. He's got nothing but ball first there as well.
Again, though, from Auckland, asking Boyle to take somewhat of a risk, although he hit it so cleanly out of the middle, it didn't feel like much, but had to go searching for it.
Yeah. I tell you what, as a batter, you would be pushing save on that clip, because that's what you live for. Naughty.
I must say, John Norris, Engage Video, that's a great piece of producing.
Filthy.
Just
disgusting.
The raw noise off the bat. There's the width. He slaps that out to the sweeper. That'll bring an end to the 20th over. Canterbury 107 for 1. And I'll bring myself out of the central commentary position. Tom Bartlett to join Robbie O'Donnell.
Thank you, Willie. Still getting over that crack off the bat of Matt Boyle. Does not get any better than that. Just sounded good. Sounded good, and it looked as good as it sounded. 107 for 1. Canterbury on track for victory in this Ford Trophy final. They need 251. 38 to Boyle, 39 to Nichols. They're set. Not a lot of danger, not a lot of risk. Eddie Ashok continuing from the southern end to the left-handed Boyle, who thrashes at a ball that's short and gets cut off by Keane, who's patrolling out there in the sweeper role. 108 for 1. Auckland needs something to happen here, Robbie. It's going to get away from them if they don't.
Yep. It's time, personally, I think it's time for Louis Delport. I understand that ends short, but it's almost time to roll a bit of a dice here. You need a couple wickets quickly. Wrong in.
Sweeping this time, Nichols. Backward square leg in business. Yep. 109 for 1.
He has that ability, Louis Delport. He knows where to hide a ball to a short boundary or how to get guys heading into certain areas of the park, and they will look to take him on, and that's how he likes to bowl. He likes to bowl when guys are coming at him and flight the ball and deceive batters through his skill set. So personally, I think that's your gamble card, and it's got to come pretty quickly.
Ball outside the off stump this time from Ashok, and see Boyle's looking to be aggressive. He's looking to be proactive at the crease. He's not prepared to wait. He's looking to force the issue, but put the pressure right back on Auckland. Not able to catch up with that one. Ashok into his 4th over. He's gone for just 12. Again, Boyle this time happy to leave it flat from Ashok. Doesn't want to give any opportunity for Boyle to walk inside it and just swing into that arc.
Anything above the eyes here, I think we'll be looking to hit him back over his head, sort of through to cow corner. It's good length from Eddie Ashok.
Just a 2 from the over. Here's Ashok in. He's driving square. Chase for Keane again at backward point. Just the 1 run. Boyle 40. Nichols is the same score. 110 for 1. Yeah, Delport also, Robbie, you've obviously played with him. You know it. It's like he's the kind of character too that he puts off the vibe of being the kind of character, loves the fight. He's a competitor, wants to get in the game, wants to be in the game. I'm surprised he hasn't run over to Ashok and ripped the ball out of his hand. Here is Nichols tapping this one on the offside, and they've scampered through for a quick single as the Auckland captain comes in from short cover. End of the over, 21 overs gone. All the ones, 111 for 1. Nichols 41, Boyle 40. Run rate of 5.29. They only need to go at 4/8.
Yep. As we speak about it, you love to see it.
He did come and rip the ball off the skip's hand.
He has. Unfortunately, he has taken those sunglasses off. I thought that could have been just an extra layer of distraction or deception from Louis Delport. He looks like something off X-Men or something of the likes, X-ray vision. But look, his skill set's going to be to drop the ball out of the air here. He changes the pace he bowls at. He spins the ball on a slower pace. He does know that there's a short boundary out to the leg side. Who's more aggressive? Boyle's taken that role on at the moment. He's cruised to 40 or 41 balls. Top edge pull shot, the only potential chance, but that went for 6. Henry Nichols just going about his business. He knows he just needs to bat for the next 10 or 15 overs, and Canterbury should sort of be in that box seat. So he's taken 8 wickets in this comp so far. Can he get Auckland back into it? And the way he's going to do it is it's going to be brave bowling. Him firing it in is not necessarily going to cause too many issues at this end. It's going to be, there's a short boundary here. Can you hit it over my mid-wicket?
Gets a high 5 from his spin partner, Eddie Ashok, who's now receiving some warm-up balls. There's the boundary. You can see it won't be big enough to contain Matt Boyle or Henry Nichols. Both of them can hit into that area. It's just whether or not Delport can create some deception in the delivery. 1-1-1 for 1. They need 251. Here's Delport. First delivery is to Nichols. Plays it down the onside of the wicket. But there's Delport straight away into the game. All action, diving across in front of the umpire to prevent the single. And again, doesn't prepared to flatten it up. It's a lovely reverse sweep from Henry Nichols. Will pick up a boundary. Very proficient in that area. Seen it today and just helps himself to another boundary. Does the former Black Cap. He's 45 and Canterbury up to 115 for 1.
Well executed shot, Henry Nichols. Head over the ball. It's not even a risk for him playing this reverse sweep. The opportunity's there with only 1 point in place as they need a mid-wicket in to stop that easy one on the leg side with the spin. So doesn't have too many fielders to beat there. Just let the ball come and actually sort of placed it to beat him fine to his right.
A great example of the batter and just not forcing the issue. He really just created the angle and just flicked the wrists on it. And once he got it past the player inside the circle, it was away. Here's Delport again to Nichols, and he's turning this one to the short mid-wicket. Wants the single. Boyle responded, but then was quick to turn around. Back in his ground, score remains at 115 for 1.
That's what that mid-wicket's there for. Build a couple dots.
Delport in again. Nichols is playing that reverse sweep. This time just didn't get any timing on it. And it's cut off inside the circle. Dot ball.
What the viewers do want to see is a celebration from Louis Delport. Some of the best celebrations of wickets going around, this fella. So stay tuned. He's getting into his action here, getting into his work. When he does start tossing them up, and if he gets a chance, potentially caught long on, deep mid-wicket, this man has the ability to do a backflip.
Here he is, Nichols down the crease, down the wicket rather, and can't score. He gets no timing. So Delport, the boundary aside, a good start from the left arm finger spinner for Auckland. Costs just 4. 115 for 1 is the Canterbury score. Nichols 45, Boyle 40. They need 251. They're going up over 5s, and they need 4.86 to win the title to Canterbury. Good start from Louis Delport, encouraging Robbie from what we saw there. Yes, he conceded the boundary, but had Nichols thinking, had him thinking he had to change up his line, had him coming at him.
Yeah, it's certainly a win. It's a shot he plays well, but it's also a risk. So it's got him looking offside as well to a longer boundary, and I suppose that's one thing that he can take out of that over 2. We haven't seen the matchup with Matt Boyle facing him from that end yet, which I think he will back his strength and power to clear that onside. But Delport coupled to just turn off the straight there.
Eddie Ashok continuing from the southern end, bowls to Boyle, and he's hitting this one to square leg where the man in question is fielding. Delport can't prevent the single. One more to Boyle, 41, 116 for 1 Canterbury. Deep backward square is on the fence, as is mid-wicket, as Ashok goes to Nichols, driving, beating the diving Ashok, but won't beat the dive of mid-off. 117 for 1, single to Nichols, who's 46.
Fraction ginger there from Jimmy Neesham, excuse the pun, at mid-off, but looked like he got up a little bit slowly after that dive, but keep eyes on that, see if he can come back into the attack and create something for the Aces here.
There's a ball in the air, catch taken. It was Fuller, and Boyle tried to force it. He thrashed it hard. Catch has been taken by, I think that's Bevan Jacobs, who's at third inside the ring. But it's a wicket for Auckland. It's a big wicket too. Catch taken, 117 for 2.
He's been extremely disciplined here, Eddie Ashok. He's actually maintained this line and length to Boyle. He hasn't let him free his hands. This is just a good example of holding your length as a leg spinner. He's pushed this one slightly across him. Boyle's gone to cut it hard through point and actually just taken the top half of the bat. So some seriously good bowling from Eddie Ashok, staying outside that hitting zone. Just closing the wrists on it a fraction. Top edge carrying through to the 1 point. Boyle will feel unlucky there. Felt like he probably could have hit that through that point region, but crucial wicket for Auckland.
Partnership was threatening to take the game away from Auckland. Boyle's gone. 41 to his name. It was a good innings at just under a run a ball. 117 for 2. Canterbury. Boyle disappears into the players area. Eddie Ashok gets the wicket, his first. Way through his 5th over. Just knew probably Ashok, if he got into that arc, then the ball was going to disappear. Just did not allow Boyle to play the shot that he was looking to play. And then he rushed him into that shot off the back foot in the air, and Jacobs made no mistake at backward point. So Mitch Hay comes out to join the party as we look again at the dismissal of Matt Boyle. Went hard at the ball, and that's why it flew so comfortably to the catcher. Finn Allen will be delighted, the Auckland captain.
Right, Eddie Ashok early to a right-hander. Ben Horn spoke about it earlier. I would not be surprised if he goes wrong in early, tries to hit him in front of the stumps. Mid-wicket will be in play. He will be trying to bring in LBW Bold as Mitch Hay gets his innings underway. Played a couple good knocks this year. Average 16, you get that, but he's got his team out of some tricky situations in this competition. Shown his ability with the bat on the international stage this summer. So huge wicket for Auckland, 117 for 2, Addy Ashok.
Slip in place for Hayes. Hit on the pad. Big appeal from Auckland. Pressure on Hayes straight away. Ashok on the money. 117 for 2. The score remains.
Wrongin, first ball. Probably just sliding down leg side. Maybe a bit of bat involved as well. Yeah, sliding down leg. Great appeal for first slip, BJ Jacobs.
All of a sudden, Auckland, Robbie, who had gone a bit quiet in the field, have found their voice, get the wicket, and then pressure on the new man, Hay. Here's Ashok, bowls to Hay. It's full, and he's driving back down the pitch. Ashok does his own fielding, no run.
Yep. This is where his strengths will come into play, Addy Ashok. Very good leg spin bowler, controls his length extremely well, but he's also got he's got a couple of different wrong-ins. So he's got a big spinning wrong-in and a slightly more subtle wrong-in. Watch him keep trying to bring these stumps into play.
Ashok in again, tosses it up, full toss, and Hayes able to meet it on the full and drive it down to Mackenzie at long off, takes a single. Hay off the mark. 3 runs and a wicket off the Addy Ashok over. He's bowled 5 overs, his figures of 1 for 17 after 23. Canterbury 118 for 2, remembering the target 251 to be crowned the Ford Trophy champions for season 24-25. You have a look at the worm starting to come together. When Boyle and Nichols were at the crease, it was pushing out. Canterbury were comfortable, and that wicket just brought it back a little bit. Auckland opportunity here to squeeze, Robbie.
It's going to be the only way they win this game, is the pressure they cause by getting dot balls, bowling to a new batter. That's the best time to build a bit of pressure, and the only way to do that is by continuing to take wickets. So they got to be up and about. These two have done it for them for a number of years now. They love bowling in partnership, Addy and Louis. So as we see, Finn's is talking about how can we have an aggressive option here. What's a shot that we want him hitting with an extra guy up inside the ring? How can we make it hard for him to get one and make him take a risk that we're happy with, which is potentially a slog sweep sort of at that cow region. So they're going to have to keep taking wickets, still at that required run rate, roughly 5 and over. That won't be an issue if there's any more partnerships or substantial partnerships for Canterbury. So here's the risk, mid-on up, mid-off up. They've only got 2 fielders outside the ring in deep square leg and cover sweeper.
Finally again, third up inside the ring as well. So trying to put some pressure on Hay as Delport comes round the wicket to the right-hander, turns square and will get off the mark. That'll be irritating for both Delport and Allen, that Hay has quite simply been able to rotate the strike. He's 2, 119 for 2. As the field heads back to the boundaries with the left-hander on strike.
All right, bit of extra pressure on Henry Nichols here. It's not necessarily any physical pressure, but he needs to be the guy to just keep things ticking over.
Delport bowls to Nichols. He's watchful, defending.
Just adds a fraction more pressure as a batter who's in and set. You know, you're 46 off 60, been there since the start of the innings. You know you want to be the guy 80 or 90 not out, but right now you've got to be in the moment.
Goes back, punches, and Delport does his own fielding.
Step away. Nichols doing that, batting in his bubble, playing the game at his pace.
That's for Delport, uses his feet, drives forcefully, can't beat Sean Solier at cover. Also, Delport getting through his overs. This will be what Ashok and Delport can do. They can rip through 7 or 8 overs quite quickly. Create a bit of that pressure to bring this rate up a bit. Here's Nichols using his feet, clipping to mid-wicket, beating the diving effort inside the ring. So they'll get one comfortably.
Martin Guptill.
Good spot there from Robbie O'Donnell. Well, Martin Guptill been running, throwing catches. We saw him in the half-time break. Didn't have the kit on at that point, did he?
No, and he doesn't have a mitt on either. So he's relying on those big buckets of his, taped up pinky, trademark Martin Guptill. Watch him bring a bit of fizz here to the Auckland boys.
Delport round the wicket now to Hay, and Hay's happy to defend the last ball of the Delport over. Just 2 from it. 120 for 2 after 24. The target is 251. Nichols, 47 not out. Hayes 2 not out, and Delport's bowled 2 overs for 6 runs.
Good over from Louis Delport there. You did mention it. I think Louis Delport's probably got the ability to bowl a sub 2-minute over. If the ball is just sort of getting noodled around and he's back at his mark, it's a 3-step run up. He's just trying to rush you as a batter. Bowl, ball after ball, dot after dot. Game within a game. Hornet mentioned earlier as well. Henry Nichols taking his gloves off, stepping back, taking a breath. No, mate, we'll play at my pace too. So ebbs and flows of cricket.
Ashok's going to get the game moving. Here's a reverse sweep from the left-hander Nichols, and he gets all of that to the left of the fielder inside the circle and brings up his 34th List A half-century. Henry Nichols has been there and done that before in big games for Canterbury, and he's doing it again here. He's 51 not out. It's 124 for 2.
It's a great shot. Trusted reverse sweep. He's given this one a bit more, actually, a bit more of a wind-up. But BJ Jacobs has done very well here at backward point. He's tried to read the ball going fine. He's just bet him on the other side, unfortunately. Good shot. Well played 50 so far from Henry Nichols.
Waits again. Nichols goes back. Clips this time behind square on the onside. And they take 1 run. So Nichols to 52. 125 for 2. And already 5 off the first couple of deliveries. Looking on the replay of Bevan Jacobs, who definitely went right when he needed to go left, but one of those calls you make in the hope that you're anticipating correctly. Slip back in place for Hay, who's new to the crease, 2 from 5. Ashok into Hay, it's full, and he's driving well, forcefully too, Hay. Won't beat Mackenzie, who's a good athlete down at long off, moves to his left well, collects, throws in the one motion. 126 for 2, Canterbury 1 to Hay, he's 3.
What a game of cricket we've got here. Canterbury only 2 down, so it looks like they're cruising it, but we know two quick wickets here and the bowlers are in.
Ashok bowls to Nichols, comes down outside his crease, then clips to short fine leg. Doesn't score.
And if one of those wickets, or the next wicket, is Henry Nichols within the next few overs, all of a sudden you guys scampering around in the back of a dressing room, getting padded up, a bit rushed. We could be in for a cracking finish.
126 for 2. Nichols waits, sweeps hard again. Can't beat player inside the ring at fine leg. That's Delport, who's patrolling like a tiger on the circle.
First time I've heard Louis Delport described as a tiger.
He's just on his, he's on his feet. He's going to gobble him up. Here's Nichols back, punching. This time it's Solia who's diving. They're in the game. Auckland for sure. 25 overs gone, halfway stage. 126 for 2, so they're halfway to the target. Half the overs gone, and they can thank Henry Nichols for being in this position as we look at a replay of some of his shots. Down the ground, plays well, square, can hit big. Certainly had a couple of free hits dished up. Goes up over the slip cordon. Good all-round player, as you can see here, walking across and paddling it over the top of the vacant fine leg area for 4. Good innings so far from Henry Nichols, and the boundary to bring up another List Day half-century. Ben Horn, great innings from Nichols.
Yeah, a welcome return to the Ford Trophy team. It's a campaign, a competition, a format that Henry Nichols loves. And loves batting up at the top of the order for Canterbury. Loves putting on the red and black. And it's been an enjoyable watch all round for the last 8 overs in particular across the board. Auckland feel like they're clawing it back a little bit. Squeezing through the spin of Delport and Ashok. And we said at the start of the program that that's how Auckland attack through their spinners through the middle.
Delport starts a new over. Hay rolls the wrists on it, plays it to the short mid-wicket, doesn't score. 126 for 2. They're running at 5s. They need to go at 5s to win the final, Canterbury. As Delport continues round the wicket to Hay, defending.
And we mentioned it before, but these overs of Delport just disappear. We'll put a timer on for the next over or something, but he just gets up to his mark and through quickly. And as a batting team, Creep, creep. The overs disappear.
Gone for just 6 runs. Here's another delivery from Delport. Played down the offside by Hay, but can't beat the bowler.
Just feels like there's more dot balls, and you see Henry Nicholls there taking his time, trying to slow things down. Delport making a conscious effort to slice through this over as fast as possible.
Round the wicket again to Hay. Turns to short mid-wicket, won't score. Another dot ball, 4 dots in the blink of an eye from Louis Delport.
As a commentator, it's hard to even be the thought together in between these balls.
There's Delport again, tosses this one up. He'll give up the single as Hay drives it down to long on. Ashok does the fielding, 127 for 2. Hay 4, Nicholls 52. Nicholls holds the key here, doesn't he, Ben, for Canterbury? If he bats another 15 overs, they're going to be pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to build the innings around him. 52 off 68, striking at 77. Not slow by any stretch of the imagination, doing exactly what he needs to do.
Delport again, Nicholls is at him, he's down the wicket, he's been stumped! Oh, Delport's done it, he threw one out, Nicholls came at him, and he's missed it, and Fletcher's done the rest. Big moment in the final, Nicholls is gone, and Canterbury are 127 for 3.
Well, Louis Delport sneaking through these overs like lightning, and he snuck one past the outside edge of Henry Nicholls. It's a lovely piece of bowling. Nicholls has been looking to use his feet for a lot of time during the innings. Just pushes it a bit wider, no turn, past the outside edge, and when you come down the wicket and get caught defending, you know you're not near the pitch of the ball. And Cam Fletcher, he's too good of a keeper to miss out on an opportunity like that. So a welcome return and a welcome 50 for Henry Nicholls, but has to go now for 52 off 69 deliveries. And a crucial breakthrough from Louis Delport in the Aces. 127 for 3 now.
Delport 3 overs, 1 for 7. So not only is he getting through the wicket, overs quickly, he's taken a wicket, conceded next to nothing. And that will put a real spring in the step of the Aces. When Nicholls and Boyle were going, not 20 minutes ago, it looked like they might do it in a canter. All of a sudden, Hay is only on 4. He's quite new to the crease. And out to join him, we're going to assume is the Canterbury captain, Cole McConkey, who's been in good form with the bat this season. But he's got a job to do here. They still need another 124 to win the game. They've got 24 overs, so run rate not really a problem at the moment. But Auckland have taken a couple of quick wickets, and it's got themselves back into the game.
And crucially now, we've got 2 right-handers at the crease. You see, Louis Delport's been operating to Mitch Hay very effectively, tying him up, dotting him up. And now Adi Ashok, the leg spinner, we're looking to take it away from both of these right-handers, and they'll just look to settle onto a spot, drop the ball there continuously and challenge the outside edge of these players. Cole McConkey has been Canterbury's best batsman of this Ford Trophy campaign, 339 runs.
He's at the non-striker's end as Hay taps into the covers, and they can't prevent the single. The Auckland captain to his left get through for 1. Hay is 5, 128 for 3. Conkey's about to come down and face up to his first ball.
Here's another look at the wicket of Henry Nicholls, and you can see from side on there, just not near the pitch. Louis Delport can drop the ball out of the sky quickly, just done in the flight and the dip there. It's not any prodigious turn or anything. And it's no backflip, but certainly a celebration from the big man.
Yeah, well, Robbie O'Donnell warned us that there was one coming if he took a wicket.
That's about as tame as you get from Louis Delport. It's not necessarily a bad thing.
Well, maybe he'll crank it up if he can take a few more. Here's Ashok bowling to McConkey. He's off the mark straight away, turning it to the right of mid-wicket and takes a single. He's 129 for 3.
Rippon, Folkes, Sodhi and McKenzie, the next men to come. So what you'd say here is the last of the full-time batters into the all-rounders next. Rippon certainly bats well, but
Hay defending this one to Delport, who's inside the circle at third man. Gonna look at this again. Delport doesn't take too many steps, but Nicholls just wasn't there, and Fletcher's too good a keeper to miss out on that. And there's the celebration from Louis Delport. Tame, according to Ben Horn. Robbie O'Donnell also will describe that as tame. Here's a thrashing drive from Hay. can't beat the field.
Love this
129
field
for
from
3.
Eddie Ashok. 2 covers. He's got a short, squarer cover and a deeper, straighter cover. Really interesting. Don't often see that.
Ashok in again to the right-handed. Hey, looks to play on the offside. It squirts to mid-wicket. Catches the inside edge. This is a good over from Ashok.
Eddie Ashok's going to use both deliveries to his disposal as much as possible. He's bowled a lot of wrong-ins to Mitch Hay already. Very difficult to pick. He's going to be challenging both edges.
Ashok in. Hay driving. And it is one of those covers that Ben Horn was talking about. Can't beat Ferns. 129 for 3. Just the 2 runs off Ashok's 7th. 1 for 25 his figures. 129 for 3 after 27. Hay 5, McConkey 1.
So Eddie Ashok, 3 overs left. Louis Delport has only bowled the 3. So plenty of spin, 10 overs of spin ahead of us. And look at that worm coming closer and closer together. And you can just see the impact those dots have, particularly when you're coming in to face spin on an aging wicket and having to score it over 5 and over straight off the bat. Yes, we know that you can catch up at the end, and wickets in hand will allow you to do that. But still, the pressure you feel when these overs disappear quickly, and really quickly in Louis Delport's case. The next time you look up, 4 or 5 overs have already gone.
Ashok's got 3 left. Delport very early in his spell. He's only bowled the 3 overs, but Ben Horn's got his finger on the stopwatch. We're going to time, see how quickly Delport gets through this over. First delivery played to point by Cole McConkey, doesn't score. Dot ball to start.
Yeah, you'll just see him settle in on that length, I'd imagine. Might slide one into the pads to get off strike, last ball of the over, get out of the over.
Delport going around the wicket to McConkey again. Wants a single to mid-off. There's a shy at the striker's end. Broken the stumps are by Fletcher, but Hay comfortably home. Gives a thumbs up to his captain. They complete the single. 130 for 3.
Yeah, aces need to be on here. If you're in the ring, you're on 1, unless you're told to hang back. Canterburyans will be looking to push and run, find gaps, get off strike, and then dominate the bad balls when they come.
Delport round the wicket to Hay, uses his feet and hits him high, high and wide and over the broadcast area at the University Oval at the northern end. He got a big piece of that, did Hay. 6 runs, he's 11, it's 136 for 3.
This is a cracking shot from Mitch Hay. Uses his feet down the wicket, covers the line, and then really holds his pose, keeps the elbow nice and high through contact. Talked about momentum and body weight going through the ball all day, coming from a strong base, and he had plenty of that there. Really nice shot to break the shackles from Mitch Hay.
They might need someone to go and fetch that. That went right over the top of the broadcast compound at the northern end of the University Oval. It's a big hit to get it up over the top of the tower.
Yeah, that's a beaut. It's ruining my time as well for Louis Delport. I should have done the last one because that would have been lightning.
He's actually given the ball to the umpire now, Delport. He said, you have a look at it. I don't like it anymore. I don't like that ball. Wants another one. Umpire Chris Brown says, no thanks. We'll keep going. 136 for 3. Hay using his feet. Delport back at the top of his mark. Now he tries to lap it and doesn't get any decent contact, and it almost jars up and hits him in the grill. You look again at the 6 hit by Mitch Hay. High, wide and handsome, that one, all the way from the Canterbury wicketkeeper batsman. Delport again, round the wicket, goes back, does Hay, wants a single, call McConkey through, shows the stumps, hits the stumps! And the umpire says not out. McConkey had come a long way. Auckland not convinced. Hopefully we'll be able to have a little look at that. Close call though for Canterbury. Here it is, Delport, the shot from Hay. He looked to be calling McConkey through. Collected by Solio, who's been pretty good. Breaks the stumps, but I think McConkey might have got the bat back.
Yeah, looks safe there. Bit of confusion. No slide of the bat, just a sort of dunk down. He didn't go too far out of his crease.
Delport round the wicket to Hay, this time defending. Won't score. 7 runs from Delport's 4th over, including that towering 6 from Mitch Hay. 136 for 3 is the score. He's going to have another look at this attempted run out and...
Just in. Closer than I thought, but just in.
Auckland couldn't believe it for a moment. But I think that evidence, right decision from the umpire. Slow it down just so we can see. McConkey, it can be turned quickly. But you can see there, stump's broken and as bad as...
Oh, it's tight.
Oh, actually, it might have been closer than we gave it credit for. No third umpire, of course, involved here.
Louis Delport behind the stumps, ready to receive that throw. Good to see.
Ashok starts a new over, and this is clipped by McConkey. He's hit all of that. It's a good hit. 1, 2, 1 bounce into the boundary. So he's moved on from the known run out. McConkey takes the first ball of the 29th over. Clips it over mid-wicket for 4. He's 6, 140 for 3.
Not an easy shot this to play against the spin of Eddie Ashok. Really have to cover the ball with your weight and get in and through the ball to chip it over that inside ring. Nice little shot from McConkey. Didn't try and overhit it, just timed it. Watched it onto the middle of that Gunnermore blade.
He's 6 from 4, McConkey. Waits for Ashok, goes back, plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. 140 for 3. Shotgun again to McConkey. Plays this one late. Managed to beat Delport, who's inside the ring at 3rd. Taken 1. And that is all they will settle for. 141 for 3. McConkey to 7.
Wow, we said it throughout the day, but you're only 1 wicket away from changing the complexion of the innings, really. I mean, it's not a total that is going to be out of hand by any stretch of the imagination.
Ashok bowls to Hay, who tries to play the reverse sweep. Really had to fetch it from leg side to play it down into that area, and no timing.
But if you looked at this game 15 minutes ago, Canterbury were absolutely cruising. And it sort of felt like Auckland were almost out of it, whereas now, dominating.
Ashok bowls, there's a slash there from Hay, collects, there's a fire at the stumps at the striker's end. Fletcher throws his head back, felt the throw. Could have been a little more accurate, but Conky got home. 142 for 3. It's like every ball, there's a bit of action in every ball here, Ben. Auckland, they're in the game. If they weren't in it half an hour ago, they're in it now.
Every ball's an event in a one-day game. Don't you worry about that. It's been great watching throughout.
Ashok, last ball of his over. It's short, so McConkey's managed to go back and play it to mid-wicket. Won't score, though, and that'll end the 29th over of the innings. Canterbury need 251 to win the Ford Trophy. They're 142 for 3. Hay 12, McConkey 7. Ashok's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 31. And just those couple of overs there and a little bit of separation between the two worms.
So Louis Delport, 6 overs left. Eddie Ashok with just the 2. And it begs the question, does someone like a Lockie Stackpole come into play here for a couple of overs? Continue the slow bowling. You can see Cam Fletcher and Finn Allen having an in-depth conversation, discussing options, rotations. You've got Damru Ferns who can change up the pace, bowl his cutters and his slow balls and his knuckle balls, which are going to be quite effective as the wicket continues to deteriorate. I feel like if they can sneak one more Auckland here in the next 2 or 3 overs, it'll be a great opportunity to bring someone like a Stackpole in to sneak through a couple of quick sets with a new batter still trying to find his way at the crease.
Well, Delport's going to continue at this stage anyway. He bowls the first ball of the 30th over to Hay. Plays it back down the wicket and will not score. 142 for 3. Oh, Stackpole's had one of those days with the bat. Could he have a day with the ball? Here is Hay, back punching down the onside. Diving is Louis Delport to prevent any single.
Wow, what a spell it's been so far from Delport. Thrifty and miserly, conceding 3.2 and over picking up the crucial wicket of Henry Nicholls, changed the complexion of the innings.
Tosses this one up. Hay thrashes and thrashes well. Through extra cover for 4. Nice shot from Mitch Hay. It was fuller from Delport, and Hay was onto it. He's 16, 146 for 3.
Great piece of timing from Mitch Hay, and an even better piece of placement. Splits the gap between short cover and mid-off. Possibly a touch greedy from Louis Delport, taking the pace off and tossing it up there. But with the way he's been bowling, why not? Lovely shot from Hay.
16 from 25, Mitch Hay. Happy to defend the next one to that cover fielder who couldn't prevent the previous ball flying through. Almost got that target under 100. Have Canterbury. A milestone as Hay plays an on drive down the ground. Long on is Ashok. 147 for 3.
You can feel the tension echoing around the ground. Something's about to happen.
Delport into McConkey. Tries to force it. It was in the air for a while. End of the over. 5 from it. 1 for 19 from 5 for Louis Delport. 147 for 3 Canterbury after 30. They need 251.
Nice finish from Louis Delport. Finishes his 5th. And just a minute 47.
There it is. Here's your sub 2 minutes.
There's your sub 2 minutes. And that allows this chat here to take up a little bit more time. So the Brains Trust getting together to have a conversation around tactics. Wayne Knight's getting involved, sharing his 2 cents as well. Good to see. And it will be Eddie Ashok to continue. He's got 2 overs left, so it feels like he's going to bowl all the way through here. I like the staggering of these spinners. It's not like they bowled their first over, each within an over of each other, you know. So once Eddie Ashok finishes his spell, Louis Delport's still going to have 4 left.
Here's Ashok, start of the 31st over. Bowls to the right-handed Hay, defends. 147 for 3, so they need another 104 runs. Best part of 20 overs to do it. If you break it down into a T20, 104 runs. Ashok tosses this one up. Forward is Hay, wants the single, won't get it. Finn Allen is across at mid-wicket to cut it off.
I think one of the features of Eddie Ashok's bowling is his control as a wrist spinner. You tend to associate control a little bit more with finger spinners, rightly or wrongly, but not many genuine loose deliveries come out of Eddie Ashok's arm.
Oh, this one's kept a little low for Hay and well taken by Cam Fletcher behind the stumps. You can hear the groans from the Auckland fielders. One didn't really get up.
And you've got that element of mystery around a wrist spinner as well, particularly one who's got a good wrong and like Eddie Ashok.
And again, Ashok tosses this one right up. Hayes driving, won't score.
Here's another look at that last ball. Keeping a bit low, well watched by Cam Fletcher. He is excellent behind the stumps, has been for a long time. And as a batter, when you see a wrist spinner, you think you're going to get a loose one every now and then.
Got one there, able to help it round the corner, Hay. He'll probably be disappointed he didn't make more of it. Just the one. He's 18, 148 for 3.
Even there, you sort of see Mitch Hay tentatively just pushing it around the corner. He was in a different mood. He would have rocked back and slotted that up onto the bank. But it's just the pressure this Auckland team's putting on the Canterbury side at the moment.
Last ball of Ashok's over. Bowls to McConkey. Driving to the sweeper on the fence. And there is just 1 run for McConkey. He's 8. Just the 2 off Eddie Ashok's 9th. 1 for 33. His figures, 149 for 3 is the Canterbury score after 31. They need 251 to win.
There's another look at the Manhattan. Painting a pretty picture now. Tough to see the patterns emerging there. But the gist of it is that the game's in the balance. And we've got more warming up in the back of the commentary box. As Tom Bartlett will excuse himself and Willie Nicholls will come back into the fray. And he'll come back into the fray nice and limber and nice and warm. Welcome back, Willie.
Thank you, Hornet. Yeah, me and Robbie O'Donnell just doing a few stretches off air. Stay limber as this game gets down to the crunch. And just gone 5:24 here in New Zealand. I do not doubt that the Black Caps over in Dubai warming up ahead of their game against India. They'll be watching plenty of Cantabrians in that lineup supporting Canterbury, and I dare say Mark Chapman will be supporting the Aces. He might be a bit outnumbered over there if they're tuning in. Good luck to them tonight. But back to Delport here, who's bowled well. Prized out the wicket of Nichols. 1 for 19 off his 5. Oh, Hay slipped, but not slipped enough. Or you can feel the tension out there, Ben Horn.
Yeah, you could cut it with a pair of scissors, Willie. And absolutely, the Black Caps will be tuning in. And I would hazard a guess it will be the Cantabs and the non-Cantabs against each other here.
Yep, usually the way, isn't it?
I feel like Mark Chapman might have a bit of support
from his fellow North Islanders. Yeah, well, Canterbury, the reigning champions. Like to see a different holder of the Ford Trophy at the end of this. Louis Delport is doing a superb job here, getting that drift. What is it that makes him so hard to get away in the middle overs here, Hornet?
Well, it's his ability to drop the ball out of the sky quickly. Balls that you think of coming full and at half volley length dip, and you end up pushing and prodding it back to him. Seeing a lot of corner bowls.
This is a terrific over again. It's what we love about one-day cricket. All of a sudden, this is tightened right up. You're seeing strings of dot balls. And they'll get one off the over. It's a good one for the Aces. Delport finishes his 6th. He's got 1 for 20. The Kings are 150 for 3, and they need 100 more off the last 18 overs. That required run rate just creeping up above 5.6. Not an issue at this stage for them. They've got 7 wickets in hand. 2 key players at the crease right now. Cole McConkey, he's having a good season. And the top run scorers for his side. Mitch Hay, the keeper batsman, played that glorious straight drive for 6, but Ben Horn, how long do they keep going with the spinners here? They're getting, been able to pin down Canterbury, but
yeah.
Ashok's only got 1 left to go, so he'll be done.
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think first port of call is you've got to get through Eddie Ashok's over here. This is the last of his spell. And then you can have a mini reset and see who comes on after him. And I mean, don't go chasing waterfalls, you know. There's plenty of cricket left in this game. 18 overs, the best part of it.
It's over pitched and it's clipped well, diving mid-wicket. Well, they have had success through the middle, bowling in tandem. Do you have a look at Stackpole?
Yeah, I would. And I don't think there's any harm in giving him a set or two just to see how he settles in. And if he's not the option for the day, hey, you can move on to someone like a Ferns or a McKenzie.
Oh, hey, he's had enough. He's tried to put that on the University Oval stand. It's gone over the back of the stand. It's a huge hit.
Well, it's a good thing they haven't got a live feed to the commentary box because Mitch Hay is not willing to sit on this last set of Eddie Ashok. And why would you be with power like that? That has gone a long way. Seemed to be a wrong-in from Eddie Ashok. And he's picked the bones out of that and launched it high and long over long on. And that is not endangering the field at all.
Usually a few cars parked in behind there at the University Oval. So I hope that hasn't landed on someone's dashboard. But it was a mighty blow. Powerful down the grounds. Classical swing of the bat. And it just relieves a little bit more pressure there.
He's got sneaky power, Mitch Hay. We've just seen him quietly go about his work. With 2 big exceptions. The First straight 6 down the ground from Louis Delport using his feet. This one staying in the box. Just getting a good stride into the ball. Another big solid base, momentum going through it.
Well, he's a big boy, is Mitch Hay. And Hornet, you're, I guess, on the regular side as a keeper, but when you do get up close to Mitch Hay, he's an imposing unit for a wicket keeper.
Oh, I'd say probably you're on the regular size of a wicket keeper, Willie. I'd slightly be on the tall side. But yeah, you're right, though. When you see Mitch Hay in person, he is a big unit.
Athletic, isn't he? Strong and showing all of his strength there. And this has caused a little bit of a timeout and a drink. Eddie Ashok, he had 1 for 34 before that ball in his last over. He's been deposited over the University Oval stand. I understand they have got the same ball back, so it hasn't been a ball replacement.
It's been a fascinating watch. Great to have domestic one-day cricket back in the mix.
Oh, what a comeback delivery. Eddie Ashok. He can't believe that has not taken the outside edge of Mitch Hay's bat or the top of off stump.
Oh, that is a coat of varnish away from the outside edge and a coat of varnish away from the off stump. What a cracking ball.
Superb delivery after you've just been deposited over the stand. Oh, and again.
And here it is, the romance and the craft of one-day cricket.
Just a great battle, this, isn't it?
That is beautiful. Slightly wider than the last ball, drawing Mitch Hay's defence out. Just 2 balls left of the Ashok spell now. And it's good to see him back in action. Has had his injury concerns over the last couple of seasons, particularly the 23-24 season where he missed a big chunk of cricket. He's come back and he's come back strongly. So his 10 overs are done. 10 overs, 1 for 41, Eddie Ashok. Another look at that maxi from Mitch Hay's blade.
That wasn't coming back, was it? Well struck. Yeah, well bowled from Eddie Ashok. 1 for 41 from his 10. And who will the Aces turn to at that other end? It looks like there's going to be a bowling change from the Hills end. Louis Delport is out of the attack. They want to leave a couple of overs up the sleeve for him. He has 1 for 20. He's going to be stopped at 6. Simon Keane is into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 20.
I think they're going to spin Louis Delport around, give him Eddie Ashok's end, slightly longer boundary. And just break it up with a quick over of seam here. Simon Keane maybe for 2 or 3. Another look at Dunru Ferns for 2 or 3 maybe. Maybe a little look at Lockie Stackpole. This will be a good barometer of, you know, where things sit, seam versus spin and what the Cantabs are going to do tactics-wise.
Yeah, is Finn Allen thinking about who he's going to bowl at the death here, or is that too late? Does he think if the game's going, he can't wait that long, he's got to try and make the play before then, or has he got in his mind who might be finishing this game if it goes down to the wire, or does he think with 100 off 93 there might not be a wire if they don't take wickets?
Well, I think firstly he's got options and he has to have a couple of overs up each of those options sleeve. But having said that...
Oh, that's beautifully leaned on by Hay. Ferns is after it. It's a good chase and he'll cut it off. They'll pick up a couple.
Wow, that's a nice piece of
timing. They'll pick up 3 even. It's well run.
It's a great piece of timing from Mitch.
Just leant on it, didn't he?
Yeah. But to go back to your point around Finn Allen's captaincy and his tactics here, I think he needs to address the now. He can't just keep extending out things to the back end of the innings. Canterbury are only 3 down, bear in mind. The Aces were scoring at 7 or 8 and over, and they were 8 down. So there's runs to be had in the last 10, so he has to pull the trigger with his strike bowlers, whoever he thinks that might be, now for a couple or a few.
That one's whipped away as well with authority from Cole McConkey. Might have been a glancing hand there at mid-wicket, which saved a certain boundary. Who are the wicket-taking options? Obviously, Louis Delport, the wicket of Nichols. Who does Finn Allen turn to here to make these breakthroughs?
Yeah, so I'd be surprised if Louis Delport didn't bowl the next over. And then I think you've got to go to the pace of Dunru Ferns and the change-ups of Dunru Ferns.
That's in the air, and it's out! Right on cue. Cole McConkey's picked out Ferns. Keen's made the breakthrough, and Canterbury are 4 down.
Wow, wow, wow. Simon Keane, first over back into the attack. A couple of nice strokes through the leg side from these Canterbury players, and then possibly just a little bit of a lazy shot there from Cole McConkey. Fairly innocuous deliveries, timed it nicely, but just picked out mid-on. And boy, I have to say, that's a bit of a bonus wicket. Simon Keane, clearly a plan to bowl stump to stump and offer no width. And that's a nice catch from Dunru Ferns at mid-on, who was quite comfortably in off the ring there.
It just seemed to come out of nowhere slightly. These two are going nicely. 36 off 46, but the partnership is broken. McConkey has to go for 12. And Canterbury 163 for 4. The end of the 34th over. We're just talking about where that wicket was going to come from. And a bit of patience, stump-to-stump bowling, and a good catch from Dunru Ferns. All of a sudden, 4 down. Michael Rippon to the crease. Auckland sniffing a chance here in the Ford Trophy final.
Well, as far as the Aces are concerned, that's a bonus wicket, really. Spinners have been doing the hard yards for the best part of 15 overs. And as soon as the change to seam comes along, the Canterbury players can't contain themselves and offer up a catch. And you see that scorecard there. And it's just a scorecard of starts, really. And it's kind of been the story of both innings. You know, 30s and 50s and a few chip-ins every now and then, but no one really taking the game by the scruff of the neck and getting that 70 or 80. As we see reasonable contributions all round. 6 overs, 1 for 20 from Delport. 10 overs, 1 for 41 from Ashok. Bowling in tandem for about 12 overs there. Seriously impressive. And then Simon Keane picking up the wicket of Cole McConkey.
Yeah, well, it's a game of momentum, and we talk about that pendulum swinging. Cole McConkey looking to go straight in the air off the inside half. Picked out Dunru Ferns, who clung on. That is a big wicket. McConkey, the leading run scorer for Canterbury so far this season. He's gone. And if you just look above your screen there as well, some dark clouds starting to emerge on the horizon. Coming in from sort of the St. Clair region, potentially. Someone from Dunedin will correct me. Duckworth Lewis saying 151. So Canterbury comfortably in front of that if the rain were to pack it in. But it just shows you this game is by no means done. It's a beautiful day here at the Oval, but there's some dark clouds out that way, Hornet. Just adding another factor.
Still looking bright out in the middle. Sun shining down for now, so there's plenty of cricket left to be had. Crucial period for Canterbury, these next 5 overs, you feel.
And you can see on that field, on the wide shot, very straight mid-wickets and cover. Shows you the pace of this pitch. Rippon for his first ball. And he sort of almost falls over with the straight defence. That's the end of the over. It's a good one from Keane. He's come on, he's broken the partnership. And he finishes his 6th over, 1 for 25. Canterbury 163 for 4. There's 16 overs left in this Ford Trophy final. It's Auckland taking on Canterbury. The old rivalry, a replay from last year. The defending champions, Canterbury. And Auckland, they are not going away, Ben Horn.
No, and it's been the story of both innings. Every time a partnership starts to form, bam, wicket, broken, restart. And it's not necessarily been wickets and clumps at all today, except for those first couple of overs from the Aces when they were batting. But throughout the day, we've seen almost these micro partnerships starting to form. And then just as they're starting to flourish and evolve, They're snapped off. So, as predicted, Louis Delport swapping around, having a crack from the other end, and giving himself a longer leg side boundary to work with. That pocket out at cow corner, probably the longest on the ground. He'll be bowling to Mitch Hay on 28.
Yeah, well, a lot falls on Mitch Hay now. He is the senior man charged with getting Canterbury home. Delport, he is so consistent. That is his weapon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Consistency, that dip and drop. Metronomic just seems to cruise on in. Senior man, 37 these days. Seen a few seasons, and he's showing that experience here in the final. How will Michael Rippon look to play this? We've seen him play rearguard counter-attacking innings, but this might call for something slightly different, or does it?
Yeah, been on the receiving end of plenty rearguard Michael Rippon innings. And I think early indications are that we'll see more of the same. Delport moving nicely to his left there, not looking any of those 37 years.
You just watch his action. Just walks on in. It's that leg up and over, and he's on the spot.
He's a busy cricketer, Michael Rippon. Moves around the crease. Looks to be busy. Looks to rock back and hit that cut shot. Looks to sweep as well.
And he's off the mark. To the right of Ferns, you can hear the Aces. They are up and about in the field, sensing an opportunity here to squeeze Canterbury. Michael Rippon, the new man, never easy coming out. Got to keep the scoreboard moving.
Looking forward to seeing how Mitch Hay plays these next few overs from Delport.
I was just going to ask you that, whether you felt like the Canterbury see Delport as the threat here. They try and potentially see him out rather than take risks.
Well, I think we've seen a bit of both from Mitch Hay. He's been watchful and then all of a sudden come out of his shell. Just biding his time, waiting for the moment to strike. I don't think run rate or any sort of scoreboard pressure will faze him. He'll go about things in his own way. But can hit a big ball. We've seen it already today.
Yeah, well, they are flirting those two worms. And the Aces would dearly love that red line to just cascade in against the blue. Keep in mind, though, the Aces, they were 7-8 down in those last 10 overs. They were able to squeak out the runs. So there is runs to be had there. And they'll want to keep taking wickets here as Robbie O'Donnell joins me. And Rob, what has that wicket done to the complexion of this game? Is Simon keen to continue?
Willie, great to be back. Well, I'll tell you what it's done. It's kept Auckland in it. It really has. You can hear them. They're up and about. They know it's one last hurrah in the coloured clothing, or the pyjamas as they call it. So they're going to look to keep trying to take wickets. Canterbury, no, it's all good. Couple of quiet overs. That doesn't really matter. We're ahead of the rate. We're ahead of the game.
Well, Keane, he was in quick then. Almost caught everyone off guard. They're trying to get through their overs out there. As I mentioned, it's 20-6. There's still 14 overs to go out there.
Yep. Well, we do have to factor in down here, and Dunedin obviously stays lighter a bit later. By the Southern Hemisphere summer. Great evenings down here.
Half an hour late start as well. 11 a.m. this morning. Oh, it's short, and he goes for the pull shot. There's a man back, but it's going to beat him. No, it's not. Well stopped by Ashok in the end. I thought that might have carried for a second. That would have been another big moment.
That's a good look. Use of the bouncer. Not expecting it. It's caught him high on the stickers. It's just drifted in that gap there, and Adi Ashok still wanted to stay on his feet there without slipping a disc.
Oh, dancing feet out there. Yeah, they spliced him. That would have been quite the breakthrough, the bang-bang they talk about. And Keane, he's really come back on and brought some impetus with the ball here. He's dismissed McConkey. And they keep on the attack here, the Aces.
Yep, he's certainly trying to angle back in here. He's taken swing out the equation. Ball not shaping anymore. So, as you can see, he's just changing on where he's bowling on the crease. Wide of the crease, angling into the stumps, tighter to the stumps, getting outside off stump. Good use of the bouncer, though. So let's see if we can keep pegging him back from an Aces point of view. He's straight here on the leg side.
And they'll get a couple. Yeah, I can see those dark clouds are starting to take effect.
Just checking the old Met service update. Doesn't look like it's necessarily ending up over the ground here. However...
Just everywhere else.
Yeah, however. I've been known to get that wrong from time to time.
Yeah, well, Neil Wagner often talked about the microcosm over in Mosgiel. Microclimate.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Yep.
It's the end of the 36th over. Yeah, different weather conditions, different parts of the city. And this moment, the University of Otago Oval is bathed still with a bit of sun, but there's dark clouds all around us. And Canterbury requires 79 off 84 balls with 6 wickets in hand. Louis Delport's going to continue. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 24. He's been arguably the most threatening of the Aces bowlers. Finn Allen, the captain, he's asking him, can you pick me up another wicket? Can we tighten this up even more?
And Louis Delport would be coming back saying, yep, I'll get you one, I'll get you another. Saying, oh, prove it, mate.
Will we see the backflip if he can pick up another? His team would dearly love him to do that. 2 in the covers there. Straight cover and a wide cover. And they do not want to let Ripon off strike here. Simon Keane in on that. They want to put the pressure on Ripon, the new batter. Keep Mitch Hay down strike. Look at Finn Allen. He's in there most balls, chatting to his bowler. Sense the moment.
Can they go again here, Auckland?
Ripon down the wicket. He will get off strike.
Teetering away here. On a knife edge. Well within control of run rate. No issue around that, but pressure. It is a final. Who's going to stand up?
Oh, it's good fielding on the block there. I think that's Solia in the wide brim. It's seen a few summers, that hat. Delport, he is miserly here. Just the 1 run so far. Will they take a risk off him? Choosing to play the straight bat, and that snuck through him. They will get 1. Finn Allen chases after it.
Just building here, isn't it? Happy to sit on Delport. They know that after this, he's only got 2 overs left. 12 balls to have an impact. 13 now.
And they're having a bit of fun out there. It's good to see. Played in good spirit, as you'd expect.
Just lost a bit of that sunshine. And we are hearing those seagulls a bit more, knowing from Dunner Ferns' experience.
Or slower. Look to be just going down leg. The dance move from Delport, it won't bring the decision. It's the end of the 37th over. Delport's done 8. He's got 1 for 26. The pick of the bowlers in Canterbury, they're 174 for 4. They require 77 off 78 balls. It's getting close to a runner ball. And Tom Bartlett is next in the order. He's with Robbie O'Donnell.
Great character of the domestic game. Louis Delport enjoying himself, enjoying the contest. And Auckland will be enjoying his spell. 8 overs, 1 for 26. Good return, getting through the overs quickly. And now Canterbury needing to go at 1 a ball for the next 13 overs to win the Ford Trophy. dark clouds over Dunedin. 174 for 4 is their score. The Duckworth Lewis Stern at the moment, 163. So they're ahead of that if rain was to come and wash us out. But 1 wicket, Robbie. We know what happens to DLS.
Yep, and we've got a change of bowling here. Dunroo Ferns back into the attack. Bit of cloud cover.
Bowling to the right-handed Hay, and Hay swings this one over mid-wicket, and it's gone all the way onto the embankment. In fact, it's gone over the top of the embankment into that gymnasium area. It's the maximum from Mitch Hay. 180 for 4, Hay to 38, and just like that, there's a gap between runs to win, balls to deliver.
That's a back of a length delivery on pace from Dunroo Ferns. He's just stood there. Hay understood exactly where he's trying to hit that. He hasn't tried to overhit it, but wow-wee, he's hit that over long on a straight delivery on back of a length. Set himself up, ready to go. I wonder if in the next over or two, they're going to try and line someone up. Can Mitch Hay do it? Can he be the one? He is set here. 38 or 49. He's the in batter. Bowlers to come in next, bearing in mind, but can he be the one to just tip this in Canterbury's favour?
Waits again for Ferns and turns to mid-wicket. Collected by Mackenzie, who then fires at the non-striker's end, but Rippon's home. 180 for 4. Yes, going back to that previous delivery that disappeared. It's the kind of shot when you're standing in that position, Robbie, where you end up kind of bringing it, dragging it a little bit, and mid-wicket's more the area, cow corner, but he hit that straight. It's gone over long on, which suggests he got a lot of power. He's a solid unit. Hey, that is a hell of a shot. 180 for 4. Ferns continuing to him, and he's driving this time, and he's beaten the diving player at backward point, so there's a chase for the Auckland fielders. Coming around is Keen to cut it off, and they will get home for 2. Hay up to 40. It's 182 for 4. 69 to win. 75 balls left.
Yeah, Jimmy Neesham looked like he's fall a bit awkwardly there. Looks like he's landed and stuck, not necessarily slid there. Yep, that looks like a winding. Yep, and the wind is gone from inside of him, so this might take a ball or two to just get him up and ready again. Oh,
old man Jimmy.
Yep, ouch. Oh, he has hurt himself here a little bit. So Martin Gupton's coming onto the field here, substitute fielding. So maybe it's not a winding, maybe it's an issue with the back.
He's walking very gingerly, isn't he?
Yep, he has landed heavily there, but he's putting his body on the line. But that could be crucial. Jimmy Neesham off the field, and he may have been needed for some more overs at the death.
Ferns waits. There's a ball that's been thrashed behind point by Hay, and he's going to get 4. Is he? No! Brilliant fielding from Keen. Full length dive, cuts it off. Looked like for all money it was heading to the boundary, and then Keen, like Superman, just appeared. Cuts it off. Good bit of fielding. Going to need this kind of work in the outfield. Auckland.
Great angle here. Simon Keen just hits the accelerator pad off Crash Bandicoot, Crash Team Racing. Slides into the picture there.
Also then up and firing the throw back in. Hay 42. 184 for 4. This time short from Dunroo Ferns and wided by the umpire. 185 for 4.
Yeah, big talking point, that one for bowlers. Every bowler feels like it's never high enough. Every batter thinks it's well over the head.
Oh, I think that was well over his head.
It's a good line, though. Well directed.
First glance,
Ferns won't mind it.
Thought, no, that looked a bit harsh, but I think a good bumper considering what Hay had been doing to him. 6.22. Worth giving it up. Here's Ferns bowling to Hay. It's short, and this time he does try and play the shot. And that'll be a wide 2. 186 for 4.
Plenty happening this over, isn't there? Hayes got ahead of the over by obviously taking that boundary down the ground, first ball. And then Dunroo Ferns has now used both his bumpers this over. So his options now are not to bowl another bouncer above the shoulder. So Mitch Hay will know that. 2 balls left in the over. As we see a field change due to that, long on is dropping back. Fine legs come inside the ring.
And Hayes not happy. It's a bit of movement at mid-wicket too. It's off to the right of screen. The players came in, so we got here. We've got a long on and a can see the mid-wicket inside the ring. And then there's the deep square.
Yeah, so Mitch Hayes done well. He's got himself ahead of this over. So by getting a boundary early in the over, the bowler's always playing catch-up. So 2 balls here, fine leg up inside the ring.
It's Ferns bowling, and it's well driven from Hay. He'll get another run as Guptill dives to his right, but can't stop it, can't get to it. Keane has to do the work at sweeper. Another single to Hay, who's 43. 187 for 4. Ferns with 1 ball left in this, his 6th over. It's cost 13 so far. Very profitable one for Canterbury. Runs to win and balls remaining still in favour of Canterbury. Defended this time by Michael Rippon. Wisely too to end the over. A big one for Canterbury. 187 for 4. 38 overs gone. So the equation for Canterbury to win the Ford Trophy this season, 64 from 72. Here's that little uptick in the worm. Just kept enough separation, haven't they? Even when the wickets were falling for Canterbury, 3 of them between that 23rd and 35th over. Haven't allowed that worms to get too close. Delport, though, he's really kept Auckland in with a good spell. Got 2 overs left. He's only gone at 3.3 so far. Can he cook up a bit of magic here and get Auckland back in the final? At the moment, it's in favour of Canterbury, but a couple of wickets or 1 wicket would put them back in the game. Here's Delport bowling to Hay, goes back, punching nicely down the ground to long on, takes a single. 188 for 4. Hay is 44.
It's good, smart batting. Mitch Hay knows. 1's on offer. We'll take every single one. But Louis Delport, 11 legal deliveries left here. He's going to be the guy. He's going to be the guy who's going to need to be brave with potentially another fielder up inside the ring. And then also he's going to be able to give this ball a bit of air. Try and get Michael Rippon hitting through that extra cover region. Can he bring extra cover in the game?
Delport bowls, Rippon goes back. Doesn't time it all that well, but it gets through the fielder. And it'll be Mackenzie that collects at long off. 189 for 4. Rippon to 6. What does he do here, Robbie? Does he throw one up? Does he try and entice? If he says to Hay, "Have you good enough? Hit me over the top." Darts that one in. Gives Hay another single to the sweeper. What's the play? What do you think Delport should be thinking about doing?
Yep, his strengths will be to try and get outside the batter's eye line. So if he's going to toss the ball up, he's wanting the ball to be starting outside off, finishing outside off, and trying to beat the outside edge. Trying to get guys to run past it.
Much like he dismissed Henry Nichols.
Yep, that's the one.
Here is Rippon. Again, it's diving inside the ring, but Mackenzie's protecting on the boundary. Doing it pretty easily in this over, Canterbury. 4 singles, 191 for 4.
The biggest thing Louis Delport will want to stay away from here is that step hit. Anything in that full length where a batter can just free his arms and try and hit down the ground. It's Mitch Hayes' strong point as well.
Here's Hay. Peter guide this one behind square. Ashok, though, is in pretty close. They can't score. 191 for 4. 1 ball left in the 39th over. Delport round the wicket again to Hay. Goes back. Happy to defend. Showing Delport a little bit of respect at the end of that over. 1 for 30, Louis Delport's figures, with 1 over to bowl. 191 for 4, Canterbury. They need 60 more to win. 66 balls remaining.
And the crucial aspect, 6 wickets in hand. That's something that they spoke about and will continue to speak about. As we look through the lineup, everybody getting starts. Cole McConchie facing 19 balls, the least amount to anyone to date, obviously with Rippon still not out at the crease. So everybody's done a job. They've got themselves in, given themselves a chance. Nobody's necessarily stood up and got that big score just yet, but there's certainly a name highlighted in red there who'd like to be doing it. That's Mitch Hay. He wants to be 70 not out and lift the Ford Trophy for Canterbury.
Ferns continuing from the northern end. Bowls to the right-handed Rippon. Plays this one up to mid-on. Won't score, though, as Jacobs collects and fires it back to Fletcher. 191 for 4. Yeah, Hay gets to 70 odd, 75 not out, and Canterbury win the game. Just needs someone to stay with him. 45 from 57, so it hasn't been express pace, but no problem in this situation with that strike rate, knowing they only need 251 to win. Ferns in again to Ripon, turns this one square, will take a single, runs the first one hard. The fielder is in and restricts it to 192 for 4. Auckland really need to make the play. Canterbury just keep this going for the next half an hour. They will win this game comfortably. Auckland need a play. They need a special moment. They need a moment of brilliance, bit of inspiration from someone.
We can hear them now. They know that too as a team. They're trying to lift in the field.
Ferns into Hay, and Hay's hitting in the air. There's someone under it. No, couldn't quite get to it. I think that might have been, I'm not sure who was coming in to try and
Lockie
take that. Stackpole.
Yep, had
He
to charge
tried.
in off the rope.
The look here on the replay, it felt like it was in the air a long time. Stackpole came in, it just landed in front of him. Probably can't fault him for the effort. He's had a good day out, tried to get under it, just didn't carry to him. 193 for 4, but it was heart and mouth stuff from Mitch Hay.
Yeah, this is a time in the game. These are all mini moments. A play within a play. Plenty on the game right now.
Ripon waits for Ferns. Pushes this one through the gully. Takes one as Delport collects at third man.
You just noticed
194
that.
for 4.
You just noticed that T-Rex running style from anywhere, don't you? Martin Guptill at backward point. He's roaming. He's found himself straight in the action.
He secretly be loving it, won't he?
He is. He's loving every moment of it. And you have to love it in the field. You have to have that mindset. Every ball, you want it to come your way. Be the person to stick a hand out, grab a specky.
Yes, Ferns bowls. That one's played firmly to the sweeper by Hay. He's 47, 195 for 4. Again, Canterbury just happy to take 4 so far from this over. Noses in front, wickets in hand.
And that DLS now just staggering down at 176. So the last couple of overs, Canterbury just playing it perfectly. 20 ahead if the rain comes in. 6 wickets in the tank.
Ferns bowls. This is short and wide down the leg side. The arms of the umpire outstretched. 196 for 4.
It's good aggression from the big boy. He's running in. It is a longer boundary out there. I did see one land agonisingly short of Stackpole out in the deep. That's how close it is. You know, this game, it's a matter of inches, moments, seconds like that. Something goes to hand here. There's still plenty of cricket to be played. 10 overs left, 55 required.
Ferns in again. Defending is Ripon. Happy to defend and happy to close the Ferns over out with a dot. 5 from it, 196 for 4 is the Canterbury score. Hay is on 47, Ripon's on 9. They need 55 more to win the game, to win the Ford Trophy. They've got 10 overs left. Now, if you look at the Auckland bowling figures, yeah, Ashok, great spell from him, 1 for 41, and Delport's got 1 left, 1 for 30. He has gone at just 3s. You can see the options available to them. Mackenzie, Keane, 6 and 3 respectively. Neesham's off the field at the moment, may not see him again, and there's plenty left from Ferns, so might be left to Mackenzie, Keane and Ferns if Neesham can't get himself back on the field. But Delport, what a spell. 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. He's looked the most likely. Took the wicket, the big wicket of Henry Nicholls. He's got one more chance here. 6 balls to try and cook something up for his team.
He might drag this over out a little bit. I can't imagine he will be rushing through this one. Crucial.
Hayes on strike, goes back, punches. Sweeper should be able to cut it off. Does so. Good work there from Lockie Stackpole.
Yep, couple of field changes here. Slow things down. Try and make the batters think, access a different area.
Bit of movement in the field. As you can see, players coming and going. Delport keen to make sure he gets that field right. Still the sweeper. Third backward point just moving a little further behind point. Hey, 1 away from a
richly deserved half century. We'll play it down to long on and we'll trot through to bring up 50 for Mitch Hay. Raises the bat. Acknowledges the applaud from his teammates and the crowd here at University of Otago Oval. 199 for 4. He'd be happy with the 50, but dearly love another 52 for his team. Get them over the line, get them the Ford Trophy. Here's Ripon. It's a full delivery, thrashes it to Solier, who does the fielding and cover.
It's just the innings they needed, Canterbury. He's been a rock. 61 deliveries he's been out there. Absorbed a bit of pressure, but now he's still looking to put the attack.
Ripon touches and wants the single, but that man is pretty close in there. Almost a gully position.
Can't see Canterbury taking a risk here, these last 2 balls. It's a crucial over for Auckland.
Tapping again is Michael Ripon, and he knows. Just happy to see Delport off. It's been a good spell from the left arm finger spinner. And Auckland, good service out of their spinners today. 1 for 41, Eddie Ashok, and 1 for 33 so far for Delport. Last ball from Louis Delport, and again played back down the crease. The dive from Louis Delport, end of a very good spell from the spinner. 10 overs, 1 for 33 for him. And after 41, Canterbury 199 for 4. They need 251, so they need 52 more to win from 54 deliveries. We look here at the spell of Delport. Well, he got lifted up over long off by Mitch Hay. Big hit. And Hay really played well. Driving both sides of the wicket, used his feet, not afraid to hit in the air either, Robbie O'Donnell.
That was a massive 6. Hits one bounce on the roof into the car park.
That is not an easy hit.
Yeah, he's picked his area. He's picked his area. He's gone well. He's looked to target down the ground, over long on, and deep into the leg side. And in amongst the boundary hitting, he's just collected his ones and built a partnership. So credit to him. He's still there. It's not out. Mitch Hay, 50 off 61. Canterbury, 9 overs left. They require 5.8 runs and over, but they have 6 wickets in the tank. And this looks like the official roll of the dice from Finn Allen. Lockie Stackpole into the attack.
He scored a really good 50. Back-to-back 50s. Scored 50 on Friday. Stackpole, 50 today. And now he's got the ball. Can he do a job for Auckland? At the back end of the Ford Trophy final. Needs a wicket, preferably. Needs the wicket of the man who's facing up to him, Hay. So here is Stackpole to start the 42nd over. First delivery, and Hay is watchfully driving down the ground to long off. McKenzie does the fielding. 1 more to the total. The Canterbury 200 comes up, 200 for 4. Equation is 51 more to win from 53.
It is a serious top lip coming into the crease, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Usually see them on the big nasty fasties, but this time right arm off spinner.
Ulster rip on, and he's happy just to milk another single down the ground.
Just a little lull here. Auckland boys, you can't necessarily hear them again. Guys are just sitting back a fraction. At the moment, it's gone back into one of those phases where there's a bit of a partnership and it looks easy for Canterbury.
The field is quite spread too. It's not, there's a short mid wicket, there's cover as Finn Allen. Now up comes long off, I don't mind that. If you want to hit it down there, Mitch, you're going to have to hit it in the air. And straight away a dot created. Now they've got 5 players inside the ring with short third and short fine, catching mid wicket, catching cover, mid off. Everybody else outside the ring. 50 to win from 51. Here is using his feet. Now he's hit that in the air and he's got it over the top and it's gone all the way. Good hit from Hay, used his feet. He didn't really get all of it, but got enough of it. He's 57, it's 207 for 4.
Yeah, I mentioned they pushed the gamble card mid-off inside the ring. That's why he's looking to come down, hit it over mid-off. This is actually skewed off the outside half of the bat. Shorter boundary on the ground, into the wind. It's gone for 6 over extra cover. It's a very good shot. Not necessarily exactly where he wanted it, but 8 off, 2 to come.
Stackpole in again to Hay. Happy to play that one to the short mid wicket, won't score. Just like that, when it looked like the runs to win, balls remaining were just evening up a bit. It's now a 5 difference. Here's Stackpole, last ball of his first over, using his feet and hitting over the top. Hey, up over extra cover again. This time got much better contact, flatter. But he finishes with 2 boundaries at the back end of the over, does Mitch Hay. He's 61, 211 for 4 in the equation for Canterbury. 40 to win, 48 balls remaining. They have 6 wickets in hand. Hello, Ben Horn.
Hello, Tom. How you doing, mate?
Very good, very good. Canterbury with it. Well, it's on their bat really now, isn't it? Auckland needs some magic.
They've just started arresting momentum in their direction, and I think they targeted the somewhat part-time spin of Lockie Stackpole. They saw him as the extra bowler, and in that case, from a bowling perspective, you just want him to sneak through a couple, and they were not willing to let him do that. So good batting from Mitch Hay, taking this game by the scruff of the neck. And now Auckland really needs some magic. We haven't seen too many bang-bangs, wickets in back-to-back phases throughout the day, but Auckland certainly needs some now.
Keane at the top of his mark. He is going to come in and bowl 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. Good double from him today. Runs with the bat. Wicket with the ball. Can he cook something up here for Auckland?
Just the 5 and over required.
Still
see 5 in the ring from the Aces, which is good to see. Extra man in.
So here's Keane
out.
Starting the 43rd over, and Rippon's happy to play it down the ground and take 1. He's 11, 212 for 4. Good innings this from Michael Rippon. I know Hayes doing all the hitting, but just cleverly just milking the strike, moving it around, tapping it, taking no risks, saying to Hay, you go, I'll sit here and feed you the strike.
Wow, he's taking responsibility and ownership. He wants this to be the partnership that wins the competition. Doesn't want to let anyone else do the job.
Here's Keane bowling to Hay, and Hayes lifted that one over long off, and that'll be 4. Didn't really get all of it, but got enough of it again, did Mitch Hay. He's 65, and Canterbury now moving closer. They're 216 for 4.
Wow, this is nice batting from Mitch Hay. He wants to do the heavy lifting now so that if they do lose a wicket, there's time for the next batter to come in, get established, and it doesn't have to go from ball 1. So smart play, and he's not going out of his way to hit extraordinary shots. He's just picking balls that he can hit in his area or manipulating the field a little bit. So clever batting from the Canterbury wicketkeeper.
So Keane under pressure, short, and Hayes gone up and over. How much of that has he got? He's got heaps! Another 6 from Mitch Hay. He's in a hurry now. He's up to 71. It's 2 for 4, and Canterbury now only need 29.
Well, aim for the bushes. Mitch Hay, he's gone up and over and all the way over that embankment. Fantastic stuff. For the previous delivery off the front foot down the ground, Keane forced to adjust his length and bang it in short, and he was sitting waiting for it. Didn't try and keep it down for a second, got underneath it, hit from low to high. Handsome and pretty over square leg. And now 71 from 68. Mitch Hay, quite a slow start to his innings, but he's more than caught up now. Canterbury now 222 for the loss of 4. It's Nelson.
He almost like he knew that Keane was likely to drop it short and waited back in the crease and then just went whack over deep square. So what's the comeback here from Keane? He's gone 4-6. Starts, goes again, and Hayes, he helped himself to more. Yes, I think he has. He put another one over the embankment. Back-to-back 6s from the Canterbury wicketkeeper batsman. 228 for 4. Canterbury now need just 23.
Well, I sort of don't mind it from Simon Keane. It's risk and reward. It's a good height of bumper, but Mitch Hay is just too far ingrained in this innings, and he is seeing the ball too well to miss out on another scoring opportunity. And he's not just clearing the infield or the picket fence, he's clearing that back brown fence, which is another 20 or 30 metres back. So these are big hits with the breeze to the long boundary. And he is really imposing himself on this chase for Canterbury. Just 23 now to win for the men in red and black. questions need to be answered, and answered quickly by the Auckland seam attack.
Oh, Simon Keane been so good. Can he find something here? Over has cost him 17 so far. In again to Hay. This was Fuller and he's driving and Keane's taken one on the ankle. That might have hurt. Upshot is it's a dot ball, so he'll get to his feet, but never pleasant when you can't defend yourself.
Wow, it's injury to insult now, isn't it? He's just hit him for 3 boundaries in a row and popped him in the shin. It's a frustrating 4 or 5 minutes for Simon Keane.
Oh, we're not laughing at you, Simon. It's just the situation when you really take... Mitch Hay puts you on the bank over, well, not on the bank, he's put you over the bank twice and then he smacks one into your shins. A lot of justice in that.
Yeah, Simon Keane will see the humour in that as well.
Last ball of the 43rd over. Bowls to Hay, and Hay's forcing this one through extra cover. There's a sweeper. Cuts it off. Ferns out there, and that ends a big over for Canterbury. Really big over. They need 22 more to win. They've got 42 balls remaining, 6 wickets in hand. Hay, the star at the moment, he's on 78. 229 for 4. Bit more from Ben Horn, and then Willie Nichols to take us through to the conclusion of the Ford Trophy.
I'm just standing here sort of wondering what Simon Keane's going to do about that shin. Neesham already off the field, not to return. And how many backups does this squad have? I suppose McClenaghan, Nicol, the next cabs off the rank, if needed, to come and field. You can see on the right side of your screen, Willie Nichols, Simon Keane just hobbling along.
Yep, insult to injury was the catch call from yourself, Hornet. You were right. That was a big over, 18 from it. Really has almost put this one to bed. Mitch Hay not wanting to take this into the dying overs. You can already see down, it's pretty dark. It is 6:15. We were late starting today, half an hour, 11 a.m. Auckland will want to try and make this awkward, but Mitch Hay, he's on 78. He's got a list A high score of 82, so he could be on for a PB, and what a time to deliver it for his side. He had a good day with the gloves, took a sharp catch up to the stumps off Keane, and here he is at the end for Canterbury, trying to get them over the line.
Yeah, great time to do it. He's had a solid but somewhat quiet campaign by his standards, Mitch Hay, so really good to imprint his authority on this competition, and the perfect moment from a Canterbury perspective.
Jock McKenzie, can he prize a wicket out? And is there another twist in the tail of this match?
I just have to feel like there is, Willie, to be honest. Games within games, we've seen it all day, twists and turns. It's never a straightforward next step in the phase, so the Aces will have to be up for it. I feel like it's going to take a screamer or a really good piece of cricket here to dismantle one of these two Canterbury men. These boys in blue simply need to keep believing.
Oh, it was in the air for a while. Sean Solier just in on the block there. They're hunting the opportunity of the Aces. They know it's going to take something special. But crazier things have happened. If you look around the field, the mid-off is up in the circle. It's Martin Guptill, no less. As Ben Horn mentioned, they've had to go deep into the reserves today. There's no single there. What is the mode of dismissal here? Ben Horn, what is Jock McKenzie looking to do?
Well, he's got that short mid-wicket in the ring, so it looks like he's bringing the stumps into play, angling it into the right-handed batter and trying to bring as many modes of dismissal into play. There's Martin Guptill signalling one could go low. Let's bring in LB, let's bring in Bold. And then if one just holds in the wicket, could it be a popped-up catch to that mid-wicket player? I think any sort of width is a bit of a waste at the moment.
Keep Rippon on strike. Gee, wouldn't it be great to see a Martin Guptill specky out there for old time's sake?
There's life left in him yet. Yeah, you can just see him tracking back, sticking out that right claw.
Great to see him out there. great servant of the game, phenomenal player. And here he is standing in the field as the assistant coach right at the end for his side, talking to Jock McKenzie. They won't give up, the Aces. It's just deflected down there. Sensible batting from Ripon. That's that big over from Hay before, the 18 off it. It's just separated the runs and the balls. 20 needed off 37. They do not have run rate pressure on them at this stage.
What's the protocol around conflict of interest with the assistant coach fielding at mid-off, getting in the bowler's ear, talking strategy and tactics?
Yeah, it's a good question, Ben Horn. I guess you can run out. You can be talking to fielders on the boundary all day long, can't you? Good to see the gup out there, though. He goes back to long off now. And it is the full ball. Mitch Hay, he's earned those fielders back. Well, you know, drinks go out between the overs, messages go out. You know, there's not many sports where... This is the boundary from before, just on the up, almost one-handed, cleared all the way.
Yeah, a couple of great strikes over the offside there from Mitch Hay. I can't believe that first one went for 6 and he got the power and the elevation he did. And then a couple of short ones coming up here and he took full advantage and full toll. And those bushes over the leg side copped a hiding.
Well, you know the boundaries here are not massive. There's a few spits of rain. That won't worry Canterbury. They're well ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis. 201. The DLS is saying that's not an issue for them. Those dark clouds we spoke about are coming in. You'd hate to see it finish like this. Danaru Ferns is the new bowler. 3 back on the leg side. They've got a point, short third, short fine in the ring and a cover. What can Ferns do? Hay wants to finish it now. Goes for the lap, and somehow he's got it through the slip cordon. There's no slips there. It'll run away for 4.
Well, that's not how he would have wanted it, but it's the result he would have wanted. Reminds me of those memes. Task failed successfully. And he's looked to scoop this over the keeper, and he's ended up getting some sort of piece on it, and it's skimming past the slips and floating away for 4. So another boundary to Mitch Hay, moves on to 84, and I think that's PB, isn't it, Willie Nichols?
PB, what a time to deliver it. And I think he might just keep going here as that rain continues to fall. Very dark out there in the middle for the players. Mitch Hay, 85 off 75 in a run chase. He's played well. But yeah, that probably not the shot as he intended it. There's the ground staff. They seem...
tired.
Yeah, well, 3 days, 3 games in 3 days. Credit to them. They've produced a really good strip.
So technically and mathematically, Mitch Hay can still bring up 3 figures here. It won't worry him in the slightest as long as his men in red and black get over the line.
Yeah, if you're Finn Allen here, you got to keep rolling the dice. Who do you bowl at that other end? Keane. Jock McKenzie came back on. Do you try something different? How many cards has he got left in the pack? Gives himself room. Shows it the full face. It's a tough position as a captain, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. You're kind of doomed if you do or doomed if you don't, really. Probably Jock McKenzie hitting the wicket hard, change-ups. Or if you do want to roll the dice, you go to Sean Solier. We haven't seen him today yet.
No. Frontline bowler, well and truly in his own right. See a lot of them in the 4-day action, nibbling it around. Ferns going for the Yorker. It's well dug out by Hay. Scampers down. They can do it. Singles will do it for them. They won't worry how they'll come.
Great day of cricket. It's been from start to finish, hasn't it? Action-packed. The ebbs and the flows of the one-day game have been well and truly on your screens today. Fantastic advertisement for the one-day game. Great comeback early from Auckland. after Canterbury went through their top order quickly to post 250. Now we're going to the last 5 overs here.
Ripon gives himself room again, and he struck that well. Long off's got work to do, and he will do it well. And that's Solier out there. Good hand, and they'll run hard. They'll pick up 3. It was well timed. It could have been 4, but they'll take 3, and it's a good over. Just leant on it, didn't he?
Yeah, nice piece of timing from Michael Ripon. This was a great bit of work from Solier. It will be checked just to make sure, but everything seems fine there.
Quality piece of work.
Just the 5 overs remaining now. 9 to win. Mitch Hay has anything to do with it. He'll want to get it done this over, I feel.
Looks like it's going to be Jock McKenzie again. Do you bring an extra fielder up? Do you try and create a bit of artificial pressure?
Yeah, I think so. You've got to throw everything you have at it. Keep a couple of fielders out for the balls that you think are going to be catching opportunities. And bring a couple extra into the ring. And when you bring them into the ring, make sure they're on 1. You are stationed in the inner circle. There is no 1 to you. There's no point in being on the ring itself. And as we see mid-on and mid-off come up.
Yeah, well, they'll try and squeeze Ripon. Obviously, Hay, he's in superb touch on 86. Can they put some pressure on Ripon, who's been content to just nudge it around and try and get Hay on strike? What can he do? 9 to win. And he gets on the pull shot, and he slams that hard, and that'll run away. That's 4 of them. They're within 1 stroke of the Ford Trophy here, Canterbury.
Wow, this is a fantastic shot in its own right from Michael Ripon. Getting up on his toes and then just slapping that in front of square. Difficult shot to hit that far in front of square, and he's managed to do it beautifully.
Yep. Wouldn't have looked out of place on the hard courts of the tennis. It's an absolute slap through mid-wicket. 5 to win now. He tries it again, can't get it away, just skidding on.
Good disciplined performance from Canterbury here from start to finish. We talked about the balance between Canterbury having the rest of the week off, Auckland having a bit of momentum on their side. Sometimes if you haven't been in match intensity for a week or so, can take a couple of sets just to get back into it. But Fraser Sheep started proceedings with the ball for Canterbury, and he was right on the money from his first over, removing Finn Allen.
Advances down the wicket, can't get it away. Yep, and it's been an all-round effort as it has been this season. Different players have been able to step up, and you're right, the tone was set up front by Fraser Sheet and Zach Folkes this morning. They were asked to bowl first. Early wickets, they swung it around, and they kept the pressure on. I mean, the Aces did well to get through to 250, and they did have a sniff at times in this run chase, but Mitch Hay, it's taken it away from them in the second half here. Gives himself room and slaps it over mid-off. Dispatched. And the scores are level here. They're 1 run away, Canterbury.
Well, the Canterbury batsmen are ready to finish this off. This is a nice piece of timing again from Michael Ripon. And all he does have to do is clear the inner ring. Not as many players on the boundary, and he's just leant through that and times it up and over, extra cover mid-off. So he moves along to 24 now from 34. He's played a nice foil to Mitch Hayes, 86 off 76, and just the 1 run required. Can he get it done, this ball? Everybody in the ring except for deep square and fine leg.
And it's absolutely pouring down with rain as well. Surely they're going to get this finished. You can see the members of the crowd, they are dispersing. Not sure how they're going to do the post-match presentation. This rain is coming in thick and fast here. Surely it can't finish like this. There's 1 ball left in the over. I dare say they want Ripon to hit it before. And he does. He flicks it away. And it's back-to-back Ford Trophy titles for Canterbury. They've won 4 of the last 5 men's one-day championships, and here they are again.
Fantastic performance from the Canterbury men from start to finish. professional, discipline, and a team performance all round. We just mentioned the bowling before, and that man Mitch Hay on screen has led the way with blade in hand, ably assisted by Michael Rippon, and fitting that Mitch Hay is there, not out at the end. Really, really strong knock from him. He ended up on 86 off 76. Michael Rippon, 28 off 35. A very, very professional performance from Canterbury and a richly deserved retention of the Ford Trophy for their side.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a soggy finish out there with the rain pouring down, but it has been a clinical performance by the top qualifiers, Canterbury. They earned the week off, not having to play the Eliminator. Auckland came in, they beat the Central Stags on Friday, and they look to have the momentum with them. But as you mentioned, Ben Horn, Canterbury, right from the get-go up front today, they've been on the money and they really haven't relented.
Yeah, they really wanted it. You could tell that. The whole unit was dialed in from ball one. They were strong in the field. They were disciplined with the ball. Cole McConkey pulled his levers and pulled his strings nicely around bowling changes. They did well with the seamers. Ish Sodhi picked up 3 wickets in the middle. And then whenever Auckland got a bit of momentum with their bowling innings, they had a batter come in, get established, and build a mini partnership. So, start to finish, they can be very satisfied with their work. Cole McConkey said in the press conference yesterday that they rely on not one person, but a whole unit, and it's an egoless team they work with. They like playing in partnership. They like sharing success. And they like getting around each other. So, thoroughly deserved from the men in red and black today. Auckland have put up a good show, don't get me wrong, 250. Looked like a pretty competitive score from the start that they were at. 458 they fell to before some good partnerships and contributions through the middle and lower order, mainly through Neesham, Keane and Stackpole to get them to that 250 mark. And it was Mitch Hay who made the difference. Lots of 30s, 40s and 50s throughout the innings of both sides, and he was 85 not out, standing tall at the end.
Yep, they started well. It was Mario and Nichols got them off to a safe start. Boyle came in 41 off 43. The spinners, they picked up those wickets. Delport when he got Nichols. Then McConkey fell. We thought there might have been a twist there, but Mitch Hay held his nerve right to the end and got some able support from Rippon. And deserved victors here, Canterbury. Back-to-back titles for them.
Here's a look at the bowling card for the Auckland side. Delport and Ashok, the standout performers, 1 for 33 and 1 for 41, respectively. Keane and Neesham picked up a wicket each, but just didn't pick up wickets with the regularity required to put more pressure on this Canterbury side. So 254 for 4 with 4 wickets, sorry, 4 overs remaining. Pretty disciplined and pretty convincing performance overall.
Yeah, well, Canterbury have won 3 of the last 5 competitions, and I believe we're standing by for the presentation. Catherine Campbell's down on the field there in Dunedin. Well, I don't think we're going down to Catherine just yet. And we'll go down to Catherine now.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the post-match presentation for the 2024-25 Ford Trophy competition. Congratulations to both teams for making it to the final. In particular, congratulations to Canterbury for winning the competition. I'd now ask Anna Campbell, a board director from New Zealand Cricket, to step forward and say a few words.
Thanks, Catherine, and welcome to the Ford Trophy final presentation. This competition has been a fantastic competition all summer, and with the Black Caps away, it's been a really good chance for some of our young talent to shine through, which is really important for our high performance platform, and that's been really certainly the case over the last few weeks. access to cricket and watching cricket is really critical for growing our game in terms of our fan base as well as our player base. And so it's been really great this weekend to be able to live stream these games using multiple cameras as well as live commentary. This is a sign of things to come for New Zealand cricket, and it's great that we can use technology to continue to grow our fan base. I'd really like to acknowledge our sponsors, our key sponsor for the competition, the Ford Motor Company, as well as our apparel sponsor, Dynasty, and our umpires sponsor, which is GJ Gardner Homes. To the players, congratulations on a good quality final. It wasn't quite as close as yesterday's final, but it definitely had its moments, and I don't think Canterbury were ever fully comfortable. Auckland, you definitely fought back after a bit of a rocky start and kept fighting right to the end. Congratulations on a really quality season and for making it this far. I know it's hard to tip at the final hurdle, but I think on reflection you'll celebrate a great season. And Canterbury, you always set the standard in cricket, and the depth of your program and the quality of your young and older players is fantastic to see. Congratulations on a well-fought final win.
Thanks, Anna. If I could now ask the Canterbury captain, Cole McConkey, to come forward and say a few words before he accepts the trophy from Anna.
Thanks, Catherine. Firstly, just like to thank the Otago cricket staff here down in Dunedin. Put on an absolute clinic here the last few days, hosted very well, and really appreciate that. And to Finn, you and your boys, mate, great campaign. Obviously, incredible victory the other day and on Friday. Knew it was going to be a tough game, and so condolences, but hell of a campaign as well. And I suppose to my boys, off the back of the T20 to come back here and front up in the round robin and put on a really good display on that back end of the Ford Trophy. It means a lot, and we're thankful for all the support here and from the Canterbury cricket region. So thank you very much, and great campaign, boys.
Thanks everyone, that wraps up the Ford Trophy competition for the 24-25 season. Thank you.
And there's the Canterbury team, Cole McConkey gleefully accepting the Ford Trophy. In the gloom and in the wet, back-to-back champions, 3 of the last 5 titles, and Ben Horn, hard to say they didn't deserve it.
Absolutely, Willie Nichols. It was the 2 best teams in the competition fighting for the silverware today. And it must be said, the team that showed up today won the competition, and that was Canterbury. We've mentioned it before and we'll say it again, disciplined and professional from start to finish. And they will start celebrations now that should continue long into the night.
Yep, well, from myself, Willie Nichols, Ben Horn, Robbie O'Donnell, Tom Bartlett, it's been a pleasure bringing you these NZC domestic one-day finals. We'll leave you with the pictures. Canterbury, the champions, the Ford Trophy winners for a 2nd year running.